Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When Lupin finally decided it was time to leave, Lester's enthusiasm began to wane. Although the young werewolf Jacob had been captivated by the utopian vision Lester painted, Lupin abruptly rose to his feet after the speech ended and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, but we must go. The boy's parents are surely waiting for him." He gave a polite nod. "I appreciate your kindness. I'll find a way to repay it someday." Without giving Jacob a chance to process what was happening, Lupin gently but firmly took his arm and led him out of the Union Hall. Jacob, still confused, looked up at Lupin. Just moments ago, they were having an engaging conversation. Why the sudden rush? Despite being chased by deranged dark wizards earlier, this had been the best day of Jacob's life. For the first time, someone treated him with dignity. For the first time, he felt seen, not just as a werewolf, but as a person with worth and a future. In truth, Jacob had always feared the word future. In a world that despised and discriminated against werewolves, what future could he possibly hope for? Prejudice was a mountain too massive to move, no matter how hard one pushed. Jacob had grown up in the shadows, watching other wizard children play freely while he and his kind were forced into hiding. Werewolf children weren't even allowed to attend Hogwarts, Britain's only magical school. Lupin was the lone exception, and even then, it was only because he had gained the favor of a few influential pureblood friends. Without them, even he wouldn't have survived Hogwarts. That was how deep the discrimination ran. But then Lester spoke of a different kind of world, his vision of a magical society where all beings, whether wizard or magical creature, were treated equally. A world where even werewolves could live openly under the sun. To Jacob, it sounded like salvation, but to Lupin, it sounded like danger. Lester's rhetoric reminded Lupin of how governments use schools and youth gatherings as recruitment grounds before wars. And why? Because the hearts of the young are easiest to ignite. They'll give their lives with little hesitation. They'll follow any cause that promises change, even if it demands blood. Lupin remembered who he was at 18. Fresh out of Hogwarts, burning with righteous anger, desperate to fix the broken world. Had he heard Lester back then, he might have followed him without question. But now, in his 30s, he had seen too much. His fire had cooled. What once looked like revolution now resembled sacrifice. Jacob saw a future. Lupin saw a cost. To Lupin, Lester wasn't just an idealist. He was a dangerous visionary, the kind with the charisma and intellect to gather followers, stir rebellion, and reshape the world. All the traits that had birthed Dark Lords in generations past, Lester had in abundance. Lupin didn't doubt that Lester would go far, but that path would be paved with youth, blood, and sorrow. And he didn't want Jacob to be a brick in that road. So he left. Lester, however, felt no resentment. He respected Lupin's choice. Their paths were simply not meant to align. Maybe Lupin didn't fully understand Lester now, but time had a way of changing minds. Lester wasn't in a hurry. Since Lupin's departure, Lester's life had returned to a quiet rhythm. Other than receiving Song Biao's weekly reports on Azkaban, Lester began focusing more intently on magic. Yet progress was slow. The wand Hafiz had purchased for him, sourced from Ollivanders under the office's name, was a poor fit. It made even the simplest spells difficult to cast. Thankfully, that struggle would soon end. A professor from Hogwarts was on their way to escort him for his school supplies, a tradition extended to orphans and muggle-borns unfamiliar with the magical world. Here, Lester had to give credit where it was due. Though he criticized Dumbledore's favoritism when it came to family, he had to admit the man had a rare sense of justice. In earlier years, new students born to Muggle families received nothing more than a letter and a magical demonstration for their parents, then were left to navigate Diagon Alley alone. That, to Lester, had always felt like abandonment. The magical world was wondrous, yes, but it was also dangerous. Young wizards, especially unaccompanied ones, were tempting targets for those with dark intentions. But Dumbledore changed that. He insisted Hogwarts staff personally guide Muggleborns through their first exposure to magic, deterring those who preyed on the naive. Who's going to pick me up? Lester mused, mentally flipping through the faculty roster. Snape? McGonagall? Flitwick? Sprout? These four, the heads of House and Dumbledore's most trusted allies, were the most likely candidates. They were the pillars of the so-called Dumbledore faction. Why did so many still support Dumbledore, even though his political camp offered little in material rewards? It came down to credibility. Just like Liu Bei of the Three Kingdoms, whose virtue attracted followers even when his strength failed, Dumbledore's reputation inspired loyalty. And that reputation wasn't built alone. It was the four heads of house who spent the most time with students, who shaped their perceptions and beliefs. Thanks to them, Dumbledore's image among the youth was virtually untouchable. And so, Lester waited, not just for his escort to Diagon Alley, but for the next step in a plan he hadn't yet fully revealed to the world. Maybe I really should rent a place of my own. Lester stood at the entrance of the trade union hall, eyes scanning the radical slogans that covered every wall and banner. His mouth twitched slightly. No wonder Lupin ran off. Though passionate and well-meaning, the hall reeked of revolutionary fervor, a place sure to draw the wrong kind of attention, especially from Hogwarts professors. Lester sighed. Most of the Hogwarts staff are conservative to the bone. Reform talk like this? It would give them heart attacks. For now, with his position still fragile, it might be wiser to keep his ideas quiet and find a more discreet place to live. Just as he was considering renting a house in the Muggle world, fate intervened, in the form of a certain half-giant from Hogwarts. Hagrid, you're saying this new student lives in Nocturn Alley? Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that place crawling with dark wizards? Aye, Harry, but not everyone there is a dark wizard, Hagrid replied with a frown. Most are just poor folks with nowhere else to go. But they know magic, right? Harry asked, confused. How can they still be poor? Is there some evil villain keeping everyone down in the wizarding world too? Hagrid looked like he had a lot to say, but couldn't find words. In a small English town, two figures, one tall and burly, the other slight and curious, made their way toward the train station. Harry, you muggles really have magical beasts too? Hagrid suddenly exclaimed, stopping to gawk at a massive SUV parked on the roadside. Look at that beauty. Harry chuckled. That's just a car, Hagrid, like the ones on the road. Hagrid blinked, then scratched his beard in confusion. In his mind, car meant the kind of rickety old thing the Weasleys drove. This metallic beast looked more like a magical creature than a vehicle. Come on, Harry urged. We got someone to meet in London, remember? That snapped Hagrid out of it. Right you are. Got a letter from the lad himself. He'll be waiting at the station. The thought of meeting another young wizard filled Harry with excitement. Up until now, his only peer was Dudley, a brute who took joy in bullying him. The idea of meeting someone like him, someone from the magical world, was thrilling. They arrived at the station, tickets in hand, and boarded the train to London. It was Harry's first time truly leaving home. The Dursleys had never taken him on trips. His visit to the zoo had been a rare fluke. Now, with Hagrid beside him and Hogwarts on the horizon, everything felt brand new. After weaving through a few London streets post-arrival, Hagrid suddenly waved and shouted, Oi, you must be Lester Bader. I'm from Hogwarts. Name's Hagrid. Lester turned around slowly, momentarily dazed by the booming voice. And there, standing beside the towering figure, was none other than Harry Potter. Lester froze. Wait, what? Me? With Harry Potter? This has to be some kind of Dumbledore scheme. He stared blankly, caught off guard. Why was he, an average orphan of a former Auror, being paired with a boy who lived on a Diagon Alley shopping trip? What exactly was Dumbledore plotting? Before he could spiral any further into conspiracy theories, Hagrid burst into laughter. Bit shy, are you? Harry, this is Lester. I reckon you two are about the same age. Might make good friends, yeah? Harry stepped forward nervously, face flushed with anticipation. His emerald eyes glistened with hope as he looked at Lester. It wasn't just eagerness. It was the longing of someone who'd grown up utterly alone, who had never known what it meant to have a friend. But Lester, too consumed by thoughts of Dumbledore's master plans, barely registered it. Seeing the awkward silence between the two boys, Hagrid scratched his head and decided to smooth things over. "Lester Bader. Mind if I call you Lester?" Hagrid asked with a warm grin. "Thing is, I wasn't actually supposed to pick you up. Professor Snape was assigned to the job, but he ran into a bit of trouble. Asked me to step in." That snapped Lester back to reality. The tension in his shoulders eased. So that's all it was. He'd half suspected Dumbledore was trying to pair him with Harry on purpose, perhaps grooming him to join the so-called Chosen One entourage. But it turned out to be nothing more than a scheduling hiccup. Relieved, Lester relaxed. He wasn't part of any grand design. He was just another new student on his way to Diagon Alley. And that's just the way I want it, he thought. No prophecy, no Chosen One plotline, just magic, freedom, and a future of his own choosing. Since he has not entered Dumbledore's plan, Lester can rest assured. He stretched out his right hand to Harry very openly and said, "Hi, my name is Lester Bader, male. I like pranks. I am currently 11 years old. I have an old insurance. One can have 1,200. If you follow I can give 500 yuan pocket money every month." Harry Potter. Facing Lester's indecency, Harry Potter was a little confused and cast his eyes on Hagrid as if asking for help. Unfortunately, due to Hagrid's high altitude, he couldn't see the pitiful little eyes of Harry under his feet. Now he is still thinking about what the old bow is, and he can actually give 1,200 galleons a month. "Hello." Harry stretched out his right hand and said dryly, "My name is Harry Potter. Nice to meet you." Harry Potter, the famous savior. Although Lester already knew Harry's identity in his heart, he still pretended to be very surprised and called out. Harry was a little embarrassed when he heard the words. Originally, he was a relatively shy child with low self-esteem. Now he is still somewhat unable to adapt to the identity of a savior. Just when Harry Potter was ready to answer Lester's series of questions, he found that Lester had a flat face and had no desire to ask questions like himself. Nonsense. He has read the original book, and he knows more about Harry Potter than Harry Potter himself. Is there any need to ask? But in the eyes of Harry Potter, this kind of behavior made Harry feel happy unconsciously. To be honest, Harry was really a little afraid that Lester would ask him questions because of his status as the savior. Not because he was afraid of Lester asking questions, but because he was afraid of Lester's alienation after asking questions. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make friends because the identity of the savior was too high profile. But now, his fear was overwhelmed. The Lester in front of him didn't seem to have any change in his attitude towards him because of his identity. "Actually, I don't know what happened that day. I'm just an ordinary person. In fact, if it wasn't for Hagrid, I wouldn't even know I was a wizard." It was not easy to meet someone of the same age in the wizarding world, and he would not feel alienated because of his identity as the savior. So Harry talked more suddenly. "You have lived in a magic world since you were a child. So do you know magic?" "Of course, but I didn't live in a magic world since I was a child. In fact, I lived in an orphanage for more than half of my time, and I was in prison for a while. Until now, I came to the magic world through medical parole." "Prison? But you are only 11 years old." Harry was a little dumbfounded by Lester's answer. How can an 11-year-old child be put in prison? "Lester, are you kidding me? This joke is not funny." Lester's serious face underscore. "Harry." In fact, regarding his experience of being imprisoned in Azkaban, Lester thinks that he has nothing to say, and even if he doesn't say it, others will know. After all, there's so many pure-blood families in Hogwarts, and it is simply a small society. Instead of being reported by others, it is better to say it openly from the beginning. Besides, I am the son of a hero, and my cheap parents work hard for the Ministry of Magic. In the end, I was thrown into Azkaban because I offended the powerful. Isn't this TM a problem with the Ministry of Magic? Why should I be ashamed of myself? In a society, if there is only one person who can't afford to eat, there is no doubt that there must be something wrong with this person. But if in a society, as long as one person can afford to eat, that is the problem of this society. Lester didn't care too much about Harry's reaction after saying he was in prison. Although Harry is the savior of the wizarding world, he is also the godfather of Azkaban, so there is no need to lick Harry. If Harry had to keep a distance from him just because he had been in prison, then he wouldn't fall in love with him. As a result, soon, Lester found that when Harry heard that he had been in prison, instead of choosing to keep a distance from him, he cared more about him. Not only that, even Hagrid took good care of him. It's pathetic, but sometimes I wish I could go to jail, because then I can leave the Dursleys. You haven't seen them, otherwise, prisons are probably better than theirs. Harry immediately comforted Lester, and at the same time Hagrid patted Lester's head and said, "Don't worry, kid. Everything will pass after you enter Hogwarts. You're just entering Hogwarts. Hell." Although Lester didn't say why he was imprisoned, Hagrid would make up his mind if he couldn't stand it. In Hagrid's impression, a child who grew up in an orphanage went astray and was imprisoned for petty theft. This was simply a routine operation. If it were someone else, they might tell Lester not to do anything illegal in the future and then tell him to obey the law. But isn't that pure bullshit? If I can survive, can I do illegal things? In the eyes of those who have nothing to worry about, doing illegal things is absolutely unacceptable. But obviously, neither Harry nor Hagrid are such people. Because they know what it's like to be hungry, they will only feel that it is very pitiful for Lester to go to prison, and they will not think that he did it by himself, let alone educate Lester from the commanding heights of morality. Feeling the enthusiasm of Harry and Hagrid, Lester fell silent. Before, he thought, were those people who followed Dumbledore stupid? Obviously, Dumbledore didn't give you anything, and then you still hang out with others. But after he came into contact with Hagrid and Harry, he seemed to understand why, even though Dumbledore's faction was treated so poorly, some people were still willing to follow Dumbledore, because the atmosphere under him was so good. If it were an ordinary little wizard, he would have been so moved. Now, even Lester had the urge to make friends with Harry and Hagrid. Since he came to the magic world through time travel, he either cheated or stabbed people with a knife. It was the first time he was cared about by others, and Lester was really a little uncomfortable. Seeing Hagrid's and Harry's genuinely concerned expressions, Lester was a little moved. Okay, don't talk about the past anymore. The past is over now. Let's go shopping in Diagon Alley together. Just when Lester felt ready to say something, Hagrid spoke and successfully interrupted Lester's spellcasting. Lester. On the streets of London, 3 figures, 1 big, 2 small, were constantly shuttling through the streets. Soon, under Hagrid's skillful leadership, the 3 of Lester successfully arrived at today's destination, the Leaky Cauldron. Here it is, Hagrid said, stopping. The Leaky Cauldron. It's a famous place. Lester had already been here once before. If it wasn't for Pushy's help, he might still be living in the Leaky Cauldron. Therefore, he is not unfamiliar with the Leaky Cauldron. Not to mention Hagrid, he was a frequent visitor to this bar. Only little Harry came to this bar for the first time. In fact, this was also the first time Harry went to a bar. Although this is a transit point for communication between the wizarding world and the Muggle world, it is obvious that the Abbott family has no intention of operating this bar as a high-end bar. As a famous place, it is too dark and dirty here. Several old women were sitting in a corner drinking sherry from small glasses, and one of them was smoking a long pipe. A little man in a top hat was talking to the barkeeper, whose hair was almost bare and who looked like a blunted walnut. There are 2 or 3 dark wizards wearing black robes, covering their faces, whispering in a corner. Chattering voices filled the entire bar. However, when Hagrid came in, the chirping stopped suddenly. It seemed that everyone here knew Hagrid, and they smiled and waved to him. Although Hagrid is a half-blood giant, in the eyes of the old purebloods, he is an extremely humble existence. But this is not an old-fashioned pureblood club, but a Leaky Cauldron full of low-level wizards. Here, Hagrid's identity as the Hogwarts keykeeper is a high-ranking profession. In addition, Hagrid spends a lot of money on weekdays and is generous. Many resident drinkers and bars have become friends with Hagrid. This time, after seeing Hagrid, the owner of the bar, Tom, hurried over. According to the old rules, Hagrid? No, Tom, I'm doing some errands for Hogwarts. Hagrid patted the barkeeper on the shoulder with his huge palm, almost pinning him down. Hearing Hagrid's words, bar owner Tom also noticed Lester and Harry, who were covered by Hagrid. Lester, who had an outstanding appearance and extraordinary temperament, was quickly ignored by Tom, because he only felt that another boy wearing glasses gave him a very familiar feeling. My God, the bar owner looked at Harry carefully and said, "This is this." Immediately, all the drinkers in the bar fell silent, and all looked at Harry curiously. Facing the gazes of so many people, Harry shyly hid behind Hagrid. God, he is the famous savior, the great Mr. Harry Potter. Suddenly, a wizard in a corner saw the lightning scar on Harry's forehead, and Harry's identity immediately appeared in his mind. My God, is he really Harry Potter? Harry Potter. I actually saw Harry Potter in the Leaky Cauldron today. In an instant, after the identity of Harry's savior was recognized, the people in the whole bar became restless, and everyone seemed to express their excitement around them. Especially the bar owner Tom, the old licking dog, ignored Lester's answers, but ran into Harry and ran out of the counter, grabbing Harry's little hand and groping it. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back. Seeing Harry being so welcomed, Hagrid smiled in satisfaction. At the same time, Lester looked at the excited people thoughtfully. No wonder Dumbledore chose Harry as the successor of his faction when he found out that Voldemort might be revived, because Harry does have a good mass base in the wizarding world. It's a pity that wizards in a magic world are too easy to follow the wind, and often only need a little guidance in public opinion to confuse their minds. Just then, a pale young man came over, looking very nervous. One of his eyes was twitching. Professor Quirrell. Hagrid introduced to Harry. Harry, Professor Quirrell is one of the teachers who taught you at Hogwarts. When Quirrell appeared, Lester immediately focused all his attention on Quirrell. No, to be precise, he focused on Quirrell's face and the back of his head. Just when Quirrell was getting close to familiar with Harry, Lester had already started to think about the countermeasures against Quirrell. That's right, Lester's going to deal with Quirrell. No, it should be said that Lester is going to deal with Voldemort. If anyone is to say who is Lester's biggest enemy now, then the Dark Lord Voldemort can definitely be ranked first, because he is absolutely crazy, and the faction he represents is inherently hostile to the faction he represents, which is absolutely impossible live in harmony. My political base is all Muggle wizards in the wizarding world, which means that Muggle wizards are the foundation of my faction. If I want to overthrow the Ministry of Magic, I must rely on the interests of Muggle wizards. Voldemort's political foundation is just the opposite. He relies on those old pure bloods in the wizarding world. The political appeal of these pure bloods to Voldemort is to eliminate or enslave all Muggle wizards. But this approach is undoubtedly very stupid in Lester's view, because the vision of Voldemort and those pure blood wizards is too small, only limited to the entire British wizarding world. Moreover, Voldemort has many disadvantages in obtaining the support of the old purebloods. Although he started from a high starting point in his development, he'll have to face many troubles if he really wants to succeed. For example, there are many factions in a pureblood family, and party disputes continue. Don't underestimate the 2 words of party struggle. The Ming dynasty was so strong back then, but it was because the party struggle consumed too many resources internally, which led to the demise of the Ming dynasty. Therefore, if Voldemort really led the pure-blood wizards to unify the magic world, then what he will face is the party struggle of the pure-blood family. There is also the problem of corruption. If the current families in power are only daring to be petty under Dumbledore's nose, then these old pure-blooded families will definitely become greedy when they come to power. At that time, the finances will become more and more empty, and the pure-blooded families, the treasury, is getting richer and richer, and the entire wizarding world is almost dying. Therefore, those veteran pure-bloods are definitely not the targets of Lester. They can only be the enemies of Lester. Unless there are a few powerful old pure-bloods who are willing to change their minds and join their own camp, Lester absolutely does not want to see a faction. Quirrell. Lester muttered Quirrell's name in a low voice, and he had already thought about how to deal with him. However, all this can only be done after purchasing. The most urgent task now is to go to Diagon Alley to purchase. Finally, after Harry was forced to open for tens of minutes, the enthusiastic wizards finally returned to their positions, and Hagrid had the opportunity to hold Harry with one hand and Lester with the other and walk towards Diagon Alley. Go! Soon, a fence appeared in front of the three of them, and Hagrid was counting the bricks on top of the dustbin. Count 3 up and 2 further down, he murmured. Okay, stand back, boys. As he spoke, Hagrid tapped the wall 3 times with the head of his umbrella. With Hagrid's knocking, the knocked bricks shook and began to move. A small hole appeared in the middle, and the hole became bigger and bigger. In a short while there was an archway wide enough for Hagrid to pass before them, leading to a winding cobbled street with no end in sight. Although Lester has been to Diagon Alley many times, after coming again, he was still amazed by the prosperity of Diagon Alley. Unlike when he came here before, there are many muggles in Diagon Alley now. They're usually a family of 3. Looking at everything around them is incomparably novel. It is only a few weeks before the school starts, and most muggle families are preparing to bring their children to Diagon Alley to do some shopping. Look at Lester. There are many people here who come from the muggle world, just like us. Harry excitedly pointed to the muggle families and their children on the streets of Diagon Alley and said to Lester, I thought most of the students at Hogwarts would come from the wizarding world. In fact, in the current wizarding world, the number of muggle wizards is far more than the number of pure-blood wizards. Lester explained, not only now, but the number of muggle wizards will only increase in the future. That means there will be more and more wizards, said Harry. That's a really good thing, isn't it? To the naive Harry, Lester nodded and didn't speak. A large population is definitely a good thing, but in the magical world where class antagonisms and resource distribution are uneven, this is definitely the beginning of a war. If it weren't for the increase of muggle wizards occupying the resources that originally belonged to the pure-blood family, I am afraid there would be no war, and Harry's parents would not die. Of course, Lester couldn't tell Harry these words, so he changed the subject and said, Hagrid, where are we going now? Gringotts, the safest place in the wizarding world except Hogwarts. Hagrid said, we'll go to Gringotts to get some money first. Withdraw money. Harry was a little puzzled. He had been living at his muggle uncle's house since he could remember, and had never been to the wizarding world at all. How could he have savings in Gringotts? Harry, this is the wealth your parents left you. Hagrid saw Harry's doubts and said, your father comes from a very rich pure-blood family. Believe me, your current wealth is definitely beyond your imagination, said Hagrid, and winked at Harry playfully. Harry was a little confused, but soon he didn't have time to think about it because Gringotts was here. Luxurious facade decoration and magnificent facade. Through the open door of Gringotts, Lester can even see the magnificent decoration inside. That's a goblin, the keeper of Gringotts, Hagrid introduced to Harry as they walked along the white tiles towards the goblin. As soon as he approached the gate, Lester saw the warning on the gate. Come in, stranger, but you have to worry about greed. At this time, Hagrid also said in a timely manner, as I said, if you want to rob this bank, then you are crazy. Hearing Hagrid's words, Lester was a little non-committal, but he didn't say anything. If there were really powerful dark wizards trying to rob Gringotts' bank, those ridiculous goblins would be no match for the robbers. It's like Quirrell who was possessed by Voldemort. Isn't that the first thing to do is to rob the bank? No sooner had the 3 of them entered than 2 goblins greeted them warmly and led them into a hall paved with marble. Hi, said Hagrid to a goblin standing behind the counter. We'd like to withdraw some money from the Potter family's vault. Withdrawing money. The goblin had an ugly face, but he still said, do you have his keys, sir? As we all know, the thing that banks dislike depositors the most is withdrawing money. Small depositors are fine, but large depositors withdrawing money will definitely affect the investment and operation of the bank. Of course, the goblin didn't want Hagrid to take the money. Maybe he just didn't want Gallon to leave Gringotts. After confirming that they were correct, the goblin allowed them to enter. Led by a goblin named Grip Hook, the 3 of Lester boarded a small cart, followed by the goblin just as they got into the small cart, only to hear Grip Hook whistle, and then the whole small cart immediately speeding up on the railway. The icy air whizzed by, making Lester's eyes hurt, but he still tried to keep them open, not for anything else, but because he had a hunch that he would definitely return to this place in the future. Certainly not coming back to this place as a saver. The service attitude of these goblins is really bad. Feeling the cold wind blowing on his face, Lester muttered dissatisfied. If it weren't for the fact that there are many factions in the Wizard, none of the factions would like to see people from another faction in charge of the bank. So they chose the goblin race to manage the bank in a compromise. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as goblins. Accompanied by the bitter cold wind in the underground tunnel, the cart carrying Lester finally stopped in front of a treasure house. Hagrid felt a little uncomfortable because he was pushing the cart too fast and leaned against the wall next to the treasure house with a pale face. Harry's face was also pale, and he staggered out of the stroller, retched a few times on the ground, and almost vomited it out. Only Lester and Griphook remained calm and got off the trolley without changing their expressions. Pulling the ring is because he does this job and often rides a small cart on weekdays, so after getting used to this speed, he will naturally not feel uncomfortable. And Lester is even more powerful. Although his current physical age is only 11 years old, his magic power is already comparable to that of an adult wizard. Just sitting in this kind of small cart does not make him feel uncomfortable. This is the treasure house of the Potter family. Griphook gave Lester a surprised look, though he took 2 steps forward, took out the key to Harry's treasure house, and tapped the door lock lightly. Then, accompanied by a puff of green smoke, the gate of the entire treasure house slowly receded to both sides in front of Harry, revealing the golden treasure inside. Even Lester, the godfather of Azkaban, couldn't help but gasp when he saw the mountain of coins. Inside the huge treasure house are piles of gold coins, silver bars, and mountains of bronze coins. Lester now finally knows why those pure-blood families can't be liquidated, because they are so rich. Not only that, but Lester also discovered the reason why the development of the magic world has been stagnant for hundreds of years, because after the rich families of the magic world make money, they don't use it for consumption, but add mountains of gold to it. Long put it in his treasure house. You know, consumption can drive productivity. In order to restore the economy in later generations of Huaxia, some experts have proposed a policy of giving residents money to stimulate consumption. As a result, these richest families in the magic world would rather put their money in there as ashes in the ground, and they are not taken out for consumption. If this continues, it will be strange for the development of the magic world. Lester, do you need some galleons? I think I can lend you some. Just when Lester was thinking about the issue of pure blood saving money and not spending it, which would affect consumption, Harry took a heavy cloth bag and ran up to Lester in small steps. It can be seen that Harry is indeed a good boy. After acquiring so much wealth, instead of being arrogant, he still did not forget the friend he just made and said he would lend him galleons. Thank you, Harry, but I have money. My parents had some colleagues who were willing to support my school expenses. Lester smiled and rejected Harry's help. Just kidding. Although Harry now has a treasury of money, he owns the whole of Azkaban. Not to mention, now that the entire Azkaban has been built by him as a stronghold, the future development will only flourish, and he will definitely not be short of money. While Lester was chatting with Harry, Hagrid came over. Children, wait for me in front of the treasure house for a while. I'm going to do some things in the treasury below. Lester and Harry nodded repeatedly, quickly packed some galleons for books and daily use, and then walked out, while Hagrid followed Griphook into the cart again. Lester, what do you think the wizarding world will be like? Harry watched Hagrid leave and started chatting with Lester. Magic world. Lester thought for a while and said, it should be very beautiful. After all, everyone here knows magic, right? Then the people here should be very happy. They can use magical magic to change anything they want. They only need a small magic wand, lightly tap the stone, and then they can get a piece of gold. These people are so happy that they can live happily ever after. Listening to Harry's innocent words, Lester was silent. He was a little hesitant to tell Harry the real situation in the wizarding world, but after thinking about it, Lester gave up. Although I and Harry are good friends, he is Dumbledore's favorite after all. If I tell him too much about the dark side of society, Harry will doubt the society. If others don't talk about it, he will be beaten. Dumbledore, who broke the plan, will definitely find himself desperate. Just when Lester was silent and didn't know what to say, Hagrid came up. Come on, kids, after we get the money we can go and buy your first wand in your life. Hearing that he could have a wand, Harry immediately forgot what he had said before and jumped into the trolley. Lester also felt helpless and followed Harry into the trolley. After a wild ride in a small car, they finally stood on the sunny street outside Gringotts. Harry came to Diagon Alley for the first time, and Lester stayed in Nocturn Alley, so the task of leading the way came to Hagrid. Hey kids, I'm thinking I'm going to be a little dizzy. I need to go to the Leaky Cauldron for a pick-me-up. You guys don't mind shopping for the next item yourself? Of course, Hagrid. You can go at ease. I can do it with Harry. With that said, Lester took Harry's little hand and walked towards the first Target shop. Lester, without Hagrid, let's go shopping by ourselves? Harry was obviously a little uncomfortable. In his opinion, children must be accompanied by adults when shopping. It's okay, Harry. Lester signaled Harry not to be nervous and said, If anyone dares to hurt us, I will protect you. Protect me? No, Lester, I should protect you. Or, let's face it together. Harry is still very loyal now, and he was even more moved when he heard Lester's words of protection. Now, he really can't wait to cut off chicken heads and burn yellow paper with Lester, so that he can become a half-brother. Right here, the two boys arrived at their first destination, which was Madame Augean's gown specialty store. Mrs. Malkin was a short, fat witch with a big smile and a purple dress. As soon as she saw Lester and Harry, she warmly greeted them. Want to buy Hogwarts school uniforms, dear? Said Lester before she could speak. Woolen cloth. At the back of the shop stood a pale, gaunt young man on a footstool, and a witch was pinning up his black robe. From his iconic platinum long hair, it can be seen that this boy is none other than the future Slytherin leader, the sole heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy. When Lester and Harry came in, without accident, they immediately attracted the attention of Draco Malfoy. Since Lester and Harry looked about the same age as him, and they looked around curiously, Malfoy guessed that they were also freshmen at Hogwarts. Uninformed bumpkin, Malfoy muttered contemptuously. However, although he spoke very dismissively of Lester and Harry, Malfoy's attention was involuntarily focused on these two peers. In fact, he hadn't been to Diagon Alley a few times. Malfoy was also very curious about Diagon Alley, a magical and bustling street, but he was an aristocrat, so naturally he couldn't show a curious look of ignorance. Malfoy thought a little arrogantly, his little head raised involuntarily. Hey, are you a freshman at Hogwarts too? For some reason, when Malfoy was being arrogant, Harry managed to touch Malfoy's side unknowingly and asked Malfoy curiously. Of course, Malfoy said without hesitation, My dad is helping me buy books next door, and my mother is helping me buy wands. Since he had been living in the Malfoy manor before, little Malfoy had never had a friend of the same age to play with. As for the children of other pure-blood families, Malfoy's relationship with them was more like a play on the spot. At the family banquet, his criterion for making friends was not based on his preferences, but on the basis of the other party's family background, which made Malfoy never have a peer to chat with. Now, suddenly there was a little wizard in the first grade who was willing to talk to him, and Malfoy was naturally happy to say a few more words. I'm going to drag them to see broomsticks. I don't understand why first graders can't have their own broomsticks. I think I'm going to force Daddy to buy me one and figure out how to sneak it in. Malfoy spoke slowly and drawled, but after he finished speaking, he still carefully observed Harry's expression, wanting to see his reaction. In fact, there's a reason for him to say this sentence. If you want to be friends with someone, you naturally have to talk about a topic that both of you are interested in. In the wizarding world, there is no little wizard who can refuse the temptation of a broomstick. Malfoy believes that as long as he can share a few words with this black-haired little wizard about his views on the broomstick, and then promise to ride a broomstick together in the future, then he will be happy. Can get the first friend. The first one is chosen by oneself, not a friend matched by parents. It's a pity that Malfoy is overthinking these things. Harry, who just came back to the wizarding world, is undoubtedly winking at the blind man with the broomstick. Harry has no idea what he is talking about. When the atmosphere was about to become awkward, Lester appeared. "Have you made any new friends?" "Harry." Lester walked over generously, still wearing the wizard robe that Mrs. Malkin had just customized for him. Wearing a handsome and gorgeous wizard robe, coupled with Lester's outstanding temperament, even the proud little Malfoy had to admit that this kid must be a nobleman. "Hi, my name is Lester, and I'm Harry's good friend. My name is Draco, and I'm also a freshman at Hogwarts." Malfoy hesitated for a moment, but still said his name. Unlike Chinese people, Westerners are very particular about how their names and surnames are called. In England, only friends who are familiar with each other will directly call each other by their first names. For example, when Lester calls Harry, he calls him by his first name, Harry, not Potter. "I heard you talking about broomsticks just now. Would you be interested in going to the broomstick store later?" Hearing Lester's words, both Harry and Malfoy hesitated. First of all, Harry, in fact, when he said the first sentence to this freshman of the same age just now, he seemed to turn around and leave because the boy's arrogant tone could easily make him think of Dudley, the stupid son of his uncle's family, always take pleasure in bullying him. And this boy named Draco always spoke slowly, as if a big frog had been stuffed in his throat. This tone really made Harry feel inexplicably irritated. Not only Harry was a little hesitant, but Malfoy was also a little undecided. Don't look at what he just said to be cowhide. In fact, he is a spoiled little boy. No matter how old he has never gone out alone once, and every time he comes outside with the company of his parents. Therefore, as to whether he could follow Lester and Harry to see the broomsticks, Malfoy's first thought was whether his parents would agree. Just when Harry was resisting and Malfoy was hesitating, a figure with a very aristocratic air appeared in Madame Malkin's robe shop. "Draco, have you picked out your clothes? We have to go back to the manor for an etiquette class soon." "Father, I'm choosing." Malfoy turned back to Lucius in a muffled voice, and all of them picked out clothes in a depressed mood. "Go and see the broomsticks. I'm not interested in that kind of kid's toy." Malfoy was a little depressed, and after talking to Lester and Harry, he randomly picked out a few well-fitting wizard robes. He bowed his head and followed his father to leave Madame Maugine's robe shop. Strange boy, isn't he, Lester? After witnessing Malfoy's departure, Harry sighed a little. Lester also nodded in agreement. Perhaps this is the disadvantage of nobles. Others only see how elegant their Slytherin nobles are, but they don't see their hard work behind the scenes. But their gains and losses. Of course, Lester was talking about a great nobleman like Malfoy, the kind of noble who has no title, but pure blood with no knowledge and skills is not within the scope of Lester. "Come on, Harry, pick out some clothes. Hagrid is already waiting for us outside." Children's troubles come and go quickly. Harry, who was a little bit uncomfortable because of what happened to Malfoy, immediately forgot about Malfoy. Now his eyes are full of the big ice cream in Hagrid's hand outside the window. The creamy ice cream is sprinkled with some grated cheese. This is Harry's favorite flavor. Unfortunately, since my uncle's family doesn't like me, I rarely have the opportunity to eat such delicious ice cream. So, under the lure of delicious ice cream, Harry managed to forget about his first contact with Malfoy. Little did he know that on the other side of Diagon Alley, Malfoy was still muttering his and Lester's names. "Harry, Lester, if these two people are also born in nobles, maybe we can be friends at Hogwarts. What if they're not aristocrats?" Malfoy was a little distressed, then shook his head indifferently and said, "It's okay to have some talents beyond ordinary people." "Hagrid, where are we going now?" Harry and Lester were holding a big ice cream in their hands, nimbly sucking on it with their little tongues, and satisfied expressions appeared on their cheeks. "We are now going to Ollivander's wand shop, where you will get your first wand in your life." Hagrid led Harry and Lester through the potions shop selling cauldrons and potions, passing by the Ella Owl shop selling owls, and the three of Hagrid finally arrived at their destination, Ollivander's wand shop. Ollivander's wand shop. Lester narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the situation in the shop through the window. Ollivander is also a member of the 28 Holy Families. Not only that, but their family also monopolizes the wand business in the entire British magic world. In the magic world, magic wands are equivalent to ammunition. So despite the dilapidated storefront, this family should be regarded as an extremely powerful family in the magic world. After Hagrid entered, the old man Ollivander immediately felt the arrival of the guests. "Good afternoon." An old man stood in front of them. His bright eyes did not match his old figure. It could be seen that this old man did have some skills. Sure enough, it was time for Ollivander to show off his skills. Relying on Ollivander's excellent memory and superb level of wand making, he successfully named the wand used by Harry's parents. Not only that, he also saw Lester's life experience and told his two cheap wands. "The wand my parents used before." It was at this time that Harry and Hagrid found out that Lester's parents were actually Aurors. "Which one of you will come first?" Ollivander's sharp eyes wandered between Harry and Lester. In the end, it was Harry who couldn't bear the pressure first and raised his hand. "Okay, Mr. Potter, tell me, which hand are you better at using?" Ollivander took out the magical tape measure that can measure automatically from his arms. After learning that Harry was good at using his right hand, Ollivander didn't show any surprise and started measuring for Harry with a tape measure. The measurement was not as simple as Harry imagined. The old man Ollivander almost used a tape measure to measure every part of his body. Only his second brother was spared because he was wrapped in layers. "That's it," he said. "Then, Mr. Potter, try this one. Made of cardigan and dragon's heart nerve. 9 inches long. Nice, very flexible. You can swing it." Harry took the wand and waved it lightly. "If there is no accident, then there will be an accident." I saw a jet of water suddenly ejected from the wand and rushed directly to Ollivander. When Harry was covering his mouth for fear that Ollivander would get hurt, Ollivander didn't even lift his eyelids and just stretched out a finger to turn the jet of water into a cloud of mist dissipated in the air. "Maybe need a replacement, Flagwood, unicorn hair. 8 inches long. Good stiffness." Speaking of which, Ollivander handed Harry another wand. To be honest, Ollivander's current operation is very similar to the Grandpa Liar in fantasy novels. In order to make customers feel unique, he deliberately chooses a few wrong wands for customers to use and finally gives the correct one. After this set of operations, it is estimated that those little wizards who came to buy wands have long been laughing from ear to ear because children are numb and no one does not want to be different. In the end, Ollivander finally gave Harry the wand in the original book, the wand made with the same tail feather as Voldemort. Just when Lester wondered if Dumbledore had a dirty PY deal with Ollivander, it was his turn to choose the wand. "Mr. Bader, are you better at using your right hand or your left hand?" "Right hand, sir," Lester replied without hesitation. After speaking, Ollivander took out the tape measure and repeated the operation on Harry before. "Put your arms up." "Good." The tape measure is automatically operated, first from the shoulder to the fingertips, then from the wrist to the elbow, from the shoulder to the floor, from a knee to the armpit, and finally the head circumference. After everything was measured, Ollivander went from rack to rack, busily selecting some long boxes to move down. And Lester also watched Ollivander busy looking for the wand with great interest. In fact, he also had some expectations for what wand he could get. "Try this one. Beach and snake nerves. 9 inches long. Nice and flexible. Give it a try." Lester found the wand handed over by Ollivander, looked at it with great interest, and then prepared to wave it like Harry. However, Lester was very sure that this wand must not be the most suitable wand for him. Otherwise, it would not be in line with Ollivander's marketing routine. Raising the wand in his hand, Lester waved lightly at a brick by the wall, thinking about lifting the brick in his mind. Unexpectedly, the brick actually flew into the air under Lester's spell. "I'm going." Lester looked at the magic wand in his hand in some surprise and thought to himself, "No, is it true that only the Savior has the treatment of changing the wand, and the wands of other little wizards are given directly?" Just when Lester suspected that Ollivander treated him differently, Ollivander grabbed Lester's wand and muttered, "No, why do you feel scared when you use this wand?" "Lester, how the hell do I know why it's terrified? And isn't it just a magic wand? Why can he feel fear?" Just when Lester was speechless, Ollivander handed over another wand and said, "Try this." Unsurprisingly, after Lester waved his wand, the stone by the wall magically flew up again. "Lester, why don't you try this one?" Seeing this, Ollivander handed over a wand again and said to Lester with some unbelief, "Mahogany, the nerve of the phoenix. The wood of this wand comes from 17, the royal family at the end of the century. Since it found the right core and made it, it has been here for almost a century." Sure enough, after hearing the magical origin of this magic wand, Lester also lifted his spirits. "This wand is so awesome, it must be a match for me." As a result, a few minutes later, Ollivander frowned again and gave Lester, "No, why are these wands afraid of you?" Ollivander looked at Lester suspiciously and said, "Obviously, this kind of situation will only happen to those murderous dark wizards, but you are obviously an 11-year-old kid. Lester, why don't you just give me one? I can use it anyway. I don't choose it." Lester looked at Ollivander, who was thinking in front of him, and interrupted his thinking. He was afraid now again the old man deduced something from the wand. When you talk about it, will he kill him all the way or kill him all the way? At this time, Ollivander, who didn't know that he had just walked around in front of the Palace of Hades, heard Lester's words and was immediately angry. "I'm Ollivander's wand shop here. My family's wands are all over the British wizarding world. Don't worry, there will definitely be a wand suitable for you here." Saying that, the temper of the old man Ollivander also came up. "Isn't it the magic wand? Their family has been passed down for thousands of years. What kind of wand have you never seen?" Now the wands displayed outside the store, except for the one in Harry Potter's hand, which Dumbledore discussed with him before. The others are just popular products made by himself, and all the really good wands can be put away. "It's inside Curry." Ollivander, who had a small temper, lightly tapped the empty wall around him, and then the wall quickly receded to the sides, revealing the treasure house of wands inside. "Come on, Mr. Bader, try this wand. This is a legendary wand that I used African elephant wood as the body and dragon tortoise nerves as the core when I was traveling in Africa. As a result, Ollivander seemed to be the most powerful wand in the whole magic world." Lester waved it lightly, and no surprise, the wand surrendered again. "Perhaps this is not a wand suitable for this age." Ollivander looked at the wand that he had carefully crafted. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and hurriedly took another wand from the wall with great care. "This is a magic wand made of Nordic birch wood and thunderbird feathers as the core when my father was traveling in Northern Europe." Lester, for some reason, he felt that this wand was not very suitable for him. Sure enough, this was a very cowhide wand with the same origin, and it lost its dignity again in Lester's hands and surrendered to Lester. "Try this one, a legendary wand my grandfather made. This one, the invincible wand my great-grandfather made. It seems that I can only take out the treasure at the bottom of the box, the masterpiece of my great-great-grandfather." Half an hour later, Lester's side was already full of magic wands. No matter how old-fashioned the wand was, it was useless in Lester's place. He surrendered to Lester without holding on for even a second. After another failed match, Ollivander looked straight, turned back to Hagrid and Harry, who had been watching the show, and said, "Maybe you need to avoid the next wand." After hearing this, Harry and Hagrid immediately nodded to express their understanding and obediently retreated outside. "Lester, we'll be waiting for you at the owl shop before leaving," Hagrid told Lester his own voice where they were going to go later. For Ollivander, an old man with wands all over the entire wizarding world, Hagrid is naturally very relieved, not afraid that he will plot against Lester. After all, his reputation is here, and Hagrid has no need to doubt him. When Hagrid and Harry came, Lester's expression also became serious. He knew that the main event was coming. In fact, when Ollivander brought himself and others to this hidden secret room, Lester felt that something was wrong with Ollivander. As Lester said, he can use every wand anyway, so just give him one. As for saying that it will ruin Ollivander's name, don't be ridiculous. The family has sold the magic wand for thousands of years, and it has long become a time-honored brand. How can a child who doesn't have a matching magic wand ruin Ollivander's title? But Ollivander was still tirelessly looking for the magic wand for himself, and even used his family's treasure house to take out the precious magic wand made by his ancestors. Lester is no longer a child. Nothing in this world is as it should be, and there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. Ollivander did this for nothing more than one purpose, and that was to invest in himself with a magic wand. The Ollivander family has been able to pass it down for thousands of years, not only because of their wand-making skills, but also because of their extensive contacts. It's not that Lester is being sentimental, but it is obvious that Ollivander did this to build a good relationship with himself. It's like he deliberately sold the wand of Voldemort's same phoenix tail feather to Harry Potter at a price of only 7 galleons. Isn't this Dumbledore begging for someone else? Otherwise, Ollivander is really a fool. So he just sold such a powerful wand to other little wizards? Mr. Bader, I'm sorry. The wand I made may not be available for you to use, Ollivander said apologetically at first. However, our Ollivander family has been passed down for thousands of years, and there are countless precious magic wands in the family's treasure house. They were all treasured by my ancestors. These wands are different from the wands I sell outside. They all have a long history and powerful power, so they were collected by my ancestors. Then how do I get them? Lester asked knowingly, giving Ollivander a step to talk about. Although my family has been selling magic wands in Diagon Alley, we have always been one of the 28 sacred families, and we can pass it on until now. In addition to our family's magic wand manufacturing technology, it is our family's investment capable. So, Mr. Bader, although you are only 11 years old now, I can see the powerful magic power and ambition in you. So I can give you a wand that suits you best in exchange for your future love to us, Ollie. The protection of the Vander family. Lester thought about all kinds of things that Ollivander might say, but he didn't expect that Ollivander told himself so bluntly. Because I can see my own strength and ambition. I am ready to invest in myself when I am weak. Is this the courage of the aristocratic family? Lester was secretly a little surprised at Ollivander's courage. He actually used the family's precious magic wand to invest in himself, just because he saw his talent. Isn't this too hasty? It seems that the mediocre Ollivander family in the original book is actually not simple. Unfortunately, the old man Ollivander invested in the wrong person in the early stage. He actually invested in Dumbledore, which led to the closure of the shop after Voldemort's resurrection. But now, Ollivander seems to have made the right bet. To put it bluntly, the Ollivander family has been passed down for thousands of years, and as the current head of the family, the old Ollivander will naturally not be procrastinating in his work. Mr. Ollivander, but there seems to be no wand that can suit me here, and there's not only one family of wands in this world. Lester also made up his mind and did not rush to make an agreement with Ollivander. After all, he hasn't got his wand yet, so why should he promise him? Our Ollivander family has been passed down for thousands of years, so we can naturally find a wand that suits you, Ollivander said in a neutral tone. He knew that Lester was not the kind of child who could be fooled with just a few words, and he was definitely a master who didn't see the rabbit and didn't tell the eagle. Now that he had made up his mind to invest in Lester, Ollivander didn't talk nonsense and went directly to the deepest part of the secret room. Afterwards, Ollivander raised his wand and tapped it lightly against the wall 3 times. After shaking for a while, 5 boxes appeared out of thin air under the empty shelf next to the wall. Instead of giving Lester a trial one by one as before, Ollivander directly picked up the innermost box. It can be seen that this should be the most precious wand collection of the Ollivander family. This is the most powerful wand our Ollivanders have ever seen, and my great-great-great-grandfather almost lost his life trying to get it. Ollivander solemnly opened the wand box, revealing the legendary wand inside. Looking in the direction of Ollivander's eyes, Lester was instantly attracted by the magic wand in the box. The wand is made of some kind of black oak material with fine stripes carved on it. If you look carefully, you can find the stripes on it turned into little snakes, circling nonstop on the wand. The head of the wand is extremely sharp, and under the light, it emits a cold glow from time to time, and a terrible breath hovers around the wand. It looks like a wand that uses black magic exclusively. I want to have this wand. When Lester saw the wand, his eyes were almost green. He had never felt this longing, as if this wand was meant to be his. Just about to pick up the wand with his hands, Ollivander turned around and avoided Lester's hand. Facing Lester's unkind eyes, Ollivander explained lightly, "This wand is different from all other wands. He came from a certain relic. The previous owner was a very powerful dark wizard, so he is not so easy to touch." After hearing Ollivander's words, Lester calmed down. It can be seen that the box containing this magic wand is not ordinary. It is all made of precious alchemy materials, and it still emits a faint purple light in the dark. Before, Lester thought that the box was just to set off the nobility of the wand, but now it seems that the box is to restrain the wand. "How can I get it?" Looking directly into Ollivander's eyes, Lester was full of longing for this powerful wand. In the wizarding world, the wand is a very important piece of equipment. I didn't see that it was just for an old wand. How many people died in the wizarding world? Although he is not sure whether this legendary wand is stronger than the old wand, Lester can be sure that this wand must not be ordinary. "Blood Alliance," Ollivander said without hesitation. "You and I have now formed a blood alliance. As long as you are still in the magic world, we will protect our Ollivander family. Of course, in return, if you need a wand, our Ollivander family can provide it for you." Ollivander made a good calculation. The current wizarding world is not at peace, let alone the resurrection of Voldemort, because it is a later event, and even these aristocratic families don't know about it yet. Just the fact that Songbiao brought the prisoners to make trouble at the Ministry of Magic was enough to make this group of aristocratic families terrified. Not only that, but Hafiz, the Muggle-born jailer of Azkaban, made a strong move, suppressed Sangbiao, and was named the Warden of Azkaban. It's a small matter, but for pure-blood nobles like them, it's a big deal. For the pure-blooded families like them, this is the harbinger of troubled times. You know, although the officials of the Ministry of Magic are secretly disgusted with Dumbledore, the Overlord, they're all headmasters of Dumbledore on the surface. The headmaster told them to go east, but they didn't dare to go west, so they naturally didn't dare to deal with Dumbledore, so they could only take those old pure-blood nobles. Didn't you see that a big man like Lucius would go to the Ministry of Magic to make connections in person? This is the result of the group of powerful families fighting against Dumbledore's power. Now that the situation is in turmoil, with the addition of Hafez to the faction of the ruling family, its strength will definitely increase, and it will inevitably increase the plunder of their pure-blooded families. The Ollivander family must also have a strong foreign aid. At first, Ollivander was planning to find Dumbledore as a foreign aid, but Dumbledore is a big celebrity, and it is difficult to impress Dumbledore with just a magic wand. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing and find Lester, a talented little wizard, hoping that Lester could grow up before the chaos and help their Ollivander family. I agree. Looking at the gorgeous and mysterious wand in the box, Lester thought for a moment and immediately agreed. As he said, it is impossible to have only Muggle wizards with clay legs in his faction. There must be some old pure-blood families to join, and the Ollivander family is a good choice. Of course, he can't tell Ollivander that he is the leader of Azkaban now. This kind of thing should be done slowly. If Ollivander is really trustworthy later, it will not be too late to tell him. Now, let's get this legendary wand first. After Lester agreed, Ollivander stopped putting on airs and directly told Lester about the usage method and function of the Blood Alliance. Contrary to what Lester thought, the Blood Alliance is a curse similar to an unbreakable oath, but the difference is that the effect of the Blood Alliance is greater, and the effect of breaching the contract is more cruel. Take your wand and point it to mine. Now that he has agreed to the Blood Alliance, the legendary wand of the Ollivander family naturally belongs to him now. Impatiently, he picked up the magic wand in the box and held it in his hand. As soon as Lester relaxed his vigilance, he felt infinite magic power erupting on a magic wand and rushed towards his body along the magic wand. The powerful magic power like a runaway scourge. It raged crazily. Damn, I thought that Ollivander didn't let me touch it just to increase my sense of expectation and set off the value of this wand. But now, this wand really seems to have something. Not only Lester was confused, but Ollivander was also confused. It shouldn't be. According to the performance of Lester picking up other wands before, it is exactly the same as that recorded in the ancient book, which means that Lester must be a natural black magic genius. How could it not match this wand? Unless Lester just convinced those wands not because of his powerful black magic talent, but because of his powerful evil spirit. Compared with those honest, ordinary wizards, those dark wizards who use black magic all the year round undoubtedly have very low requirements for wands, because they can use them as long as they are given a wand. The use of black magic to kill all the year round has made their bodies contain a strong, evil spirit. Under the impact of the evil spirit, the wand can cast a spell even if it does not match. However, Lester, an 11-year-old boy, was brought by Dumbledore's cronies when he came here. How could he have evil spirits on him? Just when Ollivander looked away secretly and was about to step forward to rescue him, a system notification sounded in Lester's ear. Ding! Legendary wand detected. Is Dark Lord's staff equipped? The Dark Lord's staff? Lester, who was in great pain, heard the beep from the system and felt really sick. He thought that the Ollivander family would not be able to come up with real good things even if they made a bet. But unexpectedly, Ollivander, the old man, really doesn't feel bad for selling his father's land. He actually gave himself such an awesome thing. Yes, quickly equip me. Lester hurriedly shouted in his heart. As soon as Lester finished speaking, the magic wand, which was in a state of riot, instantly quieted down. The magic power raging in Lester's body was like a docile cat, constantly repairing the tissue they had just destroyed. The system is amazing. After the system prompts that the equipment has been successfully equipped, Lester, holding the magic wand, only feels that he has integrated with the magic wand and can use the magic wand at will. For some reason, facing this magic wand, Lester only felt very kind, as if this magic wand was born to belong to him. The strongest magical power in the wand can also be used by him at will. Lester, who was perceiving the charm of the wand carefully, did not notice that Ollivander's face behind him had already been distorted to the point of deformation. His dry old mouth was trembling with excitement, and he murmured to himself, "Genius, a true black magic genius. He can actually control this legendary magic wand. Come on, son, according to our previous agreement, let's sign a blood alliance." Ollivander was afraid that Lester would repent and couldn't wait. You will get the support of the Ollivander family, but you only need asylum to the Ollivander family after growing up. Hearing Ollivander's words, Lester curled his lips, but he obediently extended his wand as agreed. Although this wand almost killed him just now, Ollivander didn't do it on purpose, did he? The most important thing is that this wand does belong to the Ollivander family. If he wants to get him, he must sign a blood alliance with Ollivander. Otherwise, if Lester returns this wand, he will be killed. He couldn't even agree. Slowly raising the Dark Lord's staff, Lester chanted the spell of the blood alliance and signed the blood alliance with Ollivander. Dark Lord system. Host, Lester Bader. Magic value, 100 plus, 100,000 fear value, /point. Master the spell. God level invisibility, full level, cannot be improved. Wall penetration, base enchantment, cannot be improved. Polymorph, from Gringotts, cannot be improved. Fire shield, level 3, 45/10,000. Blood alliance, full level, cannot be upgraded. Task none. Item, upgrade card can break the restriction of the spell and force the upgrade of the spell. Dark Lord staff, level 1, 0/1000. Fear value, 250,000,250W. Lottery draw, 0 times 1,000,000 fear value /time. After Lester learned the spell, he didn't let his guard down. Who knows if Ollivander will play some tricks on the spell. It wasn't until the system reminded him that he had learned the curse of blood alliance that Lester was relieved and signed a blood alliance with Ollivander. Why hasn't Lester come yet? He won't be given by that old man Ollivander. In front of the owl shop, Harry looked at the passers-by on the street with some anxiety, hoping to see the figure he was familiar with. "Don't worry, Harry, Ollivander is a good man. Dumbledore told me. You can trust him. But why does it take them so long to choose a wand? Who knows? Maybe Lester has a special physique. Look, isn't that Lester?" Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Hagrid saw that familiar figure. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lester? "Harry, Hagrid, I've kept you waiting for so long." Lester saw the worry in Harry's eyes when he was far away and was a little moved in his heart. "How about it? Has Lester chosen a wand that suits you? Of course, don't even look at who I am." As he spoke, Lester took out his Dark Lord's staff in a bragging manner and waved it twice in front of Harry's eyes. "Cool." Harry sighed sincerely, and even Hagrid nodded, thinking that this wand was very powerful. Now that Lester had arrived, there was no need for Hagrid to stand watching at the door of the owl shop, and walked in directly with Harry and Lester. "Harry, Lester, you two probably don't have a pet yet," Hagrid said very grandly. "Hogwarts allows little wizards to bring a pet to school, and you can choose one here. Just treat it as a gift from me to you." "That's great, Hagrid." Harry almost jumped up excitedly when he heard that. He had always wanted a small pet to relieve his loneliness. "I already have an owl. I probably don't need to buy another pet." Lester shook his head, and Toto, the stupid little owl, also appeared in his mind. "Okay, then you can get some owl food. I believe your owl will like it." Hearing that Lester already had an owl, Hagrid directly picked up a large bag of owl food beside him, expressing that he would send it to Lester. Quietly looking at the price of this bag of owl food, Lester couldn't help but click his tongue secretly. This thing is too expensive, and it sells for 5 galleons. But seeing Hagrid's appearance as a big dog, Lester also acquiesced in this gift. Don't look at Hagrid's sloppy look, but he is a real winner in life. Even the cushions are made of unicorn hair, and the house is full of expensive materials. Based on his talent, if Hagrid wasn't Dumbledore's confidant, Lester would definitely lure him. "Hagrid, I want this." In the owl shop, little Harry was staring at the silver snowy owl on the shelf with bright eyes. Wongbao looked at the mung bean, and he saw it right. Seeing this, the shop owner at the side immediately came over and said to Harry seriously, "My good fellow, this snowy owl is the treasure of our shop. Not only is it beautiful and fast, but it is also said to be has some magical animal blood." The boss had noticed Hagrid and Harry from the moment they stood at the door. He didn't know Harry yet, because Harry had been living in the house of his muggle uncle before. So most wizards only knew the name of the savior, but they didn't know much about the appearance of the savior. But for Hagrid, a big dog family, the owner of the owl store is no stranger to him. "How about it? Do you want one?" The owl boss smiled like a profiteer and slowly seduced Harry, wanting him to buy this snowy owl. In fact, he has no choice but to do this. It's not that this snowy owl is bad, but that this snowy owl is so good that his price is too high. Many people have asked him about the snowy owl these days. However, when they heard the price, they all became dumbfounded. After all, a magic wand only costs 7 galleons with the Ministry of Magic subsidy, but his snowy owl actually costs 10 galleons, so it's hard to find a buyer to buy this snowy owl now. Those who have no money can't afford it, and those who have money have a family to raise it. But this snowy owl can only stay in the owner's hands forever. "Hagrid, I want this owl, can I?" Hearing what the boss said, Harry turned his head and looked at Hagrid expectantly, his big emerald green eyes flickering. "Of course, Harry." Facing the savior's expectant eyes, Hagrid, couldn't say no. He just waved his hand, didn't even bother to say the price, and took out 10 galleons from his rip pocket. "Just bought this snowy owl." "Thank you, Hagrid." Harry's eyes flashed with excitement, and then he immediately took the owl handed over by the boss and looked at the snowy owl inside. In fact, he chose this snowy owl not only because he was beautiful, but mainly because Harry saw the snowy owl's longing for freedom, and that look reminded him of himself imprisoned by his uncle. After buying the owl, Harry knew that his magical and splendid trip was finally coming to an end. Fortunately, in another month, he could go to Hogwarts to go to school. In that way, he could see Ryan again, Sturt, and Hagrid. At the door of the Leaky Cauldron, Lester and Harry were looking at each other with affection, and Harry even turned his head 3 times every step, walking a few steps before turning back to look at Lester. For Lester, he has seen too many partings. There is no permanent banquet in the sky, so it will be a matter of time before the shopping ends and Hagrid and Harry will be separated. Can we meet at Hogwarts? However, Lester thought so, but for little Harry, today was the happiest day in his life. On this day, he not only got to know Hagrid, who took good care of him like an older brother, I also met my first friend of the same age, Lester. Therefore, he naturally didn't want this banquet to end when he was young. In Harry's opinion, good friends should always be together. After seeing off Harry and Hagrid, Lester yawned and prepared to go back to the Union for a break. Then he saw the extremely sinister look in the corner of the bar. Quirrell? Lester was taken aback. He didn't expect not only to watch Harry leave just now, but Professor Quirrell in the bar was also staring at Harry. After casually glanced at Quirrell, Lester's head became active. If anyone in the wizarding world hates Voldemort, the Dark Lord, the first one must be Dumbledore, because the headmaster is now at the pinnacle of the wizarding world in terms of power and prestige, which means that Dumbledore can walking sideways. No one can refute. If Voldemort is resurrected and causes trouble, it will definitely affect the power of the headmaster, and most importantly, it will lead to the destruction of the entire wizarding world. This is the last thing Dumbledore wants to see. Like Dumbledore, the last thing Lester wants to see is the loss of life in the wizarding world. Don't look at him conniving at the Ministry of Magic by conniving prisoners and setting a fire to burn down the Ministry of Magic, but he must be on the side of the British magic community in his heart. Unless it is a life-and-death juncture of faction confrontation, the current 3 factions in the magic world, including Lester, are easily unwilling to engage in factional struggles at the cost of the loss of life in the magic world, because they know that the whole world is not only the magical world of Britain, and there are many Ministry of Magic regimes in the European continent, just as the neighbors of the country of Ing. If their own internal faction struggle consumes too much power, even if their faction wins, they will lose in the end. Just like the generational enemy France next door to Ing country. The 2 countries fought from the 100 Years' War in the Middle Ages until the First World War, before they were forced to turn their battles into jades in front of powerful enemies. However, the friendship between France and Ing country in recent years is a matter of the Muggle world, and unlike the pure-blood families in the magic world, the political system of the Muggle world has long been changed. That is to say, although they are feuds, but their government has no conflicts, so they still have the possibility of reconciliation. But the magic circles of the 2 countries are different. Thanks to the magical magic, the inheritance of pure-blood wizard families has never been broken. The pure-blood family has never been able to deal with it. It's like Grindelwald making a big fuss in Paris. So, is there anyone in the magic world in Ingwa? It was Dumbledore who unofficially sent a Newt Scamander, and then the Ministry of Magic sent an Auror to have a look. Similarly, when Voldemort made troubles in the wizarding world of Ing country, he did not see French wizards coming to help. It can be seen that the conflicts in the international wizarding world were not small. Therefore, Lester must not sit back and watch Voldemort lead a group of Death Eaters to kill innocent people indiscriminately in the wizarding world. Those are all the resources under his hands. If Voldemort is killed, he will still control the wizarding world. Do what? To be a polished commander? No, absolutely not. Lester's face turned dark when he thought of the horrible things Voldemort did after his resurrection. If Voldemort is really allowed to mess around, the British wizarding world will go back at least 20 years, so he must mess with Voldemort. He gave Quirrell a gloomy look, and Lester muttered grimly, "It's time to find something for him." After carefully tracing the face of Quirrell in his mind, Lester smiled with satisfaction after confirming that he could transform into Quirrell through Boggett's transformation ability. Gia, Quirrell, Voldemort, you don't need to thank me. I think you are too boring. Help you find something to do. Thinking of this, Lester immediately tapped the wall of the Leaky Cauldron bar leading to Diagon Alley 3 times with the Dark Lord's staff he had just obtained, and then walked towards his union with ease. Since Lester used the trade union as a transit point between Azkaban and the wizarding world, there was no fireplace inside the trade union that could be teleported outside. Only on the third floor of the union, there's a fireplace created by Victor with a combination of high technology and magic, which is responsible for connecting and communicating with Azkaban. After returning to his union, Lester couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the magnificent union was still extremely deserted and empty. Fortunately, Lester is not going to rely on the union to make money, otherwise he will definitely lose money. After a moment of melancholy, Lester waved the wand lightly in his hand, and the lights in the entire hall immediately dimmed, and the glass door that was originally wide open was also closed. System, I want to draw a lottery, 500,000 draws once. Give me 2 consecutive draws. In the darkness, Lester's black glowing eyes were shining brightly. Although it was only afternoon, what Lester did had to be hidden, so it's better to be careful. When he saw Quirrell for the first time, he thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. Not only could he cause a little trouble for Quirrell and Voldemort, but he could also gain a lot of fear points for himself. There are some inputs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic item Dolan's Ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the magic potion. After taking it, the magic power in the body can be restored. Lester, looking at the 2 new things he drew in a daze, Lester didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Happily, these 2 things are indeed cowhide, just like the Ring of Dolan. Duran's Ring, plus 70 HP, plus 15 spell power. Unique passive focus. Attacks deal extra 5 physical damage to minions. Unique passive, Siphon, regenerates 0.75 mana per second. Dealing damage to an enemy increases this amount to 1.25 mana per second for 10 seconds. If you are unable to restore mana, then 50% of this amount of health is restored instead. Although in League of Legends, he is an initial equipment of 400 yuan, but if it is placed in the world of Harry Potter, his attributes and special effects are simply artifacts. It can not only increase Lester's health, but also increase Lester's spell power. The most important thing is that hitting people can return blue, which is the most important thing. For wizards, there's no need to say how important magic power is. The equipment that can restore mana when hitting people is what Dumbledore wants even if he knows it. As for the magic potion, it is even more awesome. Why do wizards now prefer single target damage in fights instead of using AoE magic to attack? It's not that they can't use it, but that the magic power in their bodies is not enough. Often in battle, if they cast a large AoE spell, and the result is no damage, then they have no mana to fight back, so, gradually, the magic that consumes less mana for single target damage has become a magic weapon for wizards to fight. First choice. Just like the Fountain of Life in Azkaban, Lester still needs to keep him to improve the environment in Azkaban, and he cannot be used indiscriminately. But the magic potion is different. He can throw it directly at Scar. Let him this master potion studies carefully. Maybe he can find out some tricks. When the time comes to push out the prescription through the potion, then his power in Lester will really take off, with a stack of magic potions in hand, each of which is a magic season machine gun. It's a pity that although the 2 500,000 fear value lottery draws are genuine, they are a very limited help to the Lester plan. Could it be that there's still a way to draw a lottery? Lester did not draw a lottery rashly this time, but thought for a while. I used 100 W fear value to draw a lottery, and what I drew was a legendary building, that is, the Fountain of Life. Then, another way of understanding, is it true that in the prize pool of 100 W fear value, there are all legendary buildings similar to the Fountain of Life? That is, said if I draw a lottery with 100 W fear points, the ones drawn must be legendary buildings. And the prize pool of 500,000 fear points contains magic props or items from the high magic world, such as the Ring of Dolan and magic potions, all of which come from the Valoran continent, which is a veritable high magic world. Combat power can destroy the existence of the earth with a single sneeze, and the top combat power here can burn up a Paris at most. In this case, the prize pool of 100,000 fear points is the awesome spell or magical ability in Harry Potter. My Boggett's transformation ability and fire shield are drawn from a prize pool of 100,000 fear points. That is to say, if I want to obtain similar powerful black magic, I should not use a lottery of 500,000. Only a 100,000 lottery draw can get that kind of magic spell. In order to confirm his guess, Lester said silently in his heart, "System, 100,000 lottery draws. Give me 5 times. I spent 100,000 in the lottery before, and now I still have 1,500,000 fear points left in my pocket. It is still acceptable to draw a lottery with 50,000 fear points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic spell Fuchsia. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spell Avada Kedavra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic spell Left and Right Separation Curse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the potion Compound Potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the potion Love Potion. Dark Lord System. Host, Lester Bader. Magic value, 100 plus 100,000 fear value / point. Master the spell, God level invisibility, full level, cannot be improved. Wall penetration, base enchantment, cannot be improved. Polymorph, from Boggett's, cannot be improved. Fire shield level 3, 45/10,000. Blood Alliance, full level, cannot be upgraded. Fuchsia level 1, 0 out of 100. Avada Kedavra level 1, 0 out of 100. Left and Right Separation spell level 1, 0/100. Task none. Item, upgrade card, can break the restriction of the spell and force the upgrade of the spell. Dark Lord Staff level 1, 0/1000. Doran's Ring, Magic Potion, Compound Medicine, Love Potion, Super Viagra. Fear value, 1,100,000. Lottery draw, 0 times, 1,000,000 fear value / time. Death Curse. Lester's eyes lit up, and he finally got the spell he wanted. He intends to stare at Quirrell's face to make trouble, and let Quirrell take the blame. Naturally, he doesn't need to use his best fire shield to protect himself. Otherwise, a discerning person will know that Sang Biao did it at a glance. I must also set up a signboard for Quirrell. After Lester used the system to draw prizes, the sun was about to set, leaving only a ray of afterglow on the streets of Nocturn Alley. Seeing this, Lester also took out the black robe that he had prepared earlier from the bedroom on the second floor, and then depicted Quirrell's appearance in his mind. After a while, I saw Lester's thin body shaking violently, and then, under the effect of Boggett's transformation ability, Lester smoothly transformed into the appearance of Quirrell. I'll go, isn't my look a bit sinister? After putting on the black robe that had been prepared long ago, Lester looked in the mirror, only to feel that the Chi Luo in the mirror didn't look like a good person no matter what. Perhaps it was because he had created too many killings in Azkaban and the Ministry of Magic, which unknowingly showed an attitude of contempt for life in his eyes. Before, I was a little boy, so it was not obvious under the immature face, but now I changed to the appearance of an adult, and the cold eyes immediately affected the whole person's temperament. Forget it, it's better to be insidious. Otherwise, how can I let Brother Fu take the blame? After confirming that he had missed everything, Lester sneakily pushed open the door of the trade union, looked around, and rushed out immediately after finding that no one had noticed him. The sun has set, except that the commercial area in the center of Nocturn Alley is still brightly lit by street lamps. The entire periphery of Nocturn Alley entered darkness again, and the faint light emitted by the few street lamps was not enough to light up the street at all. However, for the group of dark wizards in Nocturn Alley, this is not a good thing because night is their working time. As soon as it got dark, the streets of Nocturn Alley immediately became lively. You must know that although they are dark wizards, they are also human beings, and they also need to relax. No, the Madman's Bar in Nocturn Alley became lively immediately after dark, and many dark wizards came to this place to vent their emotions. Lester has lived in Nocturn Alley for a while. Although he doesn't go out very much on weekdays, he still knows something about the most popular bar in Nocturn Alley. Unlike the Leaky Cauldron, which is responsible for the communication between the Muggle world and Diagon Alley, It is an important channel for communication between the two societies. Although the Ministry of Magic does not pay much attention to it, naturally those illegal things in the magical world cannot be done there. Otherwise, isn't this giving eye drops to the officials of the Ministry of Magic? Therefore, the Madman's Bar in Nocturn Alley, run by the Foley family, a family of 28 purebloods, has become a must-have option for many black wizards. Just like the Continental Hotel in the beautiful country, there are all kinds of businesses in the Madman's Bar, such as assassination, object finding, special services, and accommodation. Even due to the reputation of the Foley family on the Dark Wizard Road, many dark wizards usually choose to trade in the Madman's Bar. Although part of the remuneration has to be handed over to the Foley family, this transaction will also be protected by the Foley family, and the phenomenon of black eating black will be avoided. As a member of the Holy 28 family, the Foley family can be said to be the largest dark wizard family in the entire magic world. But today, an uninvited guest is about to usher in this Madman's Bar run by the Foley family. This is it from a distance, under the signboard of the Madman's Bar. There are many dark wizards in black robes with only a pair of eyes showing, rushing in and out. Their identities are not difficult to guess: killers, fugitives, second-hand traffickers, smugglers. In short, none of their identities can be put on the bright side. Imitating the outfits of these black wizards, Lester also put the black robe on his head, only showing a pair of sinister eyes. Not in a hurry to enter the Madman's Bar, Lester first stopped on the street near the bar. Although I came to the Madman's Bar this time to find something to cause a little trouble for Quirrell, but my personal safety still needs to be protected. It's not that he is afraid that there will be wizards in the Madman's Bar who will threaten him, but that he can't use the most powerful spell of Fire Shield now. If there are really a lot of black wizards attacking him in the Madman's Bar, then it's really difficult for me to deal with. So Lester is going to find trouble in the periphery now and give his life-level death curse. It didn't take long for Lester to spot the target. Since Lester had been standing on the side of the road thinking, many wizards who passed by the Madman's Bar would subconsciously look at him. However, these black wizards are here to make money, so naturally they don't intend to cause trouble, so they often take a look. Lester, after finding that there was nothing strange about him, they left quickly. However, Lester can't let them leave so easily now. "Hey, dog, what are you looking at? Are you going to fight with me?" The black wizard Philip, who was suddenly stopped by Lester, was taken aback when he heard the words, and he didn't react. But after seeing Lester walking towards him aggressively, he immediately realized that this guy should be coming for him. Philip looked at Lester, who wanted to walk over step by step. Although he didn't know what Lester was going to do, he still subconsciously squatted down slightly, adjusted his center of gravity, and, at the same time his right hand touched his own, at the waist, he instantly entered a fighting state. As a dark wizard who licks blood on the tip of a knife, Philip is naturally not a simple person. If someone dared to talk to him like this, he would have already taken out his wand and gnawed a big melon on the opposite side to let him know why the death curse is so green up. But just standing there, the guy in black robe with only a pair of eyes exposed made him feel a strong sense of crisis. This person is definitely not simple. Philip secretly raised his vigilance, looking around, trying to find an escape route. It wasn't that Philip was cowardly, but that Lester in front of him felt too oppressive. Philip, who had seen blood and had a murder case, knew that the black-robed wizard in front of him was definitely not a simple thing. From the eyes on his body that regard life as ants, Philip has seen it in many dark wizards. However, unlike Lester's eyes, the eyes of those dark wizards are mostly rampant and brutal, but Lester's eyes do reveal confidence and murderous intent. Just like the old saying, when people kill too many people, the evil spirit will unconsciously penetrate into their bones. Others may not be able to see the truth when they see it. That is a big Buddha. Judging from Philip's experience as a professional killer for 3 years, the black-robed wizard in front of him who suddenly stopped him, just because of his evil spirit, means that he has at least a dozen lives on him. This kind of desperado, I must not belong to him, opponent. "Brother, just now my younger brother was accidentally attracted by the majestic brilliance of your body, so I couldn't help but stop and admire it for a while. but I unexpectedly disturbed my elder brother. This is my fault, and my younger brother is here to apologize to you." As he said that, Philip, who had a strong desire to survive, knew that it was easy to do things with money, and immediately took out 10 galleons from his pocket. In order to prevent Lester from misunderstanding, Philip did not dare to pass the galleons over. It was honestly placed on the ground. Ding! Get Philip Hendry's fear value plus 100. Lester. Damn. Lester was speechless, looking at Philip with a cowardly expression, and then at Gallon on the ground. He came out to find trouble for Quirrell, not to block the road and rob. No. Lester's attack immediately attracted the attention of many passing dark wizards, who were watching the farce with great interest. Lester glanced around speechlessly and found that many wizards in black robes around him had stopped and watched from a distance. Ding! Gain Irene Garner's fear value plus 56. Ding! Get Little Billy Archer's fear value plus 52. Ding! Gain Galetti Varen's fear value plus 23. Lester. Originally, there were quite a few black wizards who were going to pick up a cheap one. After being scanned by Lester's wolf-like eyes, they immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They immediately knew that Lester was not. It was so annoying. So after contributing almost 400 fear points to Lester, they immediately dispersed and left here. Only Philip was left looking at Lester pleadingly. "Get out! Don't let me see you in Nocturn Alley." Lester waved his hand helplessly, and Lester signaled Philip, the coward, to get out. I thought that all the people who could hang out in Nocturn Alley were powerful and ruthless people, but I didn't expect that he would be persuaded before I could make a move. Thank you. With Lester's consent, Philip immediately turned around and wanted to leave as if he had been pardoned. Wait! Suddenly, Lester called out to Philip, who wanted to leave. Philip immediately stood where he was, sweating profusely for fear that Lester would repent. "Take me the money on the ground," Lester said to Philip a little angrily. Although he is facing Quirrell's face now, he came out this time to cause trouble for Quirrell, not to grab money. And even if it was a money grab, he could just grab 10 galleons. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was already a huge sum of money, but for Lester, this amount of money was nothing. After leaving helplessly, Lester did not give up, and then looked for a suitable target in the neighborhood near the madman's bar. First of all, this person must look not to be trifled with, and it is best to have a bad temper. It would be great if he was a member of a dark wizard family. This time, Lester learned his lesson and planned to find a dark wizard who was not easy to provoke. It's a pity that Lester still overestimated the courage of those black wizards. In other words, these black wizards who came from the streets are usually little black wizards. So with the mentality that more things are worse than less things, they don't want to comparing with him. For this reason, Lester has been busy for more than an hour. Apart from gaining 1,000 fear points, he has nothing else to gain, and he has no clue about making enemies for Quirrell. Just when Lester was secretly disappointed and was about to return to the trade union, something happened to him. In a dark alley, a muggle wizard in rag clothes was crying with a grieved face. Judging from his figure and appearance, he should be a young wizard who just graduated from Hogwarts. Beside him, there were several black wizards in black robes. From their appearance and expressions, it could be seen that these black wizards were not kind. They should be thugs of a certain pure blood family. Gemma Vaughn, you were so brave, you just didn't give you a little less wages. As for being so excited, you want to go to the Ministry of Magic. The leader, a dark wizard with a swollen face, grabbed the collar of the muggle wizard and pressed him directly against the wall, threatening. Let me tell you, I know all about you going to Auror to report the crime. Do you think you are the only one with a little cleverness? Ridiculous. As he said that, the black wizard with a face full of flesh spit on the ground and said coldly, "Today, our brothers will teach you a lesson, and it will be your first lesson when you enter the society. Don't think about it. Retaliation, the Tommy family is not something you can provoke. Bitch, don't be so naive in the future." After finishing speaking, the flesh and blood wizard kicked the muggle wizard in the stomach again, and the younger brother next to him also stepped up and beat the muggle wizard severely. Under the beating of these black wizards, Gemma Vaughn couldn't help but shed tears. However, these were not tears of pain, but tears of anger and unwillingness. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic live with these pure-blood families, and the officials of the Ministry of Magic are the umbrellas of these families. I have worked hard in the commodity for 3 months, not only working 12 hours a day, but also doing all the dirty work for him. In order to survive in the magic world, I endured all these things. However, when I pay my salary, Tommy's family actually only gave me 1 month's salary. The rest of the money was deducted because I was not serious about my work. Lost. Although Gemma Vaughn, who had just left Hogwarts and stepped into the society, was a little disappointed with the wizarding world, he still had great trust in the Ministry of Magic, an official institution. After all, this was what the professor taught them in class. As a result, he first went to Tommy's family to collect the debt. Instead of paying the money, he was expelled and beat him out. Can get a justice. He first went to the Ministry of Labor, but nothing unexpected happened. The people from the Ministry of Labor kicked the ball and told him to find the Wizarding Industry and Commerce Picket Brigade in the Ministry of Labor. Gemma Vaughn looked for it, but it turned out that the family had already moved and changed places. Helpless, Gemma Vaughn could only spend time go to the new address again, but when he got there, he was told that he was a newly graduated wizard. That is to say, fresh graduates, their wizard picket team only cares about wizards who have worked for more than 3 years, regardless of fresh graduates. It's okay to spend several days in vain. They are officials, and they can't afford to provoke them. Just when they want to admit defeat, the matter of their going to the Ministry of Magic was leaked by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, causing the thugs of the Tommy family to find him directly. Is there any law of heaven in this magic world? Is there any law of kings? Vaughn hugged his head helplessly, enduring the beatings from the Tommy family around him. Fortunately, this place is very close to the Madman's Bar, so in order to avoid suspicion, these wizards only used physical means to teach Vaughn. Otherwise, if they used magic, then Vaughn was tortured to death. Seemingly seeing Vaughn's reluctance, the leading flesh-and-blood wizard said disdainfully, "You damned mudblood, you can enjoy yourself if you can find a job. Let me tell you, Tommy's family is very powerful. It's beyond your imagination. Don't be ignorant of good and bad." After finishing speaking, the flesh-and-blood wizard waved his hands back and said, "Let's go." Just when the thugs of the Tommy family were about to leave, Lester finally appeared. Awada eats a big melon. In an instant, a lightning-like green light shot out directly from the end of the alley, illuminating the entire dark alley, and ruthlessly attacked those black wizard thugs. Originally, Lester was caught by surprise, and when Lester used the killing curse just now, the Dark Lord staff in his hand actually emitted a purple light, which gave Lester a premonition that his killing curse had been strengthened. The strengthened killing curse hit a hapless black wizard fiercely, and the powerful damage directly obliterated him. Ding! Kill the black wizard Omi with the Avada killing curse, and the proficiency of the killing curse +1. Who? The flesh and blood wizard also has something, and the moment Lester made a move, he immediately found a bunker to hide. Facing the questioning of the savage wizard, Lester gave a disdainful smile and gave the answer with Avada cadaver backhand. Although Lester's killing curse is only level 1 now, and his own magic power is only comparable to that of an adult wizard, it can't stand up to the many equipments on him. The Ring of Doran, a magic item from Valoran, can not only increase health but also increase spell damage. The Dark Lord's staff, not to mention this one, is the bottom of the Ollivander family's box, an absolute treasure. Therefore, relying on the crushing of the equipment and whether he was prepared to fight or not, Lester backhanded a few Avada Kedavra and wiped out those wizard thugs forcefully, leaving only the savage wizard who took the lead to be frightened. Pee my pants. Ding. Get Margot Dolly's fear value +100. Ding. Gain Gemma Vaughn's fear value +50. Whether it was Dolly, who was the thug of the Tommy family, or Vaughn, who was beaten and bullied before, both of them stared at Lester in fear. The attack was a ruthless killing curse, not to mention killing 5 people in a row, and now it seems that his expression remains unchanged. Obviously, he's a ruthless character who has seen big scenes. Ignoring the fearful Vaughn, Lester stepped directly in front of Dolly, the savage wizard, took off his hat, and revealed Quirrell's face. "My name is Quirrell. This matter is between me and your Tommy family. If there is anything, you can trouble me as much as you want, understand?" After speaking, Lester turned around and left without leaving a cloud behind. A few minutes later, upon hearing the sound of the killing curse, many dark wizards gathered to see what was going on. Unfortunately, they only saw Vaughn, who was terrified, and Dolly, who kept chanting his name. In the alley not far away, Lester once again put on a black robe and blended in with the dark wizards coming and going. Just being a Tommy family isn't enough. The Tommy family might be giants to the average Muggle wizard, but to Voldemort they were the younger brothers. Although there's an old saying that a tiger falls in Pyongyang and is bullied by dogs, no matter how downcast Voldemort is, it is not just any cat or dog who could trouble him. It seems that it is necessary to go to the Madman's Bar again. Lester's eyes moved, and he decided to go to the Madman's Bar, a bar where black wizards gather, to take a look. After making up his mind, while the sky was still dark, there were still many dark wizards on the street going to the Madman's Bar. So Lester Egal was bold and directly found two black wizards who were eye-catching on the street, and then leaned forward. Who knows what kind of proof is needed to enter the Madman's Bar? In order to avoid trouble, Lester is going to pretend to be an adult and mix in with those who go to the Madman's Bar. So after spotting two black-robed wizards in a hurry, Lester smiled and followed them directly. As for whether it would be dangerous to do so, Lester said that unless these two people were the deans in Hogwarts, he would definitely not be afraid of them. After carefully leaning over, the sharp-eared Lester happened to overhear their conversation. "Professor Snape, we are also investigating this matter. I feel that it is really strange. Those inferior medicines seem to have appeared out of thin air, flooding Nocturn Alley directly, and we have also been greatly affected. Loss. Borgin, I don't want to wait for your investigation. Those damned, stupid, opportunistic moths. I have to make them pay the price. I've already contacted all the powerful families in Nocturn Alley, but they all said that those medicines were not produced by them. Besides, they know how powerful you are, so how dare they produce inferior medicines in your name?" Lester, after eavesdropping on the conversation of the two hurriedly walking black-robed wizards, Lester looked a little strange. From their conversation, it is not difficult for Lester to know that the two wizards in front of him are Severus Snape, a well-known potion master and dean of Slytherin House in the entire wizarding world, and the other, if nothing else, it should be the patriarch of the Borgin family in the 28 pure-blood families. When Harry entered Nocturn Alley by mistake, it was the property of the Borgin family. It was nothing at first, and at most it made Lester lament how small the magic world is. But when he heard the low-quality potions rampant in Nocturn Alley, for some reason, the figure of Scar appeared subconsciously in his mind. It should have nothing to do with Scar. No matter how outrageous Scar is, he is only one person, and the potions he produces are limited, which is not enough to affect the potion market in Nocturn Alley. After thinking for a while, Lester threw this outrageous idea behind him. At the same time, in Azkaban Academy, during the potions class, Scar was wearing a black robe like a dog, holding a ruler in his hand, walking back and forth in the classroom. The air above the classroom was filled with the steam from the crucible, and under the steam, dozens of prisoners were carefully brewing the potion. "Students, pay attention. The results of our secret recipe improvement experiment came out last time, and our improvement was successful." Suddenly, there was thunderous applause in the classroom. "Now, after the improvement of the joy potion we produced, the death rate has dropped to 30%. This is the result of our joint efforts." Just when Lester was thinking about whether the flood of inferior potions in Nocturn Alley had anything to do with Scar, Snape and old Borgin in front stopped abruptly. "Friend, I've heard this for so long. Shouldn't it be time to leave?" Old Borgin turned his head to look at Lester behind him. Two shrewd eyes were exposed in the black robe, and he couldn't stop looking at Lester. "This person is not easy to mess with. You shouldn't make enemies with him. As a man who is old and mature, Borgin, as the patriarch of the Black Wizard family, has lived for so many years, and he can know what he is like just by looking at him. However, Borgin said that he couldn't see through the black-robed wizard behind him. Therefore, Borgin, who was unwilling to have conflicts with him, wanted to persuade him to leave. Snape also squinted his eyes slightly under the black robe, looking carefully at the unfriendly Lester. Lester had basically made no secret of following him all the way before, so Snape naturally knew Lester's behavior. He knew that the black-robed wizard must have heard his conversation with Borgin, but after hearing their conversation, the black-robed wizard did not leave in a panic, but followed him without fear. What does this mean? Which shows that this person either came prepared, or the person who came was not kind. Facing Borgin's question, Lester didn't panic at all. He first looked up and down at the two people opposite him. Then he smiled and opened half of his robe, revealing the bottles and jars of medicine inside. "Brother, do you need potions?" The head of Hogwarts Slytherin made it himself. "It's absolutely good." Just now, Lester, who eavesdropped on the conversation between the two, decided to change his strategy. Recently, a group of unscrupulous counterfeit drug dealers dumped inferior medicines in Nocturn Alley, and they seem to be wearing the name of Snape. Does Lester know that the potion market is a big market, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is making an inch of money every day? Judging by their current posture, the patriarch of the Borgin family and Professor Snape have personally gone out to find the Foley family, indicating that this matter is definitely not small. Cutting people's fortunes is like killing their parents. If I can throw this shocking scapegoat to Quirrell, this group of dark wizard families who are losing money will definitely let Voldemort know what cruelty is. The potions produced by Professor Snape himself are all high-end products. Lester said without hesitation, "Let me tell you, this means that our Professor Snape has encountered some troubles recently and must sell them. Otherwise, this kind of high-end product will not be your turn." "Snape, could you tell me what happened to Professor Snape?" Resisting the urge to kill Lester with a sharp blade, Snape gritted his teeth. He used to think that Lester was a daring person with a high level of art, and he dared to approach him even though he knew he was Snape. Now that he looked at it this way, this black-robed wizard was busy selling potions, and didn't even notice what he was saying. "Professor Snape?" Lester pretended to hesitate at first, but after a while he still said seriously, "Don't look at Professor Snape's desires on weekdays. In fact, he is playing behind his back. Flowers. Do you know why Professor Snape doesn't date? Because he has a special hobby. This guy actually likes other people's wives." Lester didn't care that Snape's face had turned black to the point of dripping water, and said with nose and eyes, "No, the professor couldn't hold back a few days ago and tried to steal from the old beau's wife, but he was found out. The method is to get the stolen goods and lose money. Therefore, I have no choice but to sell the potion at a low price. How about it? How about a few bottles? They're all good products." After Lester finished speaking, Snape finally couldn't hold back the murderous intent in his heart. Before, he was only told that a batch of inferior potions entered the Nocturn Alley potion market under his name, and other families complained. Now that he had clarified that he was not the maker of inferior potions, he had nothing to do with him. As a result, he found that his reputation seemed to be tarnished by this batch of inferior potions. On weekdays, he went out to sell potions. As long as it was Professor Snape's potion, it was the best of the best, but now no one dared to even drink it if it was said to be Professor Snape's potion. Helpless, in order to defend his rights, Professor Snape had no choice but to take action himself. As a result, it seems to be a bit of surprise now, but Snape's mood is a little abnormal. Nonsense, Shinfeng Wuying. In a fit of rage, Snape could already conclude that this bastard in front of him was the chief culprit for slandering his reputation. It's okay to use inferior potions to ruin your reputation, but the TM even spread rumors about yourself. You really don't know how to live or die. Brother, if you don't buy it, don't buy it. Why are you so angry? After raising his hand to block Snape's savage blow with an Avada Kedavra, Lester didn't stay idle at all. "I really didn't lie to you. These potions are all the masterpieces of Professor Snape. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Don't do it yet." With that said, Lester took out a bottle of joy potion from the traceless expansion bag and threw it over. After the last transaction with the Prime Minister, Lester kept a few bottles for himself, and now they are finally in use. "Arin, it's you bastard who ruined my reputation." Snape wasn't sure before, but after seeing the familiar potion of joy, Snape knew that it was this grandson who ruined his reputation. "I thought that my energy-raising skills were already good, but in the face of repeated provocations, Snape was still furious." Confronting wooing. Not only Snape was angry, Borgin was also angry. Their Borgin family has been entrenched in Nocturn Alley for so many years, relying on the underground market of Nocturn Alley to make a lot of money. As a result, since the batch of inferior potions poured in, they collapsed. Other low-quality potions have no effect at most, or are less effective, but this batch of low-quality potions will kill people after drinking them. The joy potion on the surface is no different from the normal ones, but after drinking it, they laugh wildly, and many people die laughing directly. Compound medicine. Not to mention this, there are a few black wizards who are going to make a big deal and spend a lot of money to buy compound medicine, but they don't want to buy this conscientious guy. No, wait until they finish drinking the inferior compound medicine after the potion. Nocturn Alley successfully produced a few more monsters that were neither human nor ghost. There's also the most terrifying love potion, which has become a weapon of mass destruction. Just being smelled by someone makes you feel uncomfortable. It's still a wicked male wizard in Nocturn Alley. He is not good-looking, and he is tall. He wanted to use the love potion to find a beautiful muggle to refresh himself. In the end, he couldn't find the beautiful muggle. A mouthful. Later, the male wizard died tragically, and it was also because his family before Lester simply thought that Snape would be angry. But unexpectedly, Borgin seemed to hate himself as a counterfeit drug dealer even more. Awada eats a big melon. Turning his body slightly, he easily dodged the two attacking spells, and Lester also started to fight back. It can be seen that although the spells used by both sides are very ruthless, they are not prepared to kill each other directly. Snape and Borgin must have wanted to capture Lester alive, and then asked whether it was the thing that gave birth to children and had no dermatitis dumping inferior potions into Nocturn Alley. And Lester's purpose is to let them link the fake medicine to Quirrell and make some trouble for Voldemort. As a result, two groups of people with different purposes, but who were not prepared to fight, began to fight on the streets of Nocturn Alley. "Disarm you." Snape cast a disarming spell at Lester. Lester didn't panic at all. Avada Kedavra issued from the tip of the staff and went straight for the disarming spell. Snape's face remained unchanged when he saw this, but his left hand was quietly raised. As a black magic genius, Snape's silent spells and wandless spellcasting skills are not weak. Then, a divine front followed closely behind and rushed towards Lester swiftly. Feeling the breath of death on Confronting wooing, Lester tensed up, subconsciously as if launching a fire shield to block the fatal blow. Wrong. This divine front wooing didn't aim at his own neck, but Lester's heart moved, and he secretly thought that the professors at Hogwarts really didn't have a simple thing. Snape didn't intend to kill himself with this blow at all, but just hoped to cut off the black robe on his body so that he could reveal his true face. Damn it. Lester did his trick, cursed all over his body, and threw his body back suddenly, trying to avoid the attack. However, his body dodged, but he never wanted to expose the top of his hood to the invisible front. Under the sharp blade. Puff! A smooth cut was made in the black robe in an instant. The cloth on top of the head was lost, and the hood could no longer cover Lester's face. Quirrell! Snape was shocked, and the speed of waving his wand in his hand slowed down a lot, looking a little stunned. Borgin on the side noticed Professor Snape's abnormality and subconsciously slowed down his spellcasting speed. Professor Snape knew this black-robed wizard who sold fake medicines, and the relationship seemed to be quite close. As the dean of Slytherin House, Snape, in the entire wizarding world, is a big shot with a man under one person and over 10,000 people. Today, he lost his composure after seeing the real face of this fake drug man, which shows that the fake drug man must be not simple. Lester's goal was achieved, and he was secretly happy. But on the surface, he said angrily, "Is there something wrong with you? Am I just going to sell you a few bottles of medicine? As for such a big fight, believe it or not, I will tell my elder brother to teach him a lesson. You guys, let me tell you in advance, my elder brother has a bad temper, and he has to eat a child every day when he opens his eyes. The two of you are not enough for my elder brother's lunch." After all, Lester's goal has been achieved, and he doesn't plan to stay here with Professor Snape anymore. Staying here will only increase troubles. Now that his goal has been achieved, it's time to leave. Avada Kedavra. It was another savage killing curse, quickly attacking Snape and Borgin. The difference from before was that Lester's death curse was not aimed at Snape, but at Borgin. Moreover, this time Lester made a full shot, and the Dark Lord's staff, Dolan's ring, and his strong magic power were all inspired. The words "just now" and Snape's reaction made Borgin, the most powerful person in Nocturn Alley, fall in a deep thought. For a while, he didn't expect that Lester would make a bold move. Seeing the terrifying spell that was attacking him quickly, a trace of panic flashed in Borgin's eyes. He just wanted to raise his wand to resist, but found that the killing spell was so fast that he didn't have time to stop it. At the critical moment, Snape's calm and flat voice sounded. "Fuchsia." Different from the previous version of Fuchsia, this time it is obviously an upgraded version of Snape. Borgin was not hung on the ceiling, but directly hung on the wall next to him, which just allowed him to escape the attack. When Snape and Borgin were about to fight back, they found out that bastard Quirrell has long since disappeared. After Lester left, Snape and Borgin didn't stay long, and quickly entered the Madman's Bar. Borgin is the current patriarch of the Borgin's family, and he also has a lot of face in the Madman's Bar of the Foley family, so he entered the private room with Snape as it should. As soon as he entered the private room, Borgin, who was so good at nourishing chi, finally couldn't hold his breath anymore. "Professor, you seem to know the counterfeit drug seller just now? Who is he? And he has such a great ability?" A gleam of fear flashed in Borgin's eyes. The killing curse just now left him with a lot of psychological shadow. Snape thought for a moment, without reservation, said, "He is my colleague. Dumbledore recruited a new defense against the dark arts professor this year. I heard that he went on an expedition to a foreign forest." Time flies, and it has been 3 days since Lester pretended to be Quirrell last time to sell fake medicines. In the past 3 days, Lester basically didn't go out much, and he returned to his previous lying down state. There are no Muggle wizards in the Union to ask for justice. The prisoners of Azkaban each have their own goals, and Quirrell himself has found something for him to do. Now, Lester has only one goal, and that is to wait for Hogwarts to start. At the same time, the Tommy family, the Dark Wizard family in Nocturn Alley, started to move. In the Leaky Cauldron, 5 figures in black robes with only one pair of eyes exposed were huddled in a corner, watching the drinkers in the bar. That's right, these people are obviously members of the Tom family who bullied Muggle wizards back then. "Sir, that kid is Quirrell." The flesh and blood wizard who had seen Quirrell pointed to Quirrell who was drinking in the bar and said, "It must be this guy. I will remember his appearance forever." Obviously, a coward who looks soft and weak, but the shot is a fierce death curse. How can this contrast not impress the savage wizard? This is that Quirrell? Doesn't it look good? The man who was called Mr. by the flesh and blood wizard was none other than the patriarch of the Tommy family. Several black magic masters supported by his family were killed. As the patriarch, he can let it go. So, after I got the news, I took my son and 3 subordinates to touch it in person without hesitation. You'll follow him closely. This is the territory of the Ibwa family. It is difficult for us to make a move. After he goes out, we will find a chance to kill him. After waiting patiently for 2 or 3 hours, Mr. Tommy got a little impatient, and at this moment, Quirrell moved. The whole group of Tommy's family naturally brightened their eyes and sneaked up. "Master, are we really going to Gringotts? I heard that there are fire dragon guards there. You haven't recovered your strength yet, I'm afraid." What responded to Quirrell was a cold voice like a poisonous snake. "Shut up, Quirrell. You just need to obey my orders." Helpless. Now it's man's knife, and I'm fish and meat. Even if Quirrell thinks Voldemort's ideas are outrageous, He has no room to resist. Obey my order, Quirrell. Go to Gringotts to investigate the situation now. Voldemort is also a master of demagogy, and he knows the truth of giving a sweet date with a big stick, and said, "As long as you steal that things, then my strength will be restored, and by then you will be my most loyal servant." The most loyal servant. Quirrell's little heart was beating wildly. He is no longer a child now, and he knows very well that he will not be able to make it through the magic world based on his background as a half-blood wizard from his small family, and then based on his family lineage. Although Voldemort possessed himself, although it was a crisis, it was also an opportunity that could make him enter the upper class. Just as Quirrell was walking on the streets of Diagon Alley, carefully looking at the guards at Gringotts, Voldemort's cold voice sounded in his mind again. "Cairo, there are a few bugs following you. Get rid of them." Quirrell tensed up when he heard the words, thinking that his behavior was discovered by the guards of Gringotts, and there was a trace of panic in his expression. Trash! It's either the guards of Gringotts or a few dark wizards. After hearing that it was not the guards but a few dark wizards who were staring at him, Quirrell relaxed a little, but he was still a little nervous. "Master, what should I do now?" Although being parasitized on the back of the head by Voldemort made him somewhat inhuman, Quirrell was an ordinary person before, and he had seen such things as being followed by a dark wizard. "You are such a waste." Voldemort scolded dissatisfiedly, but still said, "Now empty your mind and give me your body." With that said, he directly mobilized the remaining magic power in his body and controlled Quirrell's body. As the Dark Lord, he naturally has the means to control Quirrell's body, but doing so will consume his magic power. However, now that Quirrell was being targeted by several dark wizards, Voldemort didn't want to cause trouble, so he had to control Quirrell's body to quickly get rid of those dark wizards. A bunch of damn moths looked back angrily. After Voldemort let out a word, he immediately turned and left, shuttling back and forth in Diagon Alley. When he was in power, he would take Maz-I to Diagon Alley from time to time, so he was very familiar with Diagon Alley, and he got rid of the dark wizard behind him after a while. At the same time, the 5 members of the Lost Tommy family reunited. "Listen to me. Don't trouble this Quirrell anymore." When we got together, Mr. Tommy immediately said, "The thugs of those families will die for nothing. Give them a little pension, and then this matter will be over." "But, Father—" "Shut up and listen to me," Mr. Tommy interrupted violently. To become the patriarch of the Dark Wizard family, Mr. Tommy is naturally not a good person, but he just accidentally saw Quirrell's eyes. What kind of look is that? Horrible, bloody, with endless killing intent and contempt for life. This kind of person is definitely not something he can provoke. It's safe now, but your behavior may be targeted by some people recently. So go back to the Leaky Cauldron and rest for a while. In a deserted alley, Voldemort, who threw off his pursuers, returned his body to Quirrell. Now he is just a bunch of remnant souls. Although he didn't release magic to fight just now, just controlling Quirrell's body took him a lot of energy. "Yes, Master." Quirrell nodded quickly, looked around carefully, then turned and prepared to leave. As a result, when he walked out of the alley, Quirrell felt a chill on his back. And he didn't need to look back. Quirrell knew that there was a hard wand against his back. "Mr. Quirrell, if you are short of money, you can tell our families that there is no need to do such a heartless thing in Nocturn Alley." A cold voice sounded behind Quirrell. At the same time, more than a dozen black wizards rushed out of the originally empty alley. All of them raised their wands and pointed at Quirrell. As if there were not many, there will be curses attacking him. Quirrell panicked and asked, "Master, what should I do?" "Voldemort." Quirrell may not know who these dark wizards are, but Voldemort does. When Lao Fu was in glory, the patriarchs of the pureblood families in Nocturn Alley licked him madly, wishing they would die and let him be a dog to Lao Fu. So Voldemort still has some impressions of the patriarchs of those pureblood families. But now, these few Nocturn Alley big shots who usually see their heads and tails, why do they have to get together to trouble Quirrell? The Boken family, the Foley family, the Abbott family, the Thompson family, the patriarchs of the 4 big families who controlled the entire Nocturn Alley market were all dispatched. What are you talking about? What have I done that is unconscionable? Have we misunderstood? Although Quirrell was terrified, he still had doubts. Since he returned to the magic world of Ing Country, he has been hanging out with Voldemort. What can he do? At the same time, Voldemort also pricked up his ears, wanting to find out where Quirrell provoked these people. You fucking have a nerve to ask. I'll fuck your grandma. The patriarch of the Thompson family, Old Thompson, was originally a showman and was often known for his good energy-raising skills. It is said that Tyshawn collapsed in front of him without changing his face, but now he finally couldn't help it. Among the 4 pure-blood dark wizard families, the Borgin family deals in black magic props, the Foley family deals in assassinations and murders, and the Abbott family has transformed into a serious buyer. Only they, the Thompson family, have been in the potion business. Therefore, since a large number of potions of unknown origin continued to pour into Nocturn Alley, it was none other than the Thompson family who suffered the most. Just when Quirrell was taking the blame, Scar was holding a grand celebration banquet in the potions classroom of Academy of Azkaban. Students, the results of our newly developed transformation potion have been reported from Nocturn Alley. The success rate of our transforming potion is 100%. As long as he drinks our potion, he will definitely transform, and the effect is still permanent. After cheering for a while, Scar's eyes flashed with excitement, and he shouted, "We will Nocturn Alley, inside Quirrell's blocked alley. Cairo, I know you are Dumbledore's newly hired defense against the dark arts professor, and we don't want to conflict with you." Old Boogine stood in front of the fragrant Thompson and said calmly, "As long as you can promise us not to dump your inferior potions in Nocturn Alley, we can let you go, as if this matter never happened." It didn't happen. Not only that, but our 4 major families in Nocturn Alley can also provide you with a smuggling route free of charge to help you circulate those potions into the French magic world. Old Boogine had fought against Quirrell before, so he naturally knew how powerful Quirrell was. If Snape hadn't been there at the time, he would have died on the spot. Therefore, he didn't want to force Quirrell, who knew that such a powerful black wizard. Is there any way to take them away before they die? The old Boogine, who is already in a high position, is unwilling to take this risk and would rather pay a profit. After listening to the old Boogine's words, Quirrell was stunned. He didn't know what happened, why he was followed by a black wizard, and now he was blocked in the alley by several pure-blooded black wizards. Quirrell, I don't know. Promise him Quirrell. Just when Quirrell hesitated, Voldemort's voice sounded like a poisonous snake in Quirrell's mind. Although he, Voldemort, didn't know what happened, but the best way now was undoubtedly to get out quickly, so there was no harm in agreeing to the demands of these pure-blood families. The master had already spoken, so Quirrell naturally stopped hesitating and said, "Yes, as long as you let me go, then I promise not to dump inferior potions in a Nocturn Alley. I hope you can remember your promise." Old Boogine took a deep look at Quirrell, then turned and left first. He is actually the one who is most afraid of Quirrell among these pure-blooded dark wizards, because as long as he has seen Quirrell's terrible killing curse. After old Boogine left, the patriarchs of the other pure-blood families also turned and left one after another. Only the patriarch of the Thompson family, Old Thompson, made a gesture of cutting his throat at Quirrell and glared fiercely at Quirrell. Luo glanced. Just when the people of the 4 major families thought that the matter had been resolved, the 2 sides had reconciled. Quirrell had obtained a route to smuggle the French magic world, and when the position of himself and others in Nocturn Alley was once again stable, the incident happened again. Patriarch, a large number of medicines of unknown origin have flooded into our market today. In the ancestral home of the Thompson family, in the study, Old Thompson was listening to the report of his subordinates with an angry face. As usual, they used the name of Mr. Snape, claiming to be an excellent compound potion. As a result, all the wizards who drank this potion turned into weird creatures, and they became irreversible. Old Thompson, this is not over yet. The joy potion sold in our market has killed people again, and those nasty counterfeit drug dealers are back. The person who spoke was the butler of the Thompson family, who has been managing the potion business of the Thompson family. The family told him a few days ago that the matter has been resolved and the potion can be sold normally. After listening to the report, the patriarch of the Thompson family turned blue and purple and finally trembled with anger, and it took a long time before he said a word. "Are your mother's Quirrell? Find me someone. Find me the most powerful dark wizard in the entire magic world. I must kill this dog. Tell all the dark wizards in Nocturn Alley. As long as you can kill Quirrell, my Thompson family is willing to give 1/10 of the profit of the potion market." As soon as the words fell, the butler was shocked. The potion market controlled by the Thompson family is the largest potion dumping place in the entire magic world. It is only 1/10 of the profit, which is also an astronomical figure. Thompson also knows that 1/10 of the profit is a lot, but he must kill Quirrell, the counterfeit drug dealer, because if he does not kill Quirrell, his market will never open and there will be no money up. Therefore, he would rather spend a lot of money than kill the dog Quirrell. After the head of the Thompson family spoke, this message immediately spread throughout the circle of dark wizards in the magic world. Quirinus Quirrell. This name has become a household name among all dark wizards. Every dark wizard, whether strong or weak, fantasizes that he can kill Quirrell because they know this is their step to the sky. Opportunity. As long as they have a 10th share of the potion market in Nocturn Alley, they can immediately jump from a dark wizard who charged into the battle to a mafia boss who sits firmly on the Dioitai. That is a class leap. Therefore, no dark wizard could be indifferent when faced with such a reward. Even the other 3 families of the same level as the Thompson family are also deeply moved. "Mr. Quirrell, are you in the room? We are room service and have prepared breakfast for you." In the room of the Leaky Cauldron, Quirrell thought for a moment and said, "Come in." Quirrell had been in the Leaky Cauldron since he was blocked last time, and he didn't know who was trying to frame him, but that person obviously succeeded. It would be dangerous to go out by himself, so he stayed in the break bar, waiting for the star of Hogwarts. The Leaky Cauldron is the most important property of the Ibwa family. He believes that ordinary dark wizards would not dare to do anything to themselves in the bar. Unfortunately, Quirrell doesn't know that wealth touches people's hearts. Now his life is comparable to that of before the Ibwa family's revenge. Before Quirrell could react, the door was blasted in from the outside and slammed into the wall of the guest room. If Quirrell hadn't just gotten up to open the door, he might have been smashed to death. "Who are you?" Quirrell was shocked and angry. This is the territory of the Ibwa family. How could anyone dare to do something here? It's a pity that these unfriendly black wizards didn't plan to answer him at all, and they just shot a few vicious killing curses. Awada eats a big melon. All of a sudden, several death-killing curses struck Quirrell from the door. There was no room for Quirrell to hide in the small room. Seeing that Quirrell was about to be hit by the killing curse, Voldemort made a move. Voldemort, who was at the back of Quirrell's head, naturally couldn't just watch his pony be killed by the killing curse. So he immediately took over Quirrell's body forcefully without waiting for Quirrell's reaction. Damn awful. A red light flashed in Voldemort's eyes. And then, regardless of revealing his identity, he directly took out his signature fighting posture. Raise the wand higher than your right shoulder and parallel to your ear. The middle finger and ring finger clamped 2/3 of the wand, with the back of the hand facing up and the palm facing down, forming a triangle posture. For a while, Voldemort was also full of murderous intentions. He was not a good person in the first place, but now he was approached by a dark wizard for no reason, so he was naturally angry. Facing the intensive killing curse attack, if it was Quirrell, a dueling rookie, he would definitely not be able to dodge it, but Voldemort is different. When he formed a small group at Hogwarts, he used the name of the dueling club number. He is a serious dueling master, so Voldemort didn't panic at all in the face of the seemingly dense killing curse. Under his control, Quirrell's body was like a slippery loach, moving through the killing curse flexibly. It has achieved the level of passing through thousands of flowers without a single leaf sticking to the body. Not only that, Voldemort was never the one to be beaten passively, and the wand in his hand immediately launched a counterattack. Awada eats a big melon. As a dark wizard of the same level as Dumbledore, Even if Voldemort has fallen into peace now, not everyone can handle it. Even if his magic power is insufficient now, his battle skills alone are enough to solve the problem. These black wizards are gone. The special way of holding the wand allows Voldemort to release the spell faster and more accurately. Unlike other wizards who can only release the spell by waving the wand widely, Voldemort only needs to flip his wrist a few times in this fighting posture. He can cast spells quickly. In an instant, several killing curses glowing emerald green shot out from the wand in Voldemort's hand, hitting these dark wizards with lightning speed. Before they could even scream, those black wizards were directly sent flying by the death curse, and then fell heavily on the wall, their heads tilted, and they died. After killing these invading dark wizards, Voldemort just let go of his breath when he saw several black wizards in black robes rushing forward. At the same time, all kinds of evil curses came at him one after another, and they were bound to kill him. If it was Voldemort's heyday, let alone these few dark wizards, even if there were 100 more, it would not be enough for him to fight alone. But now he is just a remnant soul parasitic on Quirrell, and the magic power in his body is not enough to fight against these black wizards. Awada eats a big melon. He casually cast a few killing curses on the dark wizards, and then Voldemort swung his robe, turning into a cloud of black mist, and escaped through the window on the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron. The other dark wizards in the break bar who wanted to kill Quirrell all changed their expressions when they saw this, and immediately followed. Immediately, the people in Diagon Alley discovered a strange imagination. The lower body of a man in a black robe turned into mist, and he fled forward quickly, while behind him were dozens of black wizards in black robes. 10 minutes later, without accident, all the dark wizards were lost. Voldemort is the Dark Lord after all. If he really wanted to run away, even Dumbledore would not be able to catch him, let alone a group of low-level dark wizards. After chasing for a long time, I finally caught up with Nocturn Alley, but Quirrell took advantage of the complex terrain of Nocturn Alley to throw him away. Just as they cursed bad luck and were about to leave, they suddenly found that Quirrell, who had been fleeing desperately before, appeared in front of them humming a ditty. In the slums of Nocturn Alley, Lester, who suddenly appeared, faced dozens of black-robed wizards. Lester, he saw that there had been no news of Quirrell in Nocturn Alley these days. Lester naturally felt a little strange. Obviously, he had found so many enemies for Quirrell. How could he not be in the limelight at all? So, Lester turned into Quirrell again, ready to do something big, and then he ran into this group of black wizards who were chasing down Quirrell. The two sides hesitated for a moment, and then immediately began to fight in Nocturn Alley. Although he didn't have as much combat experience as Voldemort, Lester was considered a battle-hardened master. Even though this group of dark wizards were numerous, they were still within Lester's control. With the addition of Dolan's ring and the black magic staff, Lester subdued the group of dark wizards without any effort. After easily killing several dark wizards with the killing curse, this group of menacing dark wizards immediately fell away. In fact, they're just bullying creatures, seeing that Chi Luo is powerful, so they all sincerely admit to being cowardly. Lester gave a wicked smile to this group of dark wizards who were intimidated. From the greedy eyes of this group of black wizards just now, it could be seen that people from the pure blood family must have wanted Quirrell. That's why there are so many people. It's a pity that the temptation of money alone may not be enough. It is necessary for Lester to let them form a deeper bond with Quirrell. So, facing this group of panicked dark wizards, Lester smiled, first confiscated their wands, and then experimented with his newly obtained spell on their bodies. Left and right separation. A seemingly ordinary, but in fact somewhat heaven-defying spell is often used by wizards to separate things that are difficult to separate, but today it has been played by Lester to a new height. Left and right separation. Tentatively pointing the wand on the arm of a dark wizard, Lester chanted the spell. Then, a miraculous scene happened. The black wizard's arm slipped directly from the black wizard's shoulder and fell heavily to the ground. It works. Lester's eyes lit up, and he knew that the spell given to him by his system could not be rubbish. Ding! Acquire Celti and Tello's fear value plus 100. Ding! Obtain the fear value of Suzanne Doom plus 100. Ding! Acquire Julie Rice's fear value plus 100. Ignoring the system's notification tone, Lester focused his eyes on the group of dark wizards in a gloomy manner. Gia, gia, gia. After a strange laugh, Lester immediately took the wand and performed castration surgery with a group of dark wizards. Thanks to the help of the left and right separation technique, Lester's operation went very smoothly, but he encountered difficulties for the female dark wizard. After all, they seemed to have nothing for him to pick off, so he could only symbolically remove the fat from their bodies as punishment. Amidst a burst of desolate screams, Lester smiled and put the organs he had obtained into the non-marking expansion bag. He knew that since he had done such a heartless thing, even if these black wizards had formed a death feud with Quirrell, there would be good things to watch in the future. It's a pity that Lester basically doesn't have time to watch this good show, because the time for Hogwarts to start school is coming soon, and when Quirrell enters Hogwarts, as long as he stays in Hogwarts, no one else will dare to touch him under Dumbledore's nose. Of course, it will be different if time flies, the sun and the moon are flying, and it has been 10 days since Lester gave the Black Wizards a free sterilization operation. Since the operation, Nocturn Alley has been in complete chaos. Every day, black wizards with red eyes carry wands and go all over the street to look for Quirrell. Not only that, even the Foley family, who had always been detached from the outside world and disdained to participate in the struggle of ordinary dark wizards, had come to an end. They ended up not because of anything else, but because the sole heir of their family was sterilized by Quirrell. This is really a great enmity against descendants. If the 2 life balls are not retrieved in time, then their Foley family will be extinct. He is only 18 years old. He just graduated from Hogwarts, and he is in the period of rebellion. He thinks he is invincible, so he took the task of chasing and killing Quirrell when he debuted. Unfortunately, he ran into Lester and was forcibly sterilized. Now that the Foley family has let go, let Quirrell quickly hand over the life ball of the family heir, otherwise he will die forever. In this way, the long-awaited pursuit of Quirrell began. Fortunately, this group of black wizards chased and killed Quirrell. They were still somewhat sensible, knowing that Lester was not easy to mess with, so the union was not affected, and it was still as calm as ever. A pair of protective gloves, put them on. Standard spells, elementary, install it. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, install it. In the living room, Lester was putting the items needed for school into the non-traceable expansion bag one by one according to the admission notice list. Needless to say about textbooks, Lester bought a big gift pack directly at the bookstore. The Hogwarts first year textbook gift pack contained all the textbooks needed for the first year. There are also various supplies needed for practical classes, such as dragon leather gloves, crucibles, and school uniforms. By the way, Hogwarts also allows freshmen to bring a bottle of pets, and Lester has no other pets except for the talented little owl. Toto, don't eat it. Hurry up. We're going to Hogwarts to go to school. Cuckoo. In the luxurious birdcage, Toto lay comfortably on a small bed specially made by Simmons. There was a gleam of spring on his small face, and his big eyes were full of confusion and comfort. Above him was a small tube of purple potion. Was suspended above Toto's head, and a drop of purple solution would drop down every second, and then just entered Toto's mouth. Didn't I tell you to stay away from that bastard Scar? You dare to take the medicine he gave you. Do you want to become a sick eagle? Lester looked unhappy and lifted Toto's little neck and lifted Toto up. Cuckoo. Ignoring Toto's dissatisfaction, Lester stuffed Toto into the backpack behind him, and then quickly closed the handle of the backpack. The backpack is specially made by myself, and there are a few small air holes inside, so I am not afraid that Toto will be suffocated inside, and the back of the backpack is made of transparent plastic, which just allows Toto to look outside through the window. Don't be afraid that Toto will get bored. Didn't Hafiz say he was coming to pick me up? Why hasn't he arrived after so long? After installing Toto, Lester lay on the sofa in the living room and counted the light bulbs against the ceiling. A few days ago, Hafiz, the number 1 horseman, volunteered to send himself to 9 3/4 station, and then said he would give himself a surprise. To be honest, regarding Hafiz's IQ, Lester doubts whether he will lead him astray. As for the surprise in Hafiz's mouth, surprises are everywhere in the eyes of a fool. Lester is a little no sense of expectation. After a few minutes, the fireplace in the living room suddenly burst into flames, and then a middle-aged man in Auror costume suddenly appeared in the fireplace, patted the dust that did not exist on his body, and came to Lester. "Master Lie, I'm here to send you to Hogwarts." Although Hafiz's brain is not good, he is not a fool. He has worked in the physique for so many years. It's not bad practice. I told all the students in Azkaban, when they heard that you're going to Hogwarts, they all said they would send you off. But I don't dare to make my own claims, so I came here alone first, and then I want to ask your opinion. This is the itinerary planned by Song Biao and I. Let me show you. After receiving the itinerary handed over by Hafiz, Lester saw a line of large characters on the top. 1. Charter the entire Hogwarts Express as a special car to send Grandpa to Hogwarts. 2. Set up a Dragon Gate array at the gate of London Railway Station to celebrate 3 days and 3 nights. 3. Prepare welcome personnel in Hogsmeade in advance, and welcome Grandpa Lay when he passes by. 4. All the colleges of the Snitch class ride on broomsticks and protect the Hogwarts Express 24 hours a day to ensure that Grandpa Lie can reach Hogwarts safely. 5. Scar said that on behalf of all the students in the potions class, he will distribute potions in Nocturn Alley for free to celebrate Lay's admission. Lester, Hafez. Lester put down the list in his hand and asked seemingly nonchalantly, "You and Song Biao made this list together?" "I don't think Song Biao and the others can do such a thing, people." Hafiz was overjoyed when he heard this. It was a sign that Master Lie liked it and wanted to praise him. "Master Lie, you actually discovered it. I wanted to give Song Biao and the others some credit, but I didn't expect you to be so discerning. I hit it so deeply, but you noticed it all at once." "That's right. Apart from the scar, the dispensing of the potion was imposed on me by him, and everything else was designed by me for you. Although I didn't sleep for 3 full days and 3 nights because of this plan, but as long as you were satisfied, Grandpa Lie, I'm worth it." After listening to Lester, he didn't speak for a long time, but looked at Hafiz with some pain. "I am convinced to have you. The plan is not bad." Lester was a little bit unconscionable. After all, it took him so long to lick him. Although his brain is still not working well as before, I still have to encourage him. A philosopher once said that when you meet a fool, you should not argue with him, because the fool will never understand what you are talking about. On the contrary, you should encourage him and encourage him to become a big fool. After considering the language, Lester said, "This plan is good, but it is too extravagant and wasteful. We are still in the initial stage. Why is it so extravagant? In this way, keep this plan for now. By the way, you can improve and improve it. When I become the headmaster of Hogwarts, you will use it. Now, just apparate me to Station 9 3/4. Grandfather. Hafiz lowered his head in shame. As Lord's number 1 horseman, he not only became the warden of Azkaban after the war at the Ministry of Magic, but also used the seat of the Wisengamot. Became a veritable big shot. Under the flattery and praise of other people, he gradually lost himself, thinking that the position of a warden is enough. But fortunately, Master Lie woke him up. "I follow Master Lie. Why did I stick to the position of the little warden? My goal must be to follow Master Lie to unify the world step by step. Master Lie, I know. I will let my subordinates work together." After saying something thoughtlessly, Hafiz took back the arrangement list he had written so hard, grabbed Lester's shoulder with his hand, and directly launched the apparition. At first, Lester felt dizzy when he used the portkey to teleport, but with the continuous improvement of his magic power, he will not feel uncomfortable when he is teleported by Hafiz. It just felt dark in front of my eyes, and then I appeared in the toilet of the station where people were coming and going. "Ah, A piercing scream suddenly rang out beside Lester's ear, and he was so shocked that he was almost hit with a death curse. I saw a woman in Muggle attire who had just opened the door and looked at Hafiz and Lester outside the door in horror. Lester was fine. He was naturally handsome, with an otherworldly temperament. Even if he entered the women's restroom by mistake, he would be treated as a mistake, not on purpose. But Hafiz can't do it. There's no way. When he was working in the Auror office before, because he had no background, he did all the dirty work. So now, even if the living standard has improved, he still looks a little young to climb first. Are you a pervert? The lady first looked at Hafiz in horror, and then said to Lester in a calm tone, "Little brother, don't be afraid. Come to my sister. I will protect you." Lester. Hafiz. Hafiz had had enough of a world that judged by appearances. Hafiz took Lester out of the women's room with an unhappy expression after using the amnesiac to erase the memory of the Muggle lady. But this time, Hafiz was smart enough to cast a Muggle-repelling curse directly on himself to avoid trouble. As soon as he got out of the toilet, Lester began to look at the crowd in the station. It can be seen that today is not a special day. There weren't many people in the station, and there were scattered Muggles dragging suitcases, sitting in the waiting hall waiting for the train to arrive, and there were Muggle administrators in blue uniforms managing the order of the station. Grandfather, in order to prevent the station from being discovered by Muggles, the Ministry of Magic specially put the entrance of the station on a pillar. As long as you pass through that pillar, you can enter the station. Something went awry during the apparition, and to save face, Hafiz began explaining to Lester the location of Station 9 3/4. Look, this pillar is the passage leading to Station 9 3/4. The two people next to them wearing thick trench coats in summer should be the Aurors in charge of the Ministry of Magic. Lester looked in the direction of the responsible finger, and sure enough, he saw two big fools wearing thick windbreakers in summer, with a professional expression on my face, paying attention to the passing passengers. Next to them, there was a very large family of wizards. Lester could see at least 6 people just by looking around. Leading Hafiz to the pillar, Lester could just hear the family's conversation. The two boys who looked older and looked very similar, but still had immature faces, sandwiched a boy who looked a little out of his mind, and then said something into his ear. "Ron, be careful entering Hogwarts. The school will test you in order to check whether you are eligible to study in the school." As soon as the words fell, another boy immediately picked up the conversation, saying, "You must perform well during the test, otherwise, if you're kicked out of Hogwarts, Mom will be sad." As he said that, the boy glanced at their mother in a very embarrassed way, looking a little worried. After a few words, Ron, who was originally happy because he could go to school, immediately collapsed a few minutes later, his eyes full of fear of the unknown. Seeing this, Lester knew that this family should be the Weasleys. Sure enough, when he and Hafiz walked over, they were immediately warmly welcomed by the Weasleys. "Hey, sir, are your children also freshmen this year?" After passing through the pillars and entering Station 9 3/4, Mr. Weasley greeted Hafiz very familiarly. Although their Weasley family is poor, they are one of the 28 pure-blood families after all, and with their backing from Principal Dumbledore, they could be considered a top existence in the wizarding world, so there's no pressure for him to talk to others. Not only that, Mr. Weasley would be very satisfied whenever he saw other people's surprised and envious expressions when they heard his surname. Yes, Hafiz obviously didn't want to tell Weasley more. After all, he said that Grandpa Lie was his child. Wouldn't this be putting eye drops on himself in front of Grandpa Lie? Seeing that the middle-aged man in Auror clothes didn't seem to be interested in him, Mr. Weasley didn't say much either. He is a serious aristocrat. Talking to others and enjoying the surprised eyes of others is just one of his little bad tastes. Even if others don't fuck him, he won't get frustrated because of his anger. After seeing Mr. Weasley leaving with a big family in a somewhat boring manner, Hafiz mysteriously took Lester to a corner. As soon as he entered this corner, he immediately saw several tall and burly figures coming up to him. That's right, they were some of the well-known boys under Lester's command. The wretched old man Leona, the deadly poisonous mage Scar, the top black wizard Sangbiao, and Hosan, who he met once when he was in prison and was named by him. The four people mysteriously pulled a large box, with a few small holes punched on the top of the box for air circulation. Could it be a succubus? Lester looked at the big box that obviously contained living creatures. His heart trembled subconsciously, and he became a little restless. I didn't expect that Hafiz, who seems to have a bad brain, can understand his own mind so well. Feeling Lai's excitement, Hafiz and the others were overjoyed and directly opened the big box, exposing the creatures inside to Lester's eyes. "Grandpa, this is a gift I want from the Ministry of Magic for you, to take care of your life at school." Hafiz pointed triumphantly at the inhuman creature and stood there waiting for Lester's praise. "Lester, damn, I miscalculated. I didn't expect it to be a house elf." Inside the open box, there was a ragged house elf with pointed ears and big eyes, with panic and helplessness on his face, looking at the strange environment around him with great fear. In the end, he set his sights on Lester because he could draw the conclusion from the crowd's attitude towards Lester and other people's flattery that this boy was the leader of the group. Hafiz came to the elf and explained to Lester, "Grandfather, Hogwarts has been casted with magic and cannot use apparition, so I propose to get a few from the Ministry of Magic. House elf. However, in order not to expose your existence, I secretly hid this elf. No one knows his existence. It can be used to dress you in Hogwarts." Lester couldn't help giving Hafez a high look after hearing this. He wanted to insult Hafez because it would reveal his identity. Unexpectedly, Hafez actually learned the trick this time. "Is this an idea you came up with yourself?" Lester looked at Hafez suspiciously because Hafiz is obviously not a person with a head. Hafiz smiled awkwardly and said, "Leona thought of it." Lester, ignoring the embarrassed Hafiz, Lester walked up to the house elf and looked him up and down. Big eyes, big pointed ears, small protruding mouth, hairless skin, timid eyes, and a scrawny body perfectly fit all the characteristics of a domestic elf. Under Lester's watchful eyes, the house elf was a little nervous, but in order to perform well in front of his new owner, he still suppressed his fear and wanted to puff his chest out. "You look so ugly, then call it caca?" Lester didn't care about the house elf's performance at all. After taking a closer look at his appearance, Lester gave the house elf a name. Caca was stunned for a moment and then ecstatic. He has a name, which means that the new owner has accepted him. Not only that, Leonard on the side was also a little eager to try, wanting to step forward to flatter Lester. Master Lai has a good literary talent. The name Caca is good. It really complements the ugly appearance of this house elf. It can be called Caca. Ka. According to Leonard's thinking, he should pull out a verse at this time, and then turn a corner and say that Master Lai has literary talents. But after a long time, he didn't know which verse contained the word caca. "Don't TMBB, I'm going to school." Lester's face darkened. Leonard, a bastard, thought he was a scholar after studying for 2 days. Fortunately, he had a little expectation before. "Hafez, you will dress up this house elf in a while." Lester turned around and told Hafiz, "This kind of house elf is too ugly. It can no longer improve its appearance in software, but can only be improved in hardware, such as clothing." After speaking, Lester carried the small school bag and took Toto in it onto the steaming Hogwarts Express. In this wizarding station, there are many wizarding families who bring their families. For them, going to Hogwarts is the most important thing in their children's life. Move out like the Weasleys. "George, Fred, be honest when you were in school. Don't let Professor McGonagall write to me about your affairs. Percy, you were a good boy. When you were in school, watch your 2 younger brothers and let them stop being mischievous." Like a respected general, Percy nodded, expressing that he would definitely look at his 2 naughty younger brothers, but unfortunately, in return, the twins really smiled with disdain. "And you, Ron, Hogwarts is a magical school of magic. You'll have a great time studying there, trust me." After affectionately kissing her youngest son on the cheek, Mrs. Weasley waved her hand and sent her 4 children to the train. Not far away, Lucius and Narcissa also put their little Malfoy in the middle. Lucius, macho, pretended not to care and looked at his watch from time to time, signaling Malfoy she should go to the train, but the concern in her eyes cannot be faked. As for Narcissa, she even hugged Malfoy directly in her arms and told Malfoy that he could study hard at Hogwarts and tell his family anything. Knowing Mom, I will definitely enter Slytherin House, and I will not let you down. Of course, there are only a small number of people with their families, and most Muggle wizards board the train alone. Different from the group of pure-blood wizards who carried untraceable expansion bags around their waists and went into battle lightly. These little wizards from Muggle wizards could only drag large and small bags and struggle to climb onto the train. At the same time, their parents are not qualified to enter the wizarding platform. They can only wait near the broken pillar, and they're not even qualified to approach, because that will attract the attention of other Muggles. Most of the little wizards just complained in their hearts, and a small number of people muttered in dissatisfaction. "This is the platform we built. Why don't you even let it get close?" These are young wizards who have just entered school. As for other young wizards who have been in Hogwarts for a year, they have already acquiesced to this phenomenon. "Hey, Lester, we finally meet again." Just as Lester was walking on the train, Harry's appearance really surprised him. "Harry, how was your month at your uncle's house?" Lester didn't feel unfamiliar with the long absence and took the big package from Harry's hand directly and then boarded the train with Harry. "I've had a good month. My uncle doesn't dare lock me in that cubicle anymore," Harry said with a young man's joy on his face. "They're all frightened by me. Darlie didn't dare to bother me anymore, and my uncles and aunts didn't dare to yell at me anymore. And they even handed over the work of washing the dishes to the machine instead of letting me do it." Although Harry said it with a smile, Lester frowned. These normal things can actually make Harry feel happy. How unconscionable what the Dursleys did before. Should I teach the Dursleys a lesson? Lester was still talking and laughing with Harry on the surface, but he was ready to help Harry find a place in his heart. Dumbledore is not close to Harry, so he can ignore Harry after throwing him at Uncle Harry's house. But Lester, can't stand by like this. His friend of the godfather of Azkaban. Forget it. Now that Dumbledore is still alive, I'd better not provoke him. Lester thought for a while, and finally let go of the idea of asking a Biao to kill the Dursleys and his family. The Dursley family has the magic left by Harry's mother, and Harry is the key to Dumbledore's defeat of Voldemort. If he rashly let a Biao take action, it will only attract Dumbledore's attention. While talking and laughing, Lester and Harry successfully found an empty box, and when they were sure there was no one inside, Lester and Harry got it immediately. Now the entire express train is full of people, and after finally finding a box, it is natural to occupy it quickly. After Lester chatted with Harry for a while, the door of the box was knocked, and then a boy with red hair poked his head in. "Hi, do you have any extra seats here?" "Of course." Facing the boy who appeared suddenly, Harry received him warmly and let him sit next to him. "My name is Harry Potter, and his name is Lester Bader. We're both freshmen at Hogwarts." Harry first introduced his name to the red-haired boy, and then saw the normal when the red-haired boy heard his name again. He jumped up excitedly on his seat. "Harry Potter? You mean, your name is Harry Potter, the famous savior?" Ron looked surprised, his eyes gleaming. Harry nodded helplessly. He was used to this kind of person, so he was not surprised. He directly showed his king's mark, the lightning scar on his forehead. "Cool," Ron exclaimed subconsciously, but he didn't notice Harry's expression was gloomy, because the scar was the result of his parents' lives. After noticing that Harry looked bad, Ron was not an idiot. He didn't bother with the scars, but instead introduced himself. "My name is Ron Weasley. I have 5 brothers above me. 2 of them have graduated from Hogwarts. The other 3 are all in Gryffindor College. I heard them say that Gryffindor the college is the best college in Hogwarts. Even our headmaster Dumbledore, graduated from Gryffindor before." "Gryffindor? Is this academy very powerful?" Although Harry was the savior, he had been living in the Muggle world before, so he knew very little about Hogwarts. Now there seemed to be someone who understood, so he couldn't help asking. "Of course," Ron replied without hesitation. "Gryffindor College is the most powerful college in Hogwarts. There are many wizards in the wizarding world who graduated from Gryffindor, and our whole family is Wizards of Gryffindor." After hearing this, Harry felt some longing for life in Hogwarts, but he still asked, how many houses does Hogwarts have? For such a simple question, Ron naturally would not refuse anyone who came. He had heard his brothers say about these things, so naturally he would not be stage frightened. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff then. Ron showed a disgusted expression and said the last house. They're also Slytherin's rich and dark wizards. They're all lackeys of you-know-who, full of evil dark wizards. Harry and the mysterious man could be said to have killed his father and mother, so he naturally hated the mysterious man very much. Therefore, after hearing Ron's words, he subconsciously hated Slytherin too. Regarding this, Lester just shook his head secretly and didn't say much. In fact, among the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts, Slytherin is undoubtedly the most suitable for developing power. If you can subdue those little snakes with your strength, they will become your sharpest knives. Unfortunately, Slytherin is not suitable for Harry because he defeated Voldemort, and Slytherin College was Voldemort's rookie training base 10 years ago, so Harry will definitely be squeezed out by the purebloods. Of course, if Harry could subdue this group of purebloods with his super fighting talent, they would immediately support Harry and quickly help Harry gather a group of teams in Hogwarts to start working for Harry. In comparison, the Wizards of Gryffindor are a bit of a scam. Lester now says that it may be a bit of an afterthought, but according to the performance of the Wizards of Gryffindor in the 7 Harry Potter books, it can be said that they are not satisfactory. However, as long as Lester knows these things in his heart, there is no need to tell Harry here. Because no matter what he told Harry, he would end up in Gryffindor under Dumbledore's arrangement. After Ron finished talking about the 4 colleges he knew, the 3 of Lester also began to get acquainted. As an adult, he has seen a lot of things in the world. Lester's knowledge is naturally wider than that of Harry and Ron. What he said convinced the 2 of them. Gradually, the relationship between the 3 became familiar. At about 12:30, there was a loud, rattling noise in the aisle, and a woman with a wide smile and dimples pushed open the door of the compartment and asked, "Honey, do you want to buy some food from the car?" Harry didn't eat anything in the morning, so he jumped up all of a sudden. He is a rich man now, so he didn't hesitate to spend money. He bought a few delicious things, and the table was full in a few minutes. On the other hand, Ron blushed, lowered his head with a little inferiority, and muttered, "My mother prepared a sandwich for me." Obviously, Ron is still very concerned about the downfall of his family. As an adult, Lester naturally noticed Ron's embarrassment, but he didn't say much. "Harry, why did you buy so many things? Can you finish them all?" Lester looked at the snacks piled up on the whole table and looked at Harry with some puzzlement. Harry's face was also a little embarrassed. He had no way to spend at his uncle's house before, and he had a big bag of galleons, but couldn't spend them. Now that he had the opportunity to spend, he couldn't help but spend some revenge. "I bought this for everyone to eat together. It's my treat for you." Harry was very generous, expressing his willingness to treat guests to snacks. After speaking, Harry first picked up a pack of multi-flavored beans and tasted it, and then said with a distorted expression, "Actually smells like booger vomit." Seeing this, Lester took out one and put in his mouth, saying, "Not bad. It tastes like strawberry." Seeing that Harry and Lester had eaten, Ron also let go, no longer shy, picked up the snacks in front of him, and began to stuff them into his mouth. "Delicious, these snacks taste really good." Ron couldn't help but comment while eating the snacks. "This chocolate frog is a bit tired, but it's just right to eat with multi-flavored beans." Lester, just as Ron was eating, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and then a girl with a slightly haughty look walked in with her head up, and at the same time, behind him was a timid boy with her head down. "Hello, have you seen Neville's toad?" As soon as the girl entered the door, she couldn't wait to ask everyone. Her tone was very arrogant and conceited, which made Ron frown after hearing this. Harry also thought that this girl must be a difficult guy to get along with. Only Lester knew that this was the last of the 3 little ones in the future, Hermione Granger. And behind him should be the heir of the Longbottom family, Neville Longbottom. It can be seen that the little girl is indeed the embryo of a little beauty. She looks exactly like the little Hermione in a movie, with big eyes, a high-nosed bridge, an oval face, and 2 big dyes in her mouth. The big dyes were caught by Hermione. The brush is white, and it looks like she has not lost much maintenance on weekdays, which is very suitable for her identity as a dentist's daughter. Behind him is Neville Longbottom, who grew up under the care of his grandmother because his parents were tortured into madness by Voldemort's men. Making fun of him has led to a very low self-esteem now. He has a round face, slightly fatter, with sluggish eyes and a small mouth that opens from time to time. He looks like a dementia with a look of being bullied. If it wasn't for Lester knowing that he would pull out the Gryffindor sword to kill Voldemort's baby snake in the future and finally become the head of Hufflepuff, he might not be able to resist going up and kicking him, not because of others, yes, just because he is easy to bully. Resisting the urge to go forward to flirt, Lester and Harry Ron looked at each other. Apparently neither of them saw the toad Hermione was talking about. Sorry, we stayed in a box all the time and didn't see the toad you were talking about. Lester stood up, shook his head, and said, however, I think I can help you find that toad together. Lester didn't do this because of anything else, but because he simply wanted to make friends with Neville, the future swordmaster of Gryffindor. Hermione looked Lester up and down. Not to mention, the young man is quite handsome, with a sword heart and eyebrows, like the protagonist who came out of a fairy tale. Thank you. Neville was a little shy. Since the last time he was ridiculed by children of the same age because his parents were crazy, Neville hadn't talked to his peers for a long time, let alone such a handsome peer. Lester didn't say much when he saw this, and after saying goodbye to Harry and Ron, he embarked on the process of looking for the toad. After Lester left for about a few minutes, Ron's habit of chewing people's tongues behind his back was repeated. Harry, look at that girl. She's so arrogant. I bet if she was a pure blood wizard, he would definitely go and be sorted into Slytherin because it's full of bad guys like him. After hearing this, Harry nodded in agreement. Under the influence of Ron, Slytherin's impression of Harry became very low. The young Harry already regarded all Slytherin students as bad guys. Seeing this, Ron started to provoke. And that Lester, I hope he could be assigned to Gryffindor with us. Otherwise, with his character, if he goes to Slytherin, he must be another little dark wizard. Harry was a little surprised when he heard it, and said, how is it possible? Lester is my best friend. Best friend. An imperceptible jealousy and haze flashed in Ron's eyes. In his heart, Harry, who was willing to give him snacks, was already his best friend. In the end, his best friend, but he was thinking of others in his heart, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Harry also realized that his words were wrong, and hurriedly added, of course, you are also my best friend. After hearing this, Ron nodded on the surface, saying that it was nothing, but he secretly hated Lester in his heart, thinking that Lester had robbed his friend. I know, we're all good friends, but, I don't want Lester to go into Slytherin, because it's full of dark wizards, and if Lester goes into Slytherin, he'll be too bad. The environment there will pollute him. Harry didn't agree with this sentence, but everyone he knew, including Hagrid, except Lester, was telling him that Slytherin was bad. Just when Harry was struggling, the door of the box was pushed open again. This time it wasn't Hermione and Neville who came, but three aggressive-looking boys. The leading boy has platinum blonde hair, and his eyes are full of arrogance and ambition. The two boys behind him are obviously horse boys, with a round cut and two big faces. They look stupid. That's right, it was Brother Yin and his two purebred boys who came. I seem to have heard you speak ill of Slytherin as soon as I walked in. Malfoy walked into the box and said slowly to Ron, I know you, child of the Weasley family. I heard from my father, you Weasleys are pure blood traitors. After hearing this, Ron stood up directly from his seat, his little face flushed with anger, and said, that's because you pure blood are stubborn. Only you think that you could be superior to others with your blood. In fact, you are just a group of obsessed. I'm just a fool for power. Facing Ron's scolding, Malfoy didn't even pay attention to it. Ron was not taken seriously by him at all. He only came here for one purpose this time, and that was to make friends with the famous Harry Potter. Are you Harry Potter? That famous boy. Malfoy first introduced himself. My name is Draco Malfoy, and I come from the Malfoy family in the Holy 28. Those are Goyle and Crabbe. I've heard stories about you since I was a child. You became famous when you were young, and you defeated the mysterious man, so, we might be friends." Malfoy glanced at Ron, and then said, "I was at Madame Malkin's shop. I met you and that boy, and I feel that the three of us can be friends, not with this kind of person. Potter, you don't want to be friends with other people. I can help you with that. I think I can tell who's the odd one myself." "Thanks a lot," Harry said coldly. The words were not speculative, and Malfoy, who was rejected for the first time as a friend, suddenly flushed with anger and said angrily, "You should be more polite, otherwise you will follow the same path as your parents. They also don't know what's good or bad. If you hang out with dubious people like the Weasleys." Hearing Malfoy insulting his parents, Harry couldn't help it immediately. He stepped forward and pushed Malfoy before. Ron saw it too, and slapped Malfoy's face. How could Malfoy be willing to be beaten? He immediately dodged to avoid the oncoming slap, and then slapped Ron with a slap. At the same time, Goyle and Crabbe, who were tall and burly behind them, rushed over and beat Harry Ron up. Fortunately, these 5 children don't know magic yet, so these 5 people subconsciously used physical means to solve the problem and wrestled into a ball in a box. Until, when Lester arrived, he had just helped Neville find a toad named Lyford, and he rushed back to the private room without stopping and saw 5 people wrestling together. "What are you doing?" Lester pushed open the door of the private room, and as soon as he entered, he saw Malfoy riding on Harry's body, and he was mad at Harry, while Ron on the other side suddenly exploded, alone chased Gore and Crabbe to fight. "Lester, come and help. Malfoy and the others are here to find fault." Harry saw Lester, as if seeing a savior, and hurriedly called for help. At the same time, Malfoy, who was riding on Harry's crazy output, also noticed Lester. He could feel that Lester was unusual in Madame Malkin's shop before, so he subconsciously raised his vigilance. Fuchsia. At this moment, Lester directly took out his Dark Lord's staff, facing the 3 of Malfoy. It was a fuchsia, and hung the 3 of them upside down on the ceiling of the private room. Their robes fell naturally under the action of gravity, revealing their inner library underneath. Harry was overjoyed when he saw this. He had been abused by his uncle's family for many years, and he couldn't get enough to eat every day, so his body was not only extremely thin, but he was also somewhat malnourished. He was no match for the well-clothed Malfoy at all. Lying weakly on the chair, Harry panted heavily, looking proudly at Malfoy above his head. At this moment, an extremely sad scream came from beside him. I saw that Ron did not stop because of the end of the war, but was still beating the dog in the water. Since the heads of Goyle and Crabbe are visiting downward under the influence of the spell, Ron can easily kick their heads. The head is a kick. Originally, Malfoy wanted to have a fit after being hung up by Lester, but after seeing the tragic situation of Goyle and Crabbe, Malfoy shut up very rationally and just silently prayed in his heart that Weasley could not see him. "Okay, Ron, don't fight anymore." Lester hurriedly stopped Ron. "This is not to kill people. This is the Hogwarts Express, not Nocturn Alley. If people are killed, it will be a big deal." It's a pity that Ron turned a deaf ear to Lester's call to stop. Knowing that Harry on the side realized the seriousness of the problem and called Ron to stop, the furious Ron stopped his feet and gasped heavily on the spot. Seeing this, there was a strange flash in Lester's eyes. From Ron's performance just now, Lester could feel that Ron seemed very unhappy with him, but he didn't offend him. Although he was very puzzled, Lester didn't bother to care about Ron. Although Ron is a member of the protagonist group, he will succeed in success and fame in the future, but so what? He, Lester, is now the godfather of Azkaban, and he has a lot of elite soldiers under him. Isn't he more powerful than Ron? If Ron is willing to make friends with himself, then he will not refuse, and he can even give him some help in the future. But if Ron insists on being an enemy of himself, then sorry, Lester will definitely not spoil Ron's fault. Because of the change in Ron's attitude, Lester's thoughts on beating Brother Drag became less serious. He waved his wand, and the 3 Malfoys who were still hanging on the ceiling fell directly to the ground. "You 3 wait for me. I will tell my dad about this." After putting down a harsh word, the 3 of Malfoy fled the private room immediately, fearing that Lester would repent, and hung them on the wall again. Good job, Lester. After Malfoy left, Harry immediately went up to praise Lester, saying that Malfoy is really arrogant. This is a good lesson for him. Really happy. Lester smiled and said nothing, but Ron on the side really looked weird and said, Lester, why did you let those 3 guys go? Are you with that group of pure blood? Lester, I kindly helped to subdue the 3 of Malfoy. Even if I didn't get any credit, I would have worked hard, but Ron actually accused himself of letting Malfoy go, making Lester laugh outright. Damn it, I was king in Azkaban, and I could kill anyone's family if I wanted to. But now that I'm at Hogwarts, even Ron, a brat, dares to blame himself. Lester would not let him get used to his faults at all, and replied, Then you can go to them to fight again now. They should not have gone far. Ron's face turned green after hearing this, and the red freckles were very conspicuous on his green cheeks. How could he have beaten the 3 of Malfoy? Immediately, he gave Lester an angry look and sat down angrily. Down. Harry on the side was running around in the private room anxiously when he saw this. He had finally made 2 new friends, and he didn't want to lose any of them. Therefore, even though Ron's behavior was a bit out of place, Harry still wanted to be with Mud. Lester didn't say much about it. He didn't agree with each other. He had his own ideals and beliefs, and had a large number of loyal followers under him. He couldn't compromise like Ron because of the original book. Not to mention that it is impossible for Lester to wrong himself. Just say, is Ron worthy of him? In this way, the private room fell into an extremely embarrassing situation. Ron frowned and didn't speak to Lester, obviously thinking that Lester should not let the 3 of Malfoy go. And Lester was also happy to be leisurely eating snacks in his seat, and Harry also joined the queue for snacks after hesitating for a moment. After all, who can be against eating? Seeing this, Ron's expression became even more angry. At this time, in Ron's heart, Lester's hatred was almost equal to that of Malfoy. Traitor! Ron glared at Lester bitterly, muttering in a low voice. In his opinion, Lester let Malfoy go when he could teach Malfoy a good lesson, but he forgot that if he hadn't beaten Goyle and Crabbe recklessly, Lester was afraid that things would get worse. So he did it. Let go of Malfoy and others. But in any case, there was still a gap. In this awkward atmosphere, the Hogwarts Express finally arrived at its destination. The best school in the entire wizarding world, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It was morning when Lester and the others got on the train, but when the train arrived at the station, it was already night. Through the window of the train, you can still see the dark night outside, with a little bit of starlight dotted on the night sky. Harry, put on your school uniform. We're getting off the bus. Lester quickly took out the school uniform that he had been eyeing in Mrs. Malkin's shop from the package, and Harry also took out the newly purchased clothes. Only Ron blushed in the box and reluctantly took out the worn-out wizard robe that was obviously one size larger and muttered, I've always wanted my mother to buy me a new robe. Looking at Lester and Harry's gorgeous new robes with some embarrassment, Ron was filled with jealousy. Harry is the savior and the sole heir of the Potter family, so he is naturally entitled to a new robe, and Ron will not be jealous of Harry because of this. But what about Lester? Although the Weasley family that Ron belongs to is very poor financially, their connections are not weak. Ron knows that there is no pure-blood family named Baird in the wizarding world, so this dragging Lester is just a muggle wizard. A muggle wizard with a bad birth. Why should he dress better than him? Reluctantly putting on a slightly larger robe, Ron gave Lester a dissatisfied look, and Lester felt a little baffled by this. Get out of the car, Harry! Ignoring Ron, who was exuding inexplicable hostility towards him. After the train came to a steady stop, Lester also put on his well-fitting robe and beckoned Harry to get off. Perhaps Madame Malkin's robes were really well made. Coupled with Lester's handsome appearance, Lester's appearance in the school uniform directly exploded, making Ron's eyes full of resentment again. Unlike Ron, Harry is a simple child, and he will not be jealous that Lester is more handsome than him. In fact, Lester has a high opinion in his heart, and Harry still hopes that Lester can follow him. On to college. In this way, the 3 of Lester followed the crowd and got off the train, stepping on the ground of Hogwarts for the first time. As soon as he got off the train, Lester saw other senior students cheering for their friends and sitting in a carriage pulled by thestrals, heading towards Hogwarts at high speed, while the rest of the first-year students were waiting under the train stand-up. As soon as Lester and the others walked over, they heard Hagrid's familiar shout. First graders! First graders, come here! Harry, Lester, come here, how are you all? Hagrid smiled on his bearded face above the crowd of thousands. Come on, come with me. Are there any first-year freshmen? Be careful under your feet, okay? First-year freshmen, come with me. Gradually, as Hagrid called out, a large number of little radish heads began to slowly gather towards Hagrid. From the changes in the clothes and demeanor of this group of young wizards for a year, Lester could clearly distinguish their appearance. Family background. First of all, more than a dozen boys and girls gathered together after getting off the car. Their faces were full of arrogance and contempt unique to pure-blood nobles. They raised their heads and stared at the surrounding peers with their nostrils. In the area, it was dragging Brother Malfoy and his two dumb boys, and a girl who looked like a poodle had been staring at Malfoy with admiration. From their familiar conversations and arrogant expressions, it could be seen that they should all be pure-blood noble children, and the future college will also be Slytherin House. Near them, there is another group of young wizards gathered. They also wear decent robes. On the surface, they are kind to everyone, but in fact there is imperceptible arrogance in their eyes. Also, from time to time, yes, they will cast disgusted glances at the group of pure-blood noble children before. These young wizards are obviously the children of Ministry of Magic officials. If nothing else happens, they will go to Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw respectively. Except for these two small groups, the other little wizards are either from down-and-out purebloods or from Muggle families, so they know little about factions. They just gather with new friends in groups of 3 or 4, talk about the expectation of the future life. Lester, which academy do you want to go to? In the crowd, Harry asked Lester curiously. Lester thought for a moment and said, Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, I think these two colleges should be good colleges. Don't you want to go to Gryffindor? Many great wizards graduated from Gryffindor. Harry didn't understand. In fact, he really wanted to go to Gryffindor. Of course, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are also good, as long as he is not allowed to go to Slytherin, because there are all hateful black people there. Wizard. Gryffindor is good, but I don't feel like I'm a good fit for that house. Lester shook his head and gave an explanation, but he actually knew that Gryffindor was the headquarters of Dumbledore's faction and the main team of Dumbledore's army in the future. If he entered Gryffindor, then it is bound to enter Dumbledore's sight. Moreover, the little wizard of Gryffindor has long been assigned to Harry Potter by Dumbledore, and it is impossible for him to join the Gryffindor team, because this will poach Dumbledore's corner. We'll allow Lester to do that. But Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are different. Both colleges have their own advantages. The advantage of Hufflepuff is obvious. That is, they have a large number of students, and most of the students in them are from Muggle families. No, the jobs after graduation are not ideal. Just like the salesperson on the train just now, she graduated from Hufflepuff. If he enters Hufflepuff with his excellent eloquence and strong strength, Lester can immediately gain a large number of supporters, and he can quickly convert Hufflepuff supporters into his loyal supporters. After my own training, as long as I graduate, I can immediately obtain a large number of Hufflepuff wizards who are good at fighting. If it is to enter Ravenclaw, the number of people is a little less, but most of Ravenclaw are the children of officials. If they are subdued, it is equivalent to subduing the ruling family of the Ministry of Magic. When they grow up, they can become the leaders of the factions in power in the Ministry of Magic, just like Voldemort, and they can still gain a lot of combat power. But if you enter Gryffindor, then you are finished. Dumbledore can't let himself pull the team in Gryffindor, and he can't pull up because the little wizards in Gryffindor are all members of the Order of the Phoenix. If you enter Gryffindor by yourself, you can only be Harry's younger brother, but you cannot be Harry's eldest brother. As the godfather of Azkaban, Lester naturally cannot be Harry's younger brother, so Gryffindor definitely can't go. As for Slytherin, Lester said that the young wizards in this academy had better pray that they don't go to Slytherin, otherwise their good days. Come on, kids, we're going to Hogwarts. The huge Hagrid started to lead the way in front, followed by a large group of first-year freshmen. In the dark night, there were only a few stars shining, and Hagrid at the front was carrying an oil lamp, leading the little one behind him. Heads go forward. There can't be more than 4 people in the boat. Hagrid looked at the boat on the shore and shouted to the freshmen over his shoulder. Lester and Harry immediately boarded a small boat, and Ron, unwilling to be outdone, quickly followed. Afterwards, Neville on the shore looked at Lester on the boat. His eyes lit up, and he also followed. "All aboard," Hagrid called, taking the boat all by himself. Well, onward. Soon, the boat braved the wind and waves, and in a blink of an eye, a tall castle appeared in front of Lester. Lester knew that this was Hogwarts. As soon as the freshmen gathered in front of the door, Hagrid knocked on the door 3 times, and then the door opened immediately. A witch with a serious face and dignified movements stood behind the door. Lester knew that he was the Dean of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall. "Hagrid, you can go in and take your seat now, and the freshmen will be handed over to me," Professor McGonagall said to Hagrid first, and then led the more than 100 freshmen to the interior of Hogwarts Castle. "Go." Follow Professor McGonagall along the stone floor. Lester heard noises to the right, presumably from other years. Professor McGonagall led the freshmen into a small room, which was very small but not crowded. Just when everyone was a little anxious, the sorting ceremony began. Palatial place. 4 long dining tables extend from the door to the deepest part. Hundreds of senior students were divided according to the colleges and sat at the dining tables of their own colleges. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in front of the new student and put a dusty hat on it. Then, a miraculous scene happened. The hat actually sang. "You may think I'm not pretty." After the hat sang, the audience applauded thunderously. Afterwards, Professor McGonagall took out a piece of parchment and started the roll call. According to the list on the parchment, Professor McGonagall said, "Hannah Abbott." Sure enough, it is the sorting hat of Running Water, the Iron Hannah, and the first to be sorted is always this little girl from the Ibo family. A little girl with blonde hair and double whips stumbled out of the queue, put on her hat, and paused for a few seconds. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. Immediately afterwards, several students were called up one by one and were sorted into Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw respectively. When Malfoy's name was called, Malfoy walked over with great swagger and immediately got his wish, screaming, "Slytherin!" Malfoy went to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, looking very pleased with himself. Finally, after a few more students were called up, it was our savior's turn in the branch. Harry Potter. All the little wizards, including the professors on the stage, were looking at Harry with curious eyes, and at the same time showed expressions of expectation. They wanted to know which college this legendary boy would be assigned to. Harry sat on the chair and thought to himself, "It's fine if you don't go to Slytherin. The other 3 houses are fine." Finally, as expected, at Harry's insistence and arranged with Dumbledore, Harry entered Gryffindor. Then, Ron also inherited their family tradition and entered Gryffindor together. As for Hermione, one of the 3 little ones, also joined Gryffindor after some hesitation. Finally, as freshmen were called out one after another, there was only one freshman in the hall who had not been sorted, and that was Lester Bader. Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw. In short, as long as it is not Gryffindor, I can accept it. Lester thought silently in his heart. No matter which academy he was allowed to go to, as long as there was no obstruction from Dumbledore, with his strength, he could easily pull up a group of teams. So, as long as he doesn't go to Gryffindor, he can accept it. Lester Bader. Professor McGonagall held the parchment that recorded the student list and moved his eyes to the bottom of the parchment, staring at Lester's surname, feeling a little suspicious. The surname of Bader is not a pure-blood surname, but Professor McGonagall still has an impression of this surname, because 10 years ago, an Auror couple named Bader died in the battle against the mysterious man Middle. If I didn't guess wrong, this boy should be their child. "Lester, sit on this chair and put on your hat," Professor McGonagall explained to Lester. Even if Lester is not a time traveler, he can know how to be separated by looking at the branches of the little wizards before, so naturally there is no need for Professor McGonagall to explain. But since Professor McGonagall is willing to say a few more words to himself, Lester will not be ignorant. "Thank you, Professor." Wei Wei nodded to the professor to express his gratitude. Lester sat down on the chair, grabbed the brim of the sorting hat with both hands, and put the sorting hat on his head. When the hat was about to be buttoned up to block the view, Lester saw that the restaurant was full of people and everyone was looking forward. He was not so narcissistic that he thought that everyone in the restaurant was paying attention to him. Lester knew that they expected so much because he was the last one in the sorting house. As long as he finished the sorting, they could have dinner, so that's why I look forward to it. Yeah. As soon as he put the sorting hat on, Lester heard a small voice in his ear saying, "Yes, you should be a child of the Bader family, right? I saw that little guy 30 years ago when your parents were sorted into Hufflepuffs." Lester knows that the sorting hat is actually conscious. For example, he can know that the Weasleys are all Gryffindors and the Malfoys are all Slytherins. "Son, why don't you talk? In fact, if you have an idea about which college, you can tell me." "Relax. I am the sorting hat. I have been in Hogwarts for thousands of years. There is no need to empty your mind. I do not have the ability to peek into your heart." Facing the guarantee of the sorting hat, Lester still kept silent, insisting on emptying his brain and not letting himself show any emotional changes. "Hey, I know you may have some little secrets, but if you keep doing this, I can't sort you at all. Then we'll always be deadlocked here." The sorting hat continued. "It will be self-defeating at that time. Don't worry, child. I have lived for thousands of years. I have seen all kinds of geniuses. Your little secrets are not worth mentioning to me." Although the words of the sorting hat are very plain, but there is a hint of arrogance. After living for so many years, there are countless little wizards who have been sorted by him. No matter how powerful the various gods are, they were all sorted by it in the first place. Hats give points to the hospital. Although the sorting hat could feel that this Lester must have some little secrets, but he believed that based on his knowledge, it was impossible for him to be frightened. Hearing this, Lester hesitated a little because he could feel the restlessness of the people in the restaurant. This time, except for Harry, who is the savior, the sorting took a little longer, and the others were assigned almost quickly. College. There is an unwritten rule in Hogwarts that is, the longer the sorting time takes, the more powerful it will be. For example, Professor McGonagall made the sorting hat think for 5 minutes before sorting her into the division after careful consideration. Refinder. Generally, only talented little wizards would get hat embarrassed treatment, because this kind of little wizard was extremely talented, and it was more than enough to go to any academy, so hat felt tangled. At the Gryffindor table, Harry looked at Lester, who hadn't been sorted for a long time, and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. "Lester, you must come to Gryffindor." In Harry's heart, Lester was the first friend he met in the wizarding world, so he naturally hoped that Lester could be assigned to a college with him. Beside Harry, Ron's face was livid, and he muttered in a low voice, "Why is the sorting hat still hesitating? A guy like Lester who bullies people with magic at every turn will definitely be sorted into Slytherin. Kind of dark wizard academy." That's right. In Ron's view, Lester's lesson to Malfoy and others on the train turned into Lester bullying others, which is really ridiculous. At the Slytherin dining table, Malfoy also stared at Lester with flickering eyes. He still vividly remembered the humiliation of being hanged by Lester before. "Will be assigned to that college." Through the low brim of his hat, Lester could see that the students in the entire dining room were stretching their necks to look at him. Although he didn't mind being looked at by others, as the godfather of Azkaban, he was surrounded by this group of children. Lester still couldn't accept that wizards were treated like exotic animals. "Well, I don't need to empty my mind, but I have one condition." Lester thought for a moment, started to bargain, and said, "I must not go to Gryffindor." "Not going to Gryffindor?" The sorting hat was taken aback for a moment, and then said indifferently, "Well, in fact, with your current performance, Gryffindor should not be the house for you." Having received the hat's promise, Lester also let go of his brain and let the sorting hat investigate. "Well, you are very talented. I feel the magic power gushing out, which is very rare for a little wizard of your age. You are very calm and not impetuous. You are neither anxious to know the college you will be assigned to, nor I am eager to express my opinion. Which college should I assign you to? Wait. The Sorting Hat's expression suddenly became extremely weird, and then it became unbelievable. Could it be because I've been in the industry for too long, so I'm too tired and need maintenance? The Sorting Hat couldn't help but started talking to itself, and its tone became more and more serious. As the Sorting Hat continued to deepen, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood gradually appeared in front of the Sorting Hat. All kinds of wizards in Chinese robes were lying on the streets of Diagon Alley in a miserable state of death. They were clearly decapitated, and their mouths were still howling. On the towering street lamps by the side of the road, one corpse after another, wearing noble costumes, was hung. Their faces were full of fear and regret. Their necks were tied tightly with ropes, and then they stayed on the street lamps. Time was congested and bulging crazily, and the blood flowed down their trouser legs and formed a pool of blood under their feet. There is one such street lamp every 5 meters in Diagon Alley. Not surprisingly, a pure-blood wizard hangs on every street lamp. The streets of London were also in chaos. Under the effect of the powerful Muggle-repelling spell, all the Muggles in the city center were temporarily expelled and replaced by Muggle wizards from all over the wizarding world. They have waiters who work in restaurants and work 12 hours a day. Some are in Nocturn Alley, the hungry poor. Some are impoverished on the streets, and everyone shouts and beats beggars. Before, they were all despised existences, but now they came here from all over the magic world and stood proudly in the center of London. They each wore a black armband on their right shoulders, with several large characters on it. Fight against the tyranny of pure-blood wizards. Victory belongs to the people. Next, the Sorting Hat experienced its first nightmare among the Hat students. Fight the pure-blooded reactionaries and establish an equal magic world. Tear down the 3 mountains of the magic world. Victory belongs to the new government. Rebellion is innocent. Revolution is justified. The streets of central London were crowded with people, and countless Muggle wizards from all over the wizarding world gathered together in order to break the rule of darkness and establish an equal regime for wizards. On the high platform, a man whose face was covered by a black mosaic was giving an impassioned speech. The Muggle wizards in the audience cheered and shouted again and again, as if they would immediately pick up the magic wand, transformed into a powerful warrior, charged into the Ministry of Magic without hesitation. The bustling Diagon Alley in the past has become a slaughterhouse for pure-blood wizards. Countless Muggle wizards with black armbands rushed into the shops of pure-blood wizards in groups, and then accompanied by several, there were cries of desolation and regret, and a few frightening green streaks flashed across the shop. After that, the noisy shop became quiet again. Countless pure-blood wizards who stand on the heads of Muggle wizards and domineering are driven onto the streets like pigs and sheep. Around their necks are hung plaques made of solid wood. Engraved with the words pure blood scum, these big characters, under the control of Muggle wizards, are displayed in the street. Hogsmeade, the most famous wizarding town in the wizarding world, also became a purgatory on Earth amidst the turmoil. Various big character posters were plastered in every corner of Hogsmeade, and countless pure-blood nobles were brought to the center of the town for trial every day. The fanatical Muggle wizards parade in the town every day, and the deafening shouts shocked the entire wizarding world. Finally, what appeared before the Sorting Hat was Hogwarts, the place where he had worked for thousands of years. The Sorting Hat was a little afraid to look at it. He didn't know whether this was a fantasy constructed by Lester in his mind, or the future of the magic world. Violence, blood, killing, the wizarding world will become a slaughterhouse. The Sorting Hat went crazy and kept uttering bleak screams, echoing wildly in Lester's mind. At this moment, Lester, who didn't know anything, was stunned. Damn, didn't you say that as long as you let go of his brain, you can sort yourself into another hospital? Why did you watch it for a long time and still screamed in your head? What did this TMC that made the Sorting Hat so excited? Just as the Sorting Hat was wailing in Lester's mind, The other people in the restaurant were also stunned. Although they couldn't hear the Sorting Hat's wailing, they could tell that the Sorting Hat was really tangled. The painful grin of the Sorting Hat didn't make them realize that it was a sign of the Sorting Hat's pain. On the contrary, they just thought it was a sign of the Sorting Hat's entanglement. "Brother Hat, you are sober, don't scare me." Hearing the scream of the Sorting Hat, Lester panicked. If it was normal, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of Lester's eyes, he would not panic, but now, he really panicked. If the Ministry of Magic is full of power strugglers, then the Hogwarts School of Magic is the most powerful existence in the entire wizarding world. The greatest white wizard of the 20th century, Albus Dumbledore. Half-Blood Prince, head of Slytherin House, Severus Snape. Master of Transfiguration, head of Gryffindor, Meg Minerva. Dual Champion, head of Ravenclaw, Phileas Flitwick. Needless to say, Dumbledore is currently the highest combat power in the entire magic world. The other 4 principals are also talented people, all of whom are superpowers who can hit 10. Not to mention that there are more than 1,000 little wizards in the audience. If this group of people swarms up, then I won't be able to hold on for a second, and I'll be taken down immediately. "Brother Hat, say something, Brother Hat." Lester hurriedly communicated with the Sorting Hat. "Brother Hat, really, it was my fault to negotiate with you before. I am happy to go wherever you let me go. You hurry up and say something." It's a pity that the Sorting Hat has been frightened into a fool, and it can only keep shouting, "Kill." The entire magic world is stained with blood, and the magic world is about to become a slaughterhouse. Lester. Just when Lester was hesitating whether to call Songbiao and others to come over and fight a wave, the Sorting Hat suddenly fell silent. With the calm of the Sorting Hat, the Melon Eaters outside cast their fiery eyes one after another, wanting to know which college Lester will be sorted into. In the silence, the Sorting Hat spoke. "Slytherin." Immediately, as soon as the words fell, all the students in the restaurant applauded subconsciously. Whether it was Gryffindor, who was very upset with Slytherin, or Hufflepuff, who was often bullied by Slytherin, they all sincerely got my own applause. 10 minutes. This boy was sorted for 10 minutes. He broke a new record. He is a legend. On the Gryffindor dining table, 2 red-haired boys jumped out, singing and dancing hand in hand, and singing their own newly composed songs. He is a legend that can make the Sorting Hat tangled up for 10 minutes. On the teacher's table, Professor Snape's eyes also had a hint of surprise, embarrassment. No matter where he puts it, he is a talent, and Slytherin can get such a talented child. As the dean, he is still very happy. At the Slytherin dining table, the little wizards from the pureblood family were also cheering, but due to the upbringing of the nobles, they were not as crazy as the others, and they still sat firmly on the seats, but their happy expressions still expressed out of their joy. Which family is this boy from? Why haven't I seen him? Could it be that another ancient pureblood family has sent an heir out of the mountain? At this moment, they didn't realize at all that Lester, who could make the Sorting Hat tangled up for 10 minutes, was not a pureblood kid at all, and was still dreaming of the big dream of hugging his thigh. While everyone was cheering, Lester's expression was extremely weird, because he can be sure that the voice of the Sorting Hat in his ear just now is definitely not what the Sorting Hat said. The voice of the Sorting Hat should be extremely cheerful, but the voice just now was extremely cold, like a terrible poisonous snake, bringing infinite chills to people. This is not over yet. Apart from the terrifying chill, there's also a strong majesty in this voice. It can be seen that the speaker must have been in a high position for a long time. "Brother Hat, are you here? Was it you who spoke just now?" Lester asked with some uncertainty. This time, the cheerful voice of the Hat appeared in Lester's head again. "What's the matter? Brother, haven't we been chatting just now? Didn't you just say that there are many beautiful hat styles in France? Come on, tell me more." Lester can now be sure that the Sorting Hat must have been forcibly controlled by a certain boss just now, and the memory has been modified. "Hat, do you still remember what happened just now?" Lester swallowed, and his little hand had silently grabbed his Dark Lord's staff. "What happened?" The Sorting Hat said with a normal face. "Didn't you just tell me that France has many beautiful hats? and that you want to bring me one? Hearing that the Sorting Hat really forgot what happened just now, Lester breathed a sigh of relief. The kid in the Sorting Hat is wise. If he tells Dumbledore in the future, he will be exposed. Now, his memory has been modified by the boss, so he can rest assured. As for which big guy modified the Sorting Hat's memory, Lester could figure out with his feet that he went to that college because that big guy did the tricks for the Sorting Hat. Don't worry about the hat. When I go back to France, I will definitely bring you a nice hat. After thinking it over, Lester stopped being entangled. After giving the Sorting Hat a promise, he returned him to Professor McGonagall. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Lester came to Slytherin's dining table. However, Lester's mood is not so beautiful. After all, with my own strength, which college to go to is not just a matter of wind and water, but I let myself go to Slytherin, where there are all blood theories easy. If I go to this college by myself, the little wizard of Slytherin College will not survive alive. Lester could see his friends sitting at the Gryffindor table as he headed to the table. Harry looked astonished, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He didn't know why Lester, who came from the orphanage, entered the house of Slytherin. Ron stared at Lester with a face of sarcasm and hatred. He knew that Lester would definitely be sorted in a Slytherin house, and he was still pretending to be in front of himself and Harry before. Harry, I just said that Lester is not a good person. Ron tilted his head and said to Harry, even if he is a good person, but he went to Slytherin, where there are all bad people. In a few days, Lester will go bad too. Lester will go bad too? Harry didn't refute Ron's words this time, but thought carefully about this question in his heart. Originally, he believed that Lester was a good person, but in the end Lester was assigned to Slytherin, and Ron told himself that all Slytherins were bad people. For a moment, Harry's trust in Lester actually wavered a little. When Lester came to the Slytherin dining table, many Slytherin wizards gave Lester a staring salute, and Lester had seen big scenes before, and he didn't panic at all under the gaze of everyone. Slowly walked to the back of the dining table. Many senior Slytherin students saw Lester's calm performance, and their eyes moved, and they valued him a little more in their hearts. Unlike the other 3 colleges at Hogwarts, since Slytherin College is a noble college, the children in it are naturally exposed to some adult topics from the urine. Among them, many students are the sole heirs of their own families, that is, the patriarchs of the future families. As future patriarchs, they should not only think about themselves, but also think about their own families. If there is really a talented and powerful student in the Slytherin house, then they don't mind going there. After all, Slytherin respects the strong. However, there is a prerequisite. That is, this Lester must come from a pure-blood family. Otherwise, they would not defect to a mudblood. Sure enough, as soon as Lester walked to the back of the table, several first-year freshmen got up and prepared to give him a seat. In Slytherin, it is normal for the weak to serve the strong. But if it is placed in Gryffindor, it is to kill those little wizards, and they cannot give up their seats for you. No, thank you. Lester smiled and rejected their overtures, walking alone at the end of the table. As soon as he sat down, he felt the fiery eyes in the middle of the dining table, and when he looked up, he saw that Malfoy was staring at him. But after being discovered by himself, Malfoy immediately lowered his head like a young daughter-in-law who was caught stealing and raping. Hey, why are you being so nice to me? I will feel guilty when I hit you in a few days. Don't look at the fact that these little Slytherin wizards are constantly showing favor to him. It's because they don't know the details of Lester, and they think he is also from a pure-blood family, so they lick him madly. If these little snakes who have been brainwashed by blood theory know that they are not pure-blood nobles at all, then they will probably target themselves immediately. When the time comes, will Lester kill their whole family or kill their whole family? Just when Lester was considering whether to act first, the system's melodious prompt sounded in his ears again. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the branch, successfully entered the Slytherin College, and started the Slytherin series of tasks /. Now that he has received the task, Lester has to think carefully about how to complete it. If you let him feel this group of pure blood well, then he may not be able to do it, but if you let him convince this group of pure blood, Lester has a lot of methods. But now that there's so many people and the principal and professor are still there, it's not easy for me to do it myself. When I return to the Slytherin lounge, it's not too late to do it myself. Albus Dumbledore stood up just after Lester settled down. He looked at the students with a smile on his face and stretched out his arms to them. Nothing seemed to make him happier than seeing the students gathered together. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I would like to say a few words. That is, idiot, cry, residue, screw." Then the dinner plates in front of Lester were full of food. Although Lester is also a person who has seen the world, he has never seen so many things he likes to eat on the table at once. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, crisps, Yorkshire puddings, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, tomato sauce, and for some odd reason, there was peppermint hard candy. Looking at the other dining tables around him, Lester couldn't help but click his tongue secretly. This Hogwarts is really a big business. The first meal at the beginning of school is so rich. Can it be so beautiful? After being slightly surprised by Hogwarts' wealth, Lester also began to eat. Even now that Lester is the godfather of Azkaban, he still has some status in the magic world. But since Lester has always been a gangster, he really hasn't learned much about noble etiquette. So, while the other little Slytherin wizards were eating the food on the table with their small backs straightened out pretentiously and aristocratically, Lester picked up the chopsticks he carried with him and stared at the delicious food on the table. Looking at the other little Slytherin wizards, they frowned. "Where's the Earth Dog? Haven't you eaten?" Beside Lester, a freshman Slytherin with disdain on his face laughed at Lester in a low voice at his companion. "I thought he would be the young master of some big family, but in terms of his dining etiquette, this is relatively obvious. Just based on Lester's dining habits just now, this group of young Slytherin wizards can determine that this Lester must not be a nobleman. So, after coming to this conclusion, their attitude towards Lester could be described as a sudden change. The older and wealthy wizard just looked at Lester with disdain and didn't say much. Only some first-year wizards who had just entered school were pointing at Lester, with malicious smiles on their faces from time to time. For these situations, Lester has seen all these situations. He has long been able to predict what will happen when he enters Slytherin. This group of little wizards from pure blood families will definitely form a group against him to protect their pure blood authority. It wasn't that he was the only Muggle wizard with no background in the first year of Slytherin, but other Muggle wizards or half-blood wizards were cautious after being sorted into Slytherin, and only he was in the limelight when he was sorted. After they find out that they are not pure blood, this group of pure bloodsies who are the same age with what brains will definitely stand up against him. Regarding this, Lester didn't panic at all, not to mention that he didn't know the so-called pure blood dining etiquette at all. And secondly, even if he knew it, he didn't bother to pretend in front of this group of trash. In Lester's view, these so-called nobles in the magic world have abandoned their aristocratic spirit, and they are completely moths in the magic world. What is aristocratic spirit? A true aristocratic spirit should have three important pillars. The first is cultural upbringing, resisting the temptation of materialism, not taking pleasure as the purpose of life, and cultivating noble moral sentiments and cultural spirits. The second is social responsibility. As a social elite, they are strict with self-discipline, cherish honor, help disadvantaged groups, and shoulder the responsibilities of the community and the country. The third is a free soul with independent will and the courage to say no to power and money, able to transcend fashion and trends, not to be enslaved by political power and majority opinion. And now what about this group of pure blood? Apart from the stench of copper, Lester didn't even have any aristocratic temperament. Lester really wondered if this group of pure bloods were stupid because of inbreeding. That's why Lester didn't bother to pretend in front of them. This kind of rubbish didn't deserve him to pretend at all. While eating, Lester glanced at the people at the table with different expressions. Except for Malfoy, who sat in the middle of the Slytherin table at the beginning of school. Because of his family background, most of the other first-year freshmen sat at the end. It also includes Malfoy's two mentally handicapped younger brothers, Goyle and Crabbe. Malfoy obviously looks down on them and thinks it would be embarrassing to bring them along, but helplessly, Only the families of these two guys are attached to his own Malfoy. The family can treat themselves as younger brothers, so they can only accept them. At this time, at the end of the dining table, many first-year Slytherin wizards were staring at Lester maliciously, hoping to give him a bad blow. Lester is well aware of this, but he doesn't care, because even if they don't make trouble for him, he will make trouble for them for the task. So if they take the initiative to make trouble, there will be a lot of trouble for him effort. Lester is confident that as long as they dare to come, he will definitely have a way to convince this group of pure-blooded little wizards. Lester has many methods in his heart just because he doesn't use his brain. Of course, these methods are somewhat illegal, and it is still under Dumbledore's nose. It is better to change to some lighter methods. In fact, the easiest way for Lester to convince this group of first-year pureblood wizards is to let Songbiao lead someone to copy all the first-year homes of Slytherin. Why this group of purebloods can be arrogant and domineering in Hogwarts is not due to the reputation of purebloods, but the resources and influence of their families. If he had asked Songbiao to kill their whole family in advance, then they would have no idea. At this time, wouldn't he be able to handle them as he wanted? Of course, this method is too bloody, and it will attract Dumbledore's attention. Therefore, unless these pure-blooded first-year Slytherins are ignorant, Lester will not rashly let Songbiao ransack the house. I can completely rely on my own hands to convince. Professor Dumbledore stood up again. The auditorium also returned to silence. After saying some precautions, Dumbledore sat down again. Most of the little wizards in Slytherin turned a deaf ear to Dumbledore's words, obviously not paying attention to Dumbledore, the headmaster. "Now, before we all go to bed, let's sing the school song," cried Dumbledore. Dumbledore flicked his wand lightly, and a long golden ribbon flew out of the wand, twisting and coiling lines of words high above the dining table like a snake. "Everyone chooses a tune they like," said Dumbledore. "Get ready, sing." As soon as the words fell, the teachers and students of the whole school began to sing loudly. Even the arrogant Slytherin hummed a little tune and sang the Hogwarts school song. They just hate Dumbledore, but they don't hate Hogwarts. At the Slytherin dining table, Lester hummed the school song absent-mindedly, thinking about how to subdue this group of Slytherin first-year wizards for a while. He observed it just now. Counting him in the first grade of Slytherin, there are a total of 21 people, including 8 girls and 13 boys. Of course, Lester doesn't care about the gender. He just pays attention to how to finish it quickly. Quest to unlock the quest shop. Although I got tens of thousands of fear points before, my fear value is only 130W. If it is a lottery, it is very likely that we will not get any good things. But the quest store is different, from which you can buy the props that you have drawn before. That is to say, you can buy Dolan's Ring or Magic Recovery Potion, such high magic props. At that time, I have saved enough 100 Doran's rings and recovered 150 points of mana per second. Isn't I a forbidden curse turret? Not to mention Dumbledore. Even Lester's war with muggles all over the world is justified. The 8 girls can take it easy. Try to get the boys in the first grade done today. Lester looked at his classmates. Among the 12 boys, except for Malfoy, who was from a top-notch family, and went directly to the dining area of the upper grades, the other 11 male students were all in his vicinity. Among them, 3 boys have shown disgust towards him without any concealment. If nothing else happens, he should start with them. "Hey, Mudblood." Suddenly, one of the 3 boys who expressed their undisguised distaste for him picked up a piece of cream cake and threw it at Lester. Obviously, this is a piece of cream cake that he secretly hid from the dining table before. Lester. There's one thing to say, for so many years, he has been bullying others. Although he was prepared to be provoked in Slytherin, he was still a little confused after it happened. Court death. The fierce light in Lester's eyes flashed away, and endless killing intent burst out from his eyes. Without even holding the wand, he directly used his eyes to force the oncoming piece of cream cake to stop. With Lester's skillful use of 100 points of magic power, he can already control some small inanimate objects. After the cream cake was controlled, Lester quickly grabbed the cream cake, then condensed the magic power on the cream cake and quickly threw it over. Now, in public, Lester is embarrassed to directly face up output. so he can only choose this polite way of counterattack. With the blessing of Dolan's ring, this piece of cream cake, inspired by Lester's magic power, flew into the mouth of the little wizard with lightning speed. Just now, the little wizard was going to laugh out loud to mock Lester, but unexpectedly, he opened his mouth and firmly caught the cream cake. The cream cake had already stopped in the little wizard's mouth, but when the little wizard looked angry and wanted to teach Lester a lesson, the cream cake held in his mouth suddenly moved. The magic power contained in Lester exploded in an instant, directly advancing the cake by 5 centimeters steadily, and precisely stuck it in the little wizard's esophagus. The esophagus was blocked by a foreign object, and the little wizard was not only unable to breathe fresh air, but also unable to make any sound. The strong sense of foreign body and suffocation made Eamon Jedi feel endless fear. It was obvious that he was going to die, but other people didn't notice his strangeness at all. Clutching his own neck tightly, Jedi wanted to spit out that damn piece of cake, but unfortunately, all of this was useless. How could he just casually make the cake that Lester propelled with his magic power? Help me. Finally, 2 other little wizards around him who were still smiling noticed Jedi's abnormality. At this time, Jedi's small face had turned purple and blue due to being unable to breathe air for a long time, and the tears seemed to be broken. The pearls of the thread are generally drawn down continuously. The fear of death made Jedi tremble all over, and the big snot kept coming out. Jedi's 2 friends immediately panicked. Their fathers were both the patriarchs of a middle-class pure-blood family, so the 3 of them had known each other since childhood and became friends. Before they heard Jedi say that they wanted to teach that dragging mudblood a lesson, and they agreed without hesitation, but now. What did you do to Jedi? One of the little wizards looked at Jedi, who was struggling in pain on the chair, and immediately asked Lester angrily. At the same time, he slapped Jedi's chest in a panic, trying to make him spit out the piece of cream cake. As the culprit, Lester, facing Jedi's partner's questioning, not only did not feel guilty, but wanted to laugh. People who kill people will always kill them. Since this kid dared to provoke him, he would have to pay the price. Moreover, Lester suddenly found a way to complete the task faster, that is, like today, directly obliterate this group of pure-blooded dudes from the physical level. As long as they are all dead, then his task is not completed. So, Lester looked at Jedi's painful convulsions with a smile and had no intention of stepping forward to help. Accompanied by the violent struggle, Jedi's livid face had gradually turned pale. His arms, which had been slapping wildly before, became weak, and his eyes became extremely confused. Jedi's abnormality immediately attracted the attention of other people at the Slytherin table, and a 5th-year Slytherin male class ran over immediately. Seeing Jedi lying on the floor, struggling in pain, the prefect had an ugly expression on his face, and the first-year wizards around him were also terrified. At the same time, they subconsciously kept a certain distance from Lester. Just now they clearly saw that it was less everything caused by special. The male prefect looked at Jedi, who was constantly twitching, and he was a little at a loss. If you let him form a gang to form a small group in Slytherin, he is very good at it, but once he really faces something, he will like a headless chicken, at a loss. Suddenly, he cast his eyes on Lester. The other little wizards were extremely flustered, but this boy seemed calm, which made him feel very uncomfortable. How? You're the only one who can handle things without being surprised, right? Yes, you are you. What are you looking at? Hurry up and help. The male class leader commanded Lester arrogantly and said, Go and clean up the snot on his face first. At this time, because he could not breathe fresh air, Jedi's face was covered with snot and tears, and the viscous liquid mixed on his face was really disgusting. Why don't you go? Facing the prefect's order, Lester remained unmoved and looked at the prefect with a sarcasm. The prefect suddenly felt ashamed, a little furious, and angrily said, Your current classmate is about to die, and you are unwilling to help? Why are you so cold-blooded? Standing on the commanding heights of morality, the prefect began to become confident and said, Now, Go and clean the dirt on his face, or you will delay the first aid, and you will be a murderer." As soon as the pronunciation fell, the prefect noticed that many first-year students around him were looking at him with weird eyes. They all witnessed the whole process of Jedi being choked just now, so they naturally knew that Lester did something good. So if Jedi is really dead, Lester must be the murderer. Lester was not moved at all, and still looked at the male Slytherin prefect with a sarcasm on his face. A child is a child. If you want to throw blame, you can't tell the occasion, and you can even find a wrong person to throw blame. Why do you still want to mix in the workplace? Just like that, the two of them went straight to a stalemate. In the end, it was the male prefect who was not good at nourishing chi and took the lead in defeating it. Clean up. Raising his wand, he cleaned the dirt off Jedi's face, revealing his livid little face. After a lot of tossing, just now, poor Jedi is really exhaling more and less inhaling. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is dying. Finally, Professor Snape on the teacher's bench noticed the abnormality below. Without saying a word, he dragged his big cloak and flew over like a big bat. Seeing Jedi lying on the ground, Snape's old face that had not changed for 100 years changed, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Snape immediately took out a bottle of potion and quickly poured it into Jedi's mouth. After taking a dose of medicine, Jedika's cream cake in the esophagus melted immediately, and fresh air entered Jedika's body again. Boo-ha-ha-ha! After gasping for 3 or 4 minutes, Jedi, who was hypoxic, finally recovered. "Tell me, what happened?" After Jedi recovered, Snape came to Jedi and asked coldly. Jedi subconsciously wanted to identify Lester, but when he saw Lester's eyes, he was immediately shocked. Calm, defiance, and warning. When Jedi was suffocating and struggling just now, he happened to see Lester's eyes. If it was any other little wizard, he might have panicked at this moment, but Lester's eyes were only calm and calm. As if he was like an ant, crushing himself would not cause him any guilt, and he didn't care about the punishment that followed. As a pure-blood nobleman, Jedi is not a fool, so he naturally knows that there are only 2 kinds of people who can do this on this occasion. One is that the family is so powerful that it can cover the sky with one hand. Even if he crushes himself to death, his family can help him escape the trial. The second type is those who are very powerful and confident in themselves, believing that no matter where they go, they can get ahead with their own strength. So they despise life and think that everything is an ant. No matter which one it is not something that Jedi can provoke. So when he saw Lester's warning eyes, he faltered. "Professor, it's me. I accidentally choked while eating. I still have to stay in Hogwarts for 7 years, and the professor can only protect me for a while, but not for the rest of my life. So Jedi still decides to be cowardly." Seeing this, Professor Snape nodded, and didn't pursue it too much, but thought that the little wizard was a little anxious when eating. Only the male prefect of Slytherin, who was embarrassed by Lester, wanted to say something unwillingly, but was stopped by Snape's sharp eyes. Although Snape didn't know what happened just now, but he saw the prefect's performance. Like a headless chicken, he was not worthy of being a Slytherin prefect. It's been too long since Slytherin has had a student with leadership talent. Snape suddenly felt a little tired. Although Slytherin seemed powerful, they were all in a state of disunity. The children of each family formed groups and formed one small faction after another. Jedi almost choked to death just now, but the other Slytherins stood by and watched, and only this prefect came to help under the pressure of his position. Although there was no problem with this, it was too cold-blooded for the college. On the way back, Snape glared at the other Slytherin prefect, very dissatisfied. Although the male prefect was not capable, at least he stood up, but the female prefect didn't even have the idea to stand up and kept watching all this with cold eyes. After Snape left, the crowd gradually dispersed, and the first-year wizards sat back at the dining table again. This little farce did not attract Dumbledore's attention. In fact, except for Slytherin, his students were still listening to Dumbledore's speech carefully. Now, the students of each college, under the leadership of the prefect, please return to the lounge of their own college in an orderly manner. The female prefect, who had been standing by Slytherin before, stood up and came to the first-year freshman, saying, "Slytherin first-year freshman, follow me closely ." At the same time, the female prefect deliberately came to Lester's side, patted Lester's shoulder, and whispered, "Lester." She patted herself on the shoulder without her consent. This female prefect seemed very brave. That guy Thompson's family has been in a bit of trouble lately, so it's biting like a mad dog in Slytherin house now. The female prefect seemed to be in a good mood and explained something to Lester in a low voice. Lester was thoughtful after hearing this. He knew that there were serious factions in Slytherin, but he didn't expect that he would be drawn in just after he came to the academy. It's a pity that I'm new here now, and I don't know enough about the division of factions in Slytherin house, so I'm not sure about my attitude towards this female prefect. Usually when this happens, Lester also has a solution, which is to laugh. Just laugh at the female prefect, and that's it. Sure enough, seeing Lester smiling, the female prefect thought that her little trick to win people's hearts had succeeded, so she left as if nothing had happened and led the first-year students to the Slytherin lounge. You still can't be too good, or you will attract the attention of others no matter where you go. Lester got up and followed the team of Slytherin's first year and walked to the Slytherin lounge. In the crowd, many little first-year Slytherin wizards were staring at Lester with terrified eyes. Within 3 meters around Lester, no little wizard even dared to approach. "Jedi, come here." Seeing that everyone else was terrified of him, Lester had no choice but to wave to Jedi, who was walking in front. Jedi's face collapsed, and he didn't want to go there, but his legs still walked towards Lester unconsciously. "Brother, what do you want from me?" Jedi was very humble, obviously frightened by Lester's attitude of contempt for life. Lester looked at Jedi with a smile, raised his hand like a big-eared melon, and said, "Aren't you dissatisfied with me?" "Jedi, I'm already like this. You almost killed me just now. Now I'm walking in front of you, and I didn't dare to say a single ruthless word. But now you ask me, do you disapprove of you? You are really NMLGB. What else do you want from me?" Many young first-year wizards around also noticed the abnormality here in Lester. Seeing the scene of Lester slapping Jedi, they trembled all over and silently opened the distance again. Lester looked at the aggrieved Jedi without changing his face and said, "Speak. Are you dissatisfied with me?" Mission objective: to convince all the first-year Slytherin students 0/20. If the progress bar of the task didn't jump, it meant that the Jedi in front of him didn't accept himself at all. He obviously refused to accept himself, but he still dared to pretend to be innocent in front of him. I had to teach him a lesson. "Brother, I'm convinced." Jedi's small face turned into a liver-colored face. He didn't know why Lester forced himself, but he still admits that a man is a knife, and I'm a fish. For good. Lie. Snapped. Jedi just thought that Lester would let him go after he confessed, but unexpectedly, Lester came up with another big slap in the face. "How dare you lie to me? You wait for me. When you get to the Slytherin lounge, I must teach you a lesson." "Jedi," Lester said heartbrokenly. "Jedi, you didn't identify me in front of Professor Snape. I thought you were a talent, but if you have such an attitude, then don't blame me for being unfeeling, Brother Lester." Jedi, "Brother Lie, I'm really convinced. Please let me go." Lester, Lie, snap. The progress of the task has not changed at all, and this Jedi is ashamed to say that he's convinced, which is really a joke in the world. Does this mean that he is treating himself as a fool? Just when Jedi collapsed and wanted to commit suicide for a while, the Slytherin Lounge finally arrived. The Slytherin Lounge is built under the Black Lake in Hogwarts, and a password is required to enter. The female prefect, whose name Lester did not know, stood in front of the Slytherin Lounge and said to the little wizard behind him, "This week the password for our Slytherin Lounge is Bloodline, so you must remember it. Stay here, otherwise don't blame others if you can't enter the lounge." Afterwards, the female prefect read the command and opened the door, and the little Slytherin wizards behind him also filed in. Now, according to the dormitory division on your admission notice, you can find the dormitory by yourself. As soon as she entered the Slytherin Lounge, the female prefect couldn't wait to leave. Obviously, she didn't want to take care of this mess. The female prefect left, and all the first-year freshmen also looked at each other in blank dismay and began to look for their roommates according to the records on the admission notice. Jedi has also recovered at this time. There are 13 boys in Slytherin. That is to say, there are 4 dormitories. As long as I don't share a dormitory with that Lego, then I will be safe for a few days. Anyway, he has been hiding in the dormitory. Can Lester still come to his dormitory and beat him? Jedi quickly took out his admission notice, looked at and compared the information on it, and at the same time scanned the crowd with expectant eyes, wanting to know who was his roommate. Soon, many people who had finished dormitory division stood together, and a hint of surprise flashed in Jedi's eyes. For people share a dormitory, that is to say, the first year of Slytherin will have a one-person dormitory. Although the multi-person dormitory can have a companion, but they can have their own private space and occupy the entire dormitory alone. Its benefits. And this benefit now belongs to him, and Jedi couldn't help but giggled. Jedi, what are you laughing at? Lester felt very upset when he saw Jedi laughing, and wanted to slap Jedi when he went up. Jedi subconsciously wanted to dodge, but found that Lester's slap did not fall at all. Lester, Jedi, what a coincidence. We are roommates. Holding up his notice, Lester pointed to the dormitory division on the notice with his finger and said happily, "It seems that you don't have to wait too long, and I can teach you a lesson when you return to the dormitory." Jedi. At the same time, his 2 previous companions also walked over with bitter faces. Jedi, you also share the dormitory with that silly Lego? 2 companions. Yeah. Grass. I saw these 2 friends standing next to Lester with bitter faces before, and I pretended to mourn for them for a while, but I didn't expect that the clown was actually myself. Okay, don't be too happy. Hurry up. Let's go to the dormitory together. Lester grabbed Jedi by the neck, forcibly dragged Jedi up, and walked to the dormitory. Seeing this, many first-year Slytherin freshmen breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they did not share a dormitory with a mudblood like Lester. With a blessing of 100 points of magic power, Lester easily pushed Jedi back to his dormitory, and at the same time, his 2 friends followed obediently. Lester threw Jedi on a bed casually, and then said condescendingly, "Jedi, I'll give you another chance. Are you convinced or not?" Jedi cried, "Isn't he just a scumbag who wants to gain attention by bullying Lester?" Unexpectedly, he actually met such a ruthless person. "Brother Lie, I'm really convinced. Please let me go." A child who is only 11 years old and born in a pure-blood family with a good family background, Jedi has never experienced setbacks since he was a child, let alone being severely beaten by Lester. He was still under pressure before, but now he is really afraid of Lester. "Brother Lie, I will be your younger brother. Please let me go. I was wrong before." Jedi didn't care about face anymore. Anyway, he was going to find a powerful person to be his big brother. Now that Lester is powerful, it's not impossible for him to recognize him as his big brother. "You're lying to me. You don't really recognize me as your big brother at all." Lester was unmoved at all, staring at Jedi blankly, seeing Jedi dripping with cold sweat. Even his 2 companions beside him felt the pressure, shivering in the corner of the dormitory. It would be impossible for Lester to have today's status without systematic help. Now Jedi has convinced himself, but he is still dissatisfied in his heart. In other words, Jedi is not fully convinced, but only half convinced. If it was someone else, it might be possible to slowly turn Jedi into a younger brother with both grace and power, but Lester didn't want to be so troublesome. The person Jedi bullied this time was himself. He met a tough guy, so he wanted to ask for mercy after being taught a lesson. What if it was someone else who was bullied? Didn't Jedi, a dog, want to bully others for 7 years? Why should he bully others and then beg for mercy after being taught a lesson, so he will let him go? Do you really think he's a big shot? Lester definitely doesn't let him get used to his faults. In fact, even if Jedi really obeys him, he'll have to teach him a lesson. Idle is idle. It is better to bully these campus bullies, save them from always bullying other students. Bullying trash. Lester spat at Jedi disdainfully, then waved his wand. He hung Jedi upside down with a fuchsia. At the same time, Lester had no intention of letting go of the two little wizards who had been shrinking in the corner. When Jedi wanted to bully him before, they had been making suggestions and blatantly laughing at him. It was impossible for Lester to let them go so easily. "What are you doing?" After being hung up by Lester, Jedi panicked completely and didn't bother to pretend. He scolded harshly, "Damn mud blood, put me down quickly, or I will let my father kill you." He was afraid of Lester's strength before, so he decided to make a deal with Lester first, and then find someone to teach Lester a lesson. But now that Lester is not going to let him go, he doesn't bother to pretend. "Tell your father to kill me." A cold light flashed in Lester's eyes. Through the system tasks, he already knew that this Jedi had not surrendered to him, but unexpectedly, he actually wanted to find someone to kill him. As expected of Slytherin, but only in the first year can have such a scheming. When Professor Snape asked just now, Jedi didn't report him, and Lester thought he was cowardly. Unexpectedly, Jedi was quite scheming. Let yourself relax your vigilance first, and then catch you by surprise. You will be killed in one hit. If there is no system prompt, you will really be deceived by him. Despite being hung up by Lester, Jedi still abused Lester without fear. He has already made up his mind, and he will go to Professor Snape to report Lester in a while. Before Lester threw the cake into his mouth, many people saw it, and it was fair for Lester to slap him. As long as he said he was threatened by Lester, Professor Snape would take care of it. Although his own family could not influence Hogwarts, Lester was just a mudblood, and under Snape's interference, he would not dare to make a move on him. Lester looked at Jedi, who was constantly insulting him, and knew in his heart that he must have something to rely on, but he was not afraid, because Lester had a lot of ways to make Jedi suffer. He smiled darkly at Jedi, and then, with a wave of Lester's wand, the wizard robe on Jedi fell off straight away. "What are you doing?" Jedi felt his whole body go cold, and Chrysanthemum broke out in a cold sweat. Britain is a well-known, corrupt country, and even a big figure like Principal Dumbledore has an inexplicable relationship with a certain Grindelwald. Now Lester came up and took off his wizard robe, which made Jedi a little scared. Fortunately, Lester didn't do anything out of the ordinary, just silently took out a bottle of potion. Jedi knew this potion. He once saw his brother use it on a beautiful female muggle. Later, that female muggle fell in love with her brother crazily. Unfortunately, her brother was just playing for fun. How could blood marry a muggle? So the female muggle died miserably under the death curse. "Brother, I was wrong, really." Seeing Lester taking out the love potion, Jedi was really scared. Mission objective: to convince all the first-year Slytherin students 1/20th. It doesn't mean anything else as a little boy. Even if Jedi was beaten to death by Lester, he should still refuse to accept it. But if the price of disobedience is to lose his virginity, sorry, Jedi, can't do it. "Ajay, don't you and I both look good looking like this?" Lester carefully put the love potion in his hand back into his non-traceable expansion bag, for fear of accidentally falling on the ground and causing a catastrophe. Jedi still doesn't have the arrogance he had before. When he thought of losing his little chrysanthemum, Jedi's eyes were filled with fear. Now that the mission revealed that Jedi had surrendered, Lester immediately turned on the other two. "My name is Lester. You can call me Lego," Lester said calmly. "If you want to hang out with me, just bark 3 times like a dog." Midi Plant. Kitty Cantu. Although they and Jedi are good friends and have known each other since they were young, but Jedi thinks he is extremely talented and wants to be their big brother. So when Jedi was mediating with Lester just now, the two of them were still looking at him. Didn't expect it to be his turn so soon. The two looked at each other. Obviously, neither wanted to bark like a dog in front of Lester. Seeing this, Lester smiled disdainfully and said coldly, "Jedi, come here and slap them." Ding. Get Midi Plant's fear value +4. Ding. Get Kitty Cantu's fear value +3. Lester, don't go too far. Jedi resisted very much, raised his head, and said proudly, "Although I'm under pressure to give in to your prestige, please don't go too far. I, Jedi, a pure blood child, would never do something like beat up his classmate." Mitty and Kitty, who were hung up at the side, were very moved when they heard the words. They are real brothers. Lester walked over, patted Jedi on the shoulder approvingly, and said lightly, Ajay, I really appreciate your arrogance and loyalty to your friends. We value loyalty the most in the road. Hearing that, Jedi's eyes flashed a hint of secret joy. He didn't expect that although Lester was cruel, but he looked at the Brotherhood like this, it seemed that he didn't need to suffer this beating. Unexpectedly, Lester went on to say quietly, But according to the rules, you must do what the elder brother asks you to do. If you don't do it, you will not give the elder brother face. If the elder brother loses face, the elder brother will be angry. While speaking, Lester spit out a big, thick wooden stick from the non-marking expansion bag, with terrifying spikes on it, and bursts of fishy wind continued to emanate from it. This is the first time you disobeyed the order of the eldest brother. The eldest brother will lubricate you later. No need to thank the eldest brother. Then Lester raised the terrible wooden stick and pointed it at Jedi, who fell in the air. Jedi suddenly became anxious. Brother, can you give me a chance to repent? Not only Jedi was in a hurry, but the other two Slytherin roommates who were hung up were almost scared to pee, regretting their previous decision. If you don't listen to the big brother, you'll be blasted with a big wooden stick. This TM play is too bloody, right? Brother, I was wrong. Jedi felt the wooden stick slowly approaching, shuddered all over, and said, Brother Lie, I will be your horse from now on. You tell me to go east, and I will never go west. You told me to crush the dog. I will never catch the chicken. I just hope you can let me go this time. Jedi is about to cry. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. If he's really blown away by a big wooden stick, let alone whether he can still have his own life, even his spirit can't accept it. Okay, I'll give you another chance. With a wave of Lester's wand, Jedi, who was hanging upside down from the ceiling, fell down and fell hard to the ground. But at this time, instead of daring to have any dissatisfaction, Jedi was extremely grateful that he had kept his weak chrysanthemum. As soon as he landed, Jitty didn't care about the pain in his body and made a quick decision, knelt down on the ground with a plop, and said righteously, Master Lie, this bastard dare not give you face. Now I will replace you. Go teach them a lesson and beat their shit out. Lester was overjoyed when he heard it, and came over and patted Jedi on the shoulder comfortingly, and said softly, You don't need to punch shit. This is the dormitory, and we have to clean it up if it gets dirty. In this way, you beat them out of the dragon. Come on, I'll let them go. Jedi was taken aback for a moment, and hesitated. Master Lie, what is the dragon call? Talk. Lester frowned, and said, Didn't I ask you to call out to them? Big Brother asked you to do something, and the people under your command should do it well instead of asking Big Brother. Give you half an hour, you have to beat them out of the dragon for me, or I will definitely beat you out of the dragon. Jedi trembled all over, immediately bowed his knees, and said, Brother said yes, I will call them out. At this time, Mitty and Kitty, who were hung up, looked at their former partners in disbelief, tried to arouse their friendship with smiles, but unfortunately, in front of Lester, Jedi was completely scared. Snapped. A clear slap sounded, and Jedi said angrily, Hurry up and learn how to call a dragon. Mitty, who was slapped, swayed in pain at first, but after seeing Jedi winking at him, he immediately understood. Mitty curled up in pain, imitating the sound of a dragon. Seeing this, Jedi looked back at Lester. Mitty had already been beaten, so he didn't need to be beaten. As a result, Lester said coldly, It's not right, keep hitting. Helpless, Diagon could only continue beating his former beloved relatives and friends. Snapped. Whoa. Snapped. Meow meow. Snapped. What? After several rounds, the faces of both Mitty and Kitty were swollen, and tears mixed with snot kept flowing down. It can be said that those who heard it were sad and wept. The two little wizards, who are now a first-year junior high school student, usually bully others by calling them mudbloods, and then form a group to isolate him. How have they ever seen a real gangster? Jedi is a real hitter. Damn it. Hurry up and learn how to call a dragon. Come on, call me a dragon. Jedi slaps left and right, slaps left and right, and hits the faces of Mitty and Kitty. He's also a little panicked now. Lester said just now that if the two of them are not beaten out of the Dragon Call, Lester will be called out of the Dragon Call. Mitty and Kitty were also greatly deceived, and all kinds of strange cries kept coming out of their mouths. Wow woof, snap, moo moo, snapped. Finally, Lester couldn't stand it anymore and called a stop. Okay, don't fight anymore. Jedi was also very tired. He played for half an hour, which was already strenuous labor for a child like him. Ajay, they are our classmates. Did you hit too hard? Looking at Mitty and Kitty with bruised noses and swollen faces, Lester frowned and turned around to blame. Well, I want to make things difficult for the three of you too. Lester pretended to take out 3 small books from the non-marking expansion bag and handed them to Jedi. Since you're my younger brother, then we are on our own. This is the action plan of our organization. You have to recite it to him while you have no class for these 2 days. By the way, not only you have to meet, but also your 2 friends, understand? Jedi's eyes lit up immediately. As long as he didn't hit him, Lester would let him do whatever he wanted. He quickly took the notebook handed over by Lester, and when he opened it, Jedi's face instantly collapsed. Brother Lai, we don't know the words on it. I saw that the writing on the small book was none other than Qin Shi Xiaozhuan. This thing was specially prepared by Lester for the group of little wizards like Slytherin who wanted to be above the top. Don't worry, Ajay. Lester smiled slightly and took out 3 ancient Chinese dictionaries and 3 English Chinese dictionaries from his arms again, and said softly, Luan language is written in ancient Chinese. You only need to write the words on it first. Translate into modern vernacular, and then translate modern vernacular into English. Ajay. Lester patted Jedi on the shoulder encouragingly and comforted him. Ajay, work hard. During these 2 days of vacation, try to translate 10 sentences. If you can't translate, I will definitely slap you. Jedi was stunned. According to his thinking, he would spend the 2 days at Hogwarts, but seeing Lester's meaning, if he couldn't translate 10 sentences, his dog head might not be able to translate it. Paula, looking at Lester, who was gloomy and ready to slap himself, Jedi hesitated. Actually, I'm not afraid of this devil. The main reason is that I'm really interested in Chinese culture. After comforting himself silently in his heart, Jedi opened the 20-centimeter long dictionary with tears in his eyes and started translation career. At the same time, Mitty and Kitty also dug out the dictionary and looked up the information, crying. Don't worry about the task of Slytherin. As long as I can show my strength, those little purebloods will definitely take the initiative to join me. Walking in the Hogwarts castle, Lester's eyes rolled rapidly, obviously looking for something. Where's the room of requirement? I remember the original book said it was on the 8th floor, but the 8th floor is so big. Where do you tell me to find it? On the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Lester is like a hard-working bee, constantly shuttling in front of the classrooms and rooms, chanting, I need a place where I can shit. Not far from Lester, 2 stone lions witnessed everything. Brother, is this little wizard a fool? If he wants to shit, why doesn't he go to the toilet? Why is he messing around here? Who knows? I heard that there are quite a few little wizards who are perverted and can't get out in the toilet. They seek excitement, so they have to go out in public. I guess there is something wrong with this little wizard. 2 big stone lions were whispering in front of the principal's office, but after Lester looked over, they immediately returned to normal. I'm going. Why do I feel that someone has been watching me in the dark? Lester, who was constantly searching the room of requirement, only felt his chrysanthemum cool down. Apparently someone was secretly observing him in the dark. Hogwarts, the legendary school of magic and magic, has been established for thousands of years, and there are inevitably some strange phenomena in it. Forget it. Let's go back and look at Jedi's translation work. After realizing that he was being watched, Lester immediately became alert and stopped his search for the room of requirement. If I want to infiltrate the entire Hogwarts, I can't rely on myself, so I have to smuggle the prisoners from Azkaban. But the prisoners are so big, and they still have crimes on them, so I didn't give them a place to hide. So as long as he found the room of requirement, he could smuggle the prisoners of Azkaban over. But now there's a risk of being discovered. Lester can only stop looking for it first. After returning to the Slytherin lounge, Lester saw many first-year Slytherin wizards looking at him with fearful eyes. "Where are UTM looking at you?" Lester casually dragged a little Slytherin wizard, and there were two big pussies facing his face. "Ding! Get Pansy Parkinson's Fear +3. This is Pansy? Why is Malfoy's little poodle so ugly?" Originally, Lester was only going to find someone to practice his skills with. Unexpectedly, he chose such a coincidence that he directly picked Pan-Shi, the unlucky kid. "Lester, don't be too arrogant. I've already asked my father. There is no such family in the wizarding world as Bader." Pansy's eyes were full of tears, like a mad poodle, who bared his teeth and claws first to fight back. Facing Pansy's resistance, Lester didn't do anything. He didn't realize that Pansy was a girl before, so he hit him. Now that he knew he was a girl, Lester didn't have the habit of beating women. "Jedi!" Lester roared, resounding throughout the lounge. At this time, many senior Slytherin wizards noticed this farce and wanted to see how Lester would solve it. Suddenly, there was a bang, and there was a rush of footsteps in the boys' dormitory, and then a boy with a bruised nose and a swollen face ran up to Lester. "Go slap him." Pointing to the confused Pansy, Lester said coldly, "Don't go too far, just punch your shit out of me." "What are you doing?" "I'm from the Parkinson's family." Before Pansy could finish speaking, Jedi threw her down. Riding on Pansy's body, Jedi swung his palms round and slapped Pansy's poodle face. "Call me, other people." "Jedi, pay attention to the influence. Don't forget your identity as a Confucian child." Lester folded his arms, stood aside, and watched coldly. "Don't just slap her in the face. Kick her in the stomach." Hey, it's too much. She's a little girl. Why do you want to beat her?" Finally, Malfoy, who had been sitting on the sidelines, couldn't stand it anymore. "Lester, tell your people to stop." Malfoy stood up, resisting his fear of Lester, raised his head, pretending to be arrogant. "Parkinson is my friend. Give me a face and let her go." Although the words were open, Malfoy's trembling calves still exposed his fear. He and Gore Crabbe had troubled Harry before, but after being beaten up by Lester, he was still so bruised and swollen that he didn't want to leave the dormitory door. Regarding Parkinson, Malfoy really didn't have any more ideas, but as the leader, self-appointed, of the first year of Slytherin, Brother Drag couldn't just watch his friend being beaten. "Young Master Ma, you are my brother-in-law, dear friend. If you tell me to stop, I will definitely give you face." Lester gave a little, clapped his hands, and shouted, "Ajay, stop! Give me less face." In a restroom, Jedi has gone crazy. Parkinson has almost passed out from the pump, and he is still riding on him, and he has been pumped for a while. "Call me, damn it, call me quickly." "Woo, woo, woo. Call, woo." Lester's face turned black, and he kicked Jedi out with a big flying kick and pulled up Parkinson, who had turned into a flower with a bad complexion. Turning to face Malfoy, Lester smiled like a chrysanthemum and said softly, "Young Master Ma, this is the person you want. Lego, get up quickly. Today is Monday, and the first class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. If you're late, I'm sure Professor McGonagall will go crazy." Jedi, who is a pony boy, frantically shakes Lester, who is lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. After swimming all day last night, he only returned to the dormitory at 5 o'clock and slept for half an hour. Lester is quite sleepy now. "Ajay, isn't today Sunday?" Lester rubbed his eyes, with a hint of killing intent in his voice. "I need you to give me an explanation." "Lego, are you confused?" Jedi was very helpless and immediately took out the calendar, pointed to the date on it, and said, "On Saturday night, you said you were going to Hogwarts to explore, and then you spent a whole day, didn't come back either." Lester immediately regained his energy, and memories gradually emerged in his mind. Hogwarts is a school of magic and magic that has been passed down for thousands of years. Lester does not believe that the four founders did not leave a legacy in this school, and the voice when the school was separated made Lester couldn't help thinking about it. Couplet. The four founders obviously left a back door on the Sorting Hat. Otherwise, the Sorting Hat would not have assigned themselves to Slytherin and finally lost the memory of the sorting. Since the four founders can leave a back door on the Sorting Hat, It is impossible for Hogwarts School to have the inheritance of the four founders, so Lester was dispatched. It's a pity that after a day and a night of searching, Lester didn't gain anything other than finding out the way to Hogwarts. Let's go to class. After recovering his memory, Lester walked into the bathroom, flushed his face casually, put on his little Slytherin wizard robe, and embarked on a journey to the Transfiguration classroom. Outside the door, the three of Jedi had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lester coming out, Mitty handed over a cream cake in a doggy manner. At the same time, Kitty was also holding a glass of watermelon juice, standing beside Lester, eager to try it. After 2 days of training by Lester, these three pureblood children have been completely convinced by Lester. The main reason is not to be convinced. Lester really dares to attack. Life is like a slap. If you can't resist, then you have to enjoy it. Therefore, after 3 minutes of psychological construction, the three of Jedi have accepted the identity of being Lester's younger brother. I love tiramisu. Prepare tiramisu for me in the morning. Casually threw the small cake in his mouth, chewed it twice, choked a little, and just wanted to force it down. Brother, drink watermelon juice. Kitty, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly handed over the watermelon juice, and Lester took a big sip. Not bad. He patted the shoulders of the two of them in praise. Lester nodded, very satisfied, and said softly, "You two have done a good job. If anyone dares to bully you in Slytherin in the future, tell me. I will go help you solve it." Mitty and Kitty's eyes lit up immediately, and they became more concerned about licking Lester. Anyway, their families are not very powerful, and the three of them are ready to be pawns in Slytherin. Although Lester is a muggle wizard with no background, he can't stand his strength. It's like Voldemort. When he was young, he came from an orphanage. The school uniforms he wore were secondhand, but he can still be in the school. Slytherin was in full swing. Don't other people see that Voldemort had a bad parentage as a child? They were all well aware of Voldemort's origin, but Voldemort's strength convinced them, so they, a group of purebloods, were willing to be Voldemort's pawns. In the wizarding world, strength is paramount, and there is nothing to be desired if one is strong, just like Hermione, who later became the Minister of Magic. Although the Weasley family has made a lot of credit, but where is their strength? When they were students, they could kill Death Eaters alone, but when they grow up, can they still do it? Therefore, the three of Jedi did not reject being Lester's younger brother, and were even a little complacent. In the entire first year of Slytherin House, except for the young master of the Malfoy family, everyone else looked mediocre. Only Lester looked awesome. Nonsense, I just wanted to bully my classmates, but in the end, this kid wanted to take my own life. Isn't that awesome? Being ruthless is not a bad thing. At least for a leader, a ruthless guy can often go further. After eating the food prepared by Mazai, the four of Lester hurried to the Transfiguration classroom. In front of the classroom of the Transfiguration class, the four of Lester, who were in a hurry, happened to see two little wizards wearing Gryffindor robes on the opposite side, holding their own robes and running towards the classroom panting. Harry, seeing the familiar black glasses from a distance, Lester immediately waved to Harry enthusiastically. However, in the face of Lester's enthusiastic call, Harry had hesitation on his face, especially after seeing the three Jedi behind Lester with a doggy expression. Harry's face changed, and he pretended not to know Lester walked directly into the classroom. Did Lester really become a dark wizard after he entered Slytherin House? Harry couldn't help thinking in his heart. If Lester is still like before, then why did he have a relationship with Slytherin? The purebloods become friends. Behind Harry, Ron glanced at Lester and the three boys behind him with such an expression. He knew that Lester must not be a good person. He had just entered Slytherin, and he managed to get along with the little wizards of Slytherin. What the hell is this not a dark wizard? And the humble appearance of the three little Slytherin wizards, at first glance, looked like Lester's pony, and if he could become the big brother of the villain, then Lester must be a big villain. Passing in front of Lester, Ron snorted impolitely, shook his head, and walked into the Transfiguration classroom. Fuck, dog. What a poor ghost. What is he proud of? Lester hadn't spoken yet, but Jedi, the number one boy he was sitting on self-confessed, couldn't help but speak. Fortunately, he was a little far away from Weasley just now, and there was Lester in the middle. Otherwise, with Jedi's violent temper, he would have rushed to beat Ron like a dragon. Jedi, who didn't stop the swearing, standing in front of the Transfiguration classroom. Even though he was about to be late, Lester still didn't open the door. Instead, he stood calmly at the door. Kitty behind her reacted immediately and respectfully opened the door for Lester. "Lego, please." Lester nodded slightly and swaggered into the Transfiguration classroom, while the three boys behind him followed Lester in with admiring expressions. There is no teacher in the classroom, and a group of 11 or 12-year-old children have no self-control ability at all, and many of them are whispering in the classroom. Hogwarts courses are generally in the form of large classes. That is, students of the same grade in the two colleges generally have to attend classes together. For example, Slytherin often takes classes with Gryffindors, while Hufflepuff mostly takes classes with Ravenclaws. Lester's handsome approach immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the classroom. They are all 11 or 12-year-old children, just the age when they want to be jealous and want to be handsome. Even Slytherin, who is known for his deep city, is still a kid and has a mouching mansion. Therefore, after watching Lester enter the arena like a gangster brother, many students showed envious eyes. Lester walked ahead swaggeringly, and the three of Jedi behind them held their heads high, looking like mafia thugs, their eyes full of pride. That guy Lester really knows how to pretend to be B. Sitting in the front row, Malfoy's face darkened. He looked at the two big fools beside him, and then at the three smart men behind Lester. The majestic Motzi only feels that he hates iron, but not steel. As a son of a nobleman, he, Malfoy, naturally knows the mystery of pretending to be aggressive. Why does he clearly look down on Goyle and Crabbe, but still takes them with him every time? "What are you doing?" And when he went out, Gore and Crabbe stood behind him, one on the left and one on the right, obviously very handsome. Okay? But facing the foursome of Slytherin and Lester, Malfoy knew that his pretentious routine needed to be updated. "Brother Lie, there are no seats in the front of the classroom. Let's sit in the back," Mitty reminded, looking at the front row of the classroom, which was already full of students. Since it was the first class, and it was an interesting class like Transfiguration class, many little wizards were still very enthusiastic about learning this course, and the seats in the front row were basically filled by excited little wizards up. "Okay." Lester pondered for a moment, then nodded indifferently. In fact, with his strength, it doesn't matter where he sits. There is no need to worry about whether to sit in the front row or not. In the back row of the classroom, Ron looked at the four Lesters who were standing still in the middle of the classroom with a teasing face and whispered to Harry, "Look, they are late. No matter how arrogant they are, they still have to sit down." In the back row, Harry was not in the mood to listen to Ron's words, and he still doubted whether his previous attitude towards Lester was wrong. It's not up to him to decide that Lester was sorted into Slytherin. Besides, even if he was sorted into Slytherin and made friends with the little Slytherin wizards, couldn't they be good people? One of the few kind wizards in Slytherin happened to be met by Lester, so they became friends. That's right, Lester must be a good guy. Harry's eyes were full of confidence, and he couldn't help muttering, "Good guys don't become friends with bad guys, so those Slytherins just looked arrogant, but they didn't do anything to hurt my classmates, so they aren't necessarily bad people." Ron on the side didn't think so much. Instead, he took a screwdriver with a grim face and twisted it violently at the empty seat beside him. "Ron, what are you doing?" Harry came to his senses, looked at Ron, who was frantically unscrewing the stool, and asked in shock, "Why are you unscrewing the stool when you have nothing to do?" Ron snorted softly. "I gave Lester and his fellow Slytherins a surprise." Harry was a little confused and asked blankly, "What does that have to do with you twisting the stool? Does the stool have a grudge against you?" Ron didn't answer, but just rolled his eyes at Harry. He didn't want to explain. Although Harry's character was indeed good, he was still too kind. The classroom is only that big. There are 4 people in Lester and the others. As long as there are empty seats next to them, they will definitely come over. When the time comes, Ron couldn't help but let out a wretched smile. In the middle aisle of the classroom, Just as Lester was about to turn around and go to the back row, he saw his first pony, Jedi, unfathomably not moving, still standing there. Leaky, who said that there are no seats in the front of the classroom. Isn't there just 4 seats? Jedi appeared calm on the surface, but actually panicked inside. He was obviously Lester's #1 man, and he was the first to come. Why did Kitty and Mitty treat Lester the same way? Licking madly? Jedi, who felt that his status as the #1 pony was being hit, decided to give Lester a good lick. After being Lester's horse boy for 2 days, the clever Jedi thought he had figured out Lester's character. On the surface, Lester always likes to pretend that everyone is equal, but in fact he loves to pretend more than anyone else. After all, how can a man who is ready to kill himself at every turn be really as perfect as he appears on the surface? Since Brother Lie likes to pretend to be aggressive, then I must help him pretend to be aggressive. As long as Brother Lie is happy, then his status as the #1 pony will be secure. Looking in the direction of Jedi's finger, are there any empty seats in the front row of the classroom? There were obviously 4 little Slytherin wizards sitting there solemnly, and there were no empty seats around them. It didn't look like there were empty seats at all. Lester couldn't help rolling up his sleeves, resisting the urge to slap Jedi, and said, "There are obviously 4 classmates there. Do you think I'm blind?" Facing Lester's questioning, Jedi still didn't change his face and said confidently, "Brother Lie, they will leave soon." After finishing speaking, without waiting for Lester to react, Jedi walked over in one stride. All eyes in the classroom were also focused on Jedi. The domineering pace of the 4 of Lester just now made the students in the classroom pay attention to them. Now they want to see what Jedi is going to do. Sensing the gazes in the classroom, Jedi was even more proud. As a child, Jedi actually has the desire to pretend to be aggressive, and he not only likes to pretend, but also a group of sophomores, always wanting to be the schoolboy. Carry the handle. Now that Lester is on top of him, he will definitely not be able to handle himself, but he can still bully others. Although the class is about to start now, Professor McGonagall, who teaches the class, has not come yet, so Jedi is not panicked at all. Before Lester could stop him, Jedi rolled up the sleeves of his wizard robe, swaggered to the 4 Slytherin seats, and said aggressively, "You guys get up. My brother wants to sit down." In the front row, Malfoy was furious at the time, stood up directly from his seat, widened his eyes, and glared at Jedi. After finally waking up early in the morning, I took my younger brother to occupy a seat in the front row, and now Jedi, a bastard, dared to use his power to snatch his seat. His eyes kept turning to the classroom, and cold sweat couldn't help but burst out from his forehead. Fortunately, his hair was long, so Jedi didn't notice anything strange. "What's going on? Why hasn't Professor McGonagall come here?" Malfoy said calmly on the surface, but in fact he panicked a lot in his heart. It happened the day before yesterday, when Jedi rode on Pansy and slapped Pansy. Until now, he still remembers that terrible scene. Who knows if this madman would slap himself in public if he rejected Jedi? Looking around him helplessly, Malfoy was completely desperate. Goyle and Crabbe, the 2 seemingly tall guys, wanted to bury their entire heads in the desk at this moment, trembling, causing the desks in the front row to shake constantly. When he saw how cowardly his 2 little brothers looked, Malfoy was dumbfounded and numb. His 2 horse boys are unreliable, and Malfoy can only rely on himself. Looking at Jedi, who was aggressive and about to give up his seat, Malfoy became angry and let out an unyielding roar. "Jedi, you're also a nobleman. I hope you can have the dignity of a nobleman." Jedi squinted at him, raised his hand, and gestured to slap him. As a result, before Malfoy could react, the girl whose face was bruised and swollen, and whose eyes were so swollen, stood up directly from her seat. The Parkinson family was originally family friends with the Malfoy family, so Pansy has been hanging out with Malfoy since he entered school. Plus Malfoy saved himself from Lester's men the day before yesterday. Pansy admires Malfoy even more. Young, rich, handsome, and courageous, Pansy fell in love with such a boy immediately, so today she couldn't wait to go out with Malfoy, and even sat together. Although there was still an idiot between him and Malfoy, Pansy was satisfied enough. However, she didn't expect that the class was already over, and the bastards like Lester were not going to let her go. Malfoy, let's go. There's no need to care about this group of scumbags. Pansy pouted her mouth. She was about to cry, and pulled Malfoy's sleeve and said sobbingly, "They're all scumbags. Let them sit in front. Let's go." Malfoy snorted softly when he saw this. "Humph. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. I'm just doing Pansy a face. Let's go." After speaking, Malfoy turned around and walked towards the back row as if fleeing for his life without turning his head. He had long wanted to admit his cowardice, and now that Pansy could give himself a step down, he naturally wanted to catch it. Looking back at Pansy, Malfoy wanted to pretend to be a warm-hearted man who cared about his female classmates. But after looking at Pansy, who was sobbing and sobbing like a sow, Malfoy hesitated, resisting the urge to gag. He turned his head back again. All of this happened in a blink of an eye. After Jedi rushed out to let Malfoy and others stand up, Lester's heart suddenly became cold. Others don't know, but he who has read the original book knows that Professor McGonagall, as the Dean of Gryffindor College, is not only extremely powerful, proficient in Transfiguration, but also masters of very powerful magic, that is, Animagus. Animagus can be said to be the strongest magic among all Transfiguration arts, and its function is also very simple. That is, it can turn a wizard into an animal. It sounds quite ordinary, but if you think about it carefully, this magic is still very powerful. If you are happily walking on the street, stroking the stray cat you just picked up in your arms, and in the blink of an eye, an emerald green the woman in the robe appeared in your arms, holding a wand against your neck, and you said that you're not afraid. Carefully looking at the podium in the classroom, Lester secretly murmured that something was wrong. On the podium, a cute tabby cat stared unkindly at the domineering Jedi, with emerald green eyes full of anger. At this time, Jedi, a fool, didn't even know that the danger had arrived, and even waved his hand to greet Lester to go. "Brother Lie, there are 4 empty seats here. Hurry up and sit." The tabby cat immediately set its sights on Lester, the child who left a big impression on him, the child of 2 heroic aurors, and even broke his own record of embarrassment with outstanding appearance and talent. But why is he so domineering now? Even taking advantage of the teacher's absence, he openly ordered the younger brother to help him grab a seat. Professor McGonagall couldn't help frowning and looked at Lester with more and more disappointment. Just when Professor McGonagall was about to change back into a human form and teach Lester and the others a good lesson, Lester spoke. I saw Lester, who was still a dog before, now with a heartbroken look, and said righteously, "Student Jedi, Malfoy is our classmate. How can you bully classmate?" Jedi was already dead, but he could still save him, so Lester immediately entered the state of acting. "I've already told you, so Kitty is short-sighted, but that's his own problem. He didn't wear glasses and got up late, and it's no one else's fault for not taking the front row seat, although I know you want to help your peers and don't want them to fail to keep up with the progress in the first class. But you can't bully other students." As soon as the words fell, Professor McGonagall, who was about to show up to teach Lester a lesson, and then told him to be kind to his classmates, stopped his movements. McGonagall's movements froze, especially after seeing Lester's unfake expression. Professor McGonagall also showed a smile. Jedi grabbed the seat to help his nearsighted friend, and Lester, without a teacher, not only did not accept the seat in the front row, but was able to educate Jedi. This is clearly a good boy who couldn't be better. Before it was over, Lester suddenly grabbed Malfoy, who was in a hurry. "Student Malfoy, I really don't need you to give up your seat to us. Although Kitty doesn't wear glasses, it's his own fault. You don't need to give us your seat." Malfoy's face turned dark when he was suddenly pulled back, and he said in a muffled voice, "It's nothing. Pansy is in a bad mood. I want to sit in the back. I'll go and accompany her." After speaking, Malfoy broke free from Lester's restraint and walked to the back row with the 2 men and a woman behind him. He didn't notice that when he finished talking about going to accompany Pan, the eyes of Pan, behind him were about to turn pink. "Hey, Brother Malfoy." Although his nose was bruised and his face was swollen from the beating, and his face was in great pain, Pansy's heart was indeed warm. At this time, the boss didn't come, and Jedi, who didn't dare to sit down, was waving at Lester like a dog. "Brother Lie, come on quickly." Jedi winked his nose and winked, with an expression that I understand and don't need to pretend to be a good person in front of me, proudly said. "From now on, these 4 seats will be our exclusive seats, no matter if it's Slytherin or Gryffindor. Except for the 4 of us, no one is allowed to sit there." After finishing speaking, Jedi still looked up his head in a very doggy manner, and his arrogant and domineering appearance made people unable to resist going up to fight him 2 big fights. "It's over. Jedi is probably dead." Lester opened his mouth, wanting to remind Jedi to be more careful when speaking, but he didn't know how to speak, because Professor McGonagall had changed from a tabby cat back to a human form and appeared on the podium in the classroom. "Jedi, it's almost time for class. Why are you still messing around in the classroom?" Mag's face was extremely serious, his eyebrows trembled, and he scolded. "The classroom is a place for students to learn magic, not a place for you to mess around." Jedi heard the majestic voice behind him, and when he turned around, he saw the angry Professor McGonagall. As soon as Jedi was about to admit his mistake, he heard Professor McGonagall say, "There is a lot of noise in the classroom, and I punish you to clean the castle with Filch tonight. This is your first offense, so you will only be punished for 1 day. If you commit the offense again in the future, then you can always follow Filch to clean the castle." After finishing speaking, Professor McGonagall frowned, looked at the 3 of Lester who were standing still, and scolded, "What are you 3 still doing in a daze? Hurry up and sit down for class." The 3 of Lester immediately ran to the 3 vacant seats in the front row as if they were being pardoned, and sat with Jedi. "Brother Lie, I'm sorry. I'm the one who got you involved." As soon as he sat down, Jedi murmured with self-reproach, "It's all my fault. Let you be reprimanded together with me." "It's okay. We were just reprimanded, but not punished. Just pay attention in your next life." Jedi. Mag, who was standing on the podium, couldn't help but glance at Lester. "This dog is a bit skinny. It's a good thing he wasn't sorted into Gryffindor otherwise." As the bell rang, Mag raised the wand in his hand and said softly to the students and the professor, "Okay, let's start now." Before he finished speaking, he heard 4 loud bangs from the back row of the classroom, and then the girl's sharp cry and the boy's angry roar resounded throughout the classroom. "You MLGBs, Ron, you dare to bully me." I saw Malfoy, who was driven to the back row before, gloated at the punished Jedi, and sat beside Ron with a face full of disgust. There was no way, there were almost no empty seats around, and Malfoy could only endure it. Unexpectedly, as soon as Malfoy sat down, the bench immediately fell apart, and he sat down on the ground. Not only that, the 3 of Pan-Shi, who had no time to react, also sat up on it for some unknown reason, but without accident, they all fell to the ground. Although Ron hates Lester, Ron's hatred for Lester is still a bit worse than Malfoy. The main reason was that Lester's background was not good, and Ron didn't take him seriously. Therefore, in Ron's mind, his main enemy was Malfoy. Now that Malfoy had fallen into his own trap, Ron couldn't help it and burst out laughing. "Poor man, I'll strangle you to death." Malfoy couldn't bear it anymore, rushing forward as if strangling Ron's neck. Ron couldn't easily do what Malfoy wanted, holding on to Malfoy's platinum blonde hair tightly. Seeing this scene, Professor McGonagall, who is the professor of Transfiguration, the head of Gryffindor College, and the deputy head of Hogwarts, turned black. "Weasley Malfoy, you 2 are making noise in class, and each will deduct 50 points. Professor McGonagall was stern and did not show mercy because Ron was a Gryffindor. "Also, I punish you to go to Filch to clean the castle with Jedi at night." The 2 who were fighting each other to the death before had separated long ago. The coercion of the vice principal was still very strong, and the 2 little boys were no longer as arrogant as before and accepted the punishment honestly. "Starting next week, you 2 will help Filch clean up Hogwarts every night, Saturday and Sunday." Professor McGonagall frowned, and his emerald green eyes were full of disappointment with the 2 children, Malfoy and Ron. "Yes, Professor." The 2 accepted Professor McGonagall's punishment with their heads down, and stood obediently. Pansy, who was howling like ghosts before, also stopped crying rationally. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she just stood there and sobbed obediently. Professor McGonagall stroked his forehead helplessly, walked over, and nodded out of thin air to those scattered seats. A miraculous scene happened. The parts scattered all over the place flew into the sky and began to assemble automatically as if they had a soul. Cool. In the classroom, many students watched this miraculous scene with bright eyes. Whether born in a wizarding family or a muggle family, this beautiful restoration spell still attracts the attention of all little wizards. After Malfoy and Ron sat down honestly, Professor McGonagall glanced at Ron without leaving a trace. Obviously, just now she saw that the stool was violently destroyed. Mr. Weasley, for destroying public equipment in the classroom, Gryffindor will deduct 5 points. In addition, extra punishment will help Filch clean Hogwarts for 3 days. Sitting on the chair, Ron's little face collapsed, and now it is a little difficult to accept, but McGonagall is his own dean, and even Hogwarts vice principal, and Ron dare not refute her orders. In the front row, after hearing Professor McGonagall's additional punishment on Ron, Lester couldn't help giving Professor McGonagall a high look. Putting on other teachers, I'm afraid it's really 50 boards each. But Professor McGonagall was truly fair and just. He didn't shield Ron Gryffindor because of his identity, nor did he pretend not to know for fear of losing face. Now let's start class. Back on the podium in front of the classroom, Professor McGonagall scanned the students in the class and nodded in satisfaction when he saw that everyone was looking at him expectantly. Clearing his throat, Professor McGonagall said softly, "Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous magic you have learned at Hogwarts." She said, "Anyone who is mischievous in my class, I ask him out and never let him in again. I warned you," especially looking at the Lester foursome in the front row and Ron and Malfoy in the back row. As an old professor, Professor McGonagall naturally has his own way of teaching. She first used a magic wand to turn the desk into a pink little piggy, letting it play happily in the classroom. All the students, including Lester, were attracted by this magical transformation technique. Although Lester knew a lot of terrible black magic, he knew nothing about transfiguration. In fact, the black magic he knows is also obtained by lottery. With regard to magic being far away, Lester was no different from this group of young wizards who had just arrived at Hogwarts. Brother lie, if this little fragrant pig is roasted, it should be delicious. In the front row, Jedi wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and whispered to Lester, "Pigs are so cute. How can you eat them?" Lester said straightly, "I like spicy food. If you know how to roast, please add more pepper." In the classroom, Mag, who calmed down the group of young wizards with his superb transfiguration technique, heard the whispers of the two, and the complacent expression on his face froze. After glaring at the two gluttons Lester and Jedi, McGonagall quickly explained to the class, "Animals and food created by polymorph are inedible." As a special professor at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall took this opportunity to directly explain Gamp's law of transformation to the little wizards and the professor. These things use magic to maintain a form close to real objects, and the items disappear after the supply of magic power ends. Imagine, you turn a wooden board into a piece of bread. After you swallow it, the supply of magic power on is over. At that time, your stomach will be exploded by the wooden board. After finishing speaking, Mag also took a special look at Lester and Jedi, wanting to see if they had a long memory. Jedi, Lego, if we just brush the spicy sauce on the wooden board and turn it into tonkatsu, then it doesn't need sauce. Lester pondered for a moment and hated iron and steel. "You are stupid. Have you forgotten what Professor McGonagall said? The sauce on the wooden board will also be turned into a part of the tonkatsu. Aren't you doing it for nothing? You should do it later, you idiot." Mag, I co-authored the Law of Transfiguration for a long time, and you two dogs just listen to this for me. Mag's face darkened, and he came to Lester and Jedi, glanced at the two dogs who were still discussing fiercely, and said lightly, "Mr. Bader and Mr. Jedi whispered in class, and the Slytherin 5 points." it's impossible for you to achieve advanced transfiguration. Professor McGonagall waved his wand, and the little pig turned back into the desk again. Now what you need to do in your first class is to turn that match on the table into a needle. After everyone heard this, they realized that each of them had a match on their desk. The tiny matches were engraved with patterns, and a smell of sulfur dioxide could be smelled from the cap. Many students have expectations on their faces. Obviously, they all think that they are talented people. Huelo. Jedi took the lead in waving his wand, facing the match, and shouted a spell. Unfortunately, the success of this spell lies not in the tone of the voice, but in the mastery of the magic. Not only Jedi, but even Kitty and Mitty failed after several shouts. Even Hermione Granger, who was sitting not far from them, looked at the match with a sad face, frowning as she recalled the knowledge she had memorized in the textbook, hoping to complete the transformation. Brother Lie, it's so difficult, Jedi yelled hoarse, but in the end he couldn't perform it successfully. Lester was unfathomable, raised his head, and said lightly, "Difficult? We wizards practice magic against the sky. How can there be a simple explanation for things against the sky?" Jedi. He suspected that Lester was pretending, but unfortunately he had no evidence. Lester didn't change his face, coughed lightly, raised the Dark Lord's staff, and pointed it at the matches on the table. Huelahu. The up to 100 points of magic power in the body and the blessing of Dolan's ring were all activated, and surging magic power swarmed into the match from the tip of the Dark Lord's staff. With a continuous influx of magic power, the match began to gradually change. The wood at the tail began to turn silvery white, and the fire cap on the head became extremely sharp. Lego cowhide. As Lester's number one horse boy, self-confessed, Jedi immediately played the role of horse boy, that is, flattering the big brother. Kitty and Mitty were not to be outdone, and offered their most sincere praises one after another. When the sun rises in the west, only Lage is undefeated. In the future, Lage will definitely rule the magic world. My elder brother, Lester, has the qualifications of a great emperor. The noise in the front row immediately attracted the attention of other people in the classroom. The way the Lester bully team entered the arena just now, and the arrogant behavior of grabbing seats, attracted the attention of many students. Seeing them yelling in the front row now, many students cast an inquiring look, wanting to see what they did. On Lester's table, the previous match disappeared and was replaced by a shiny silver needle. Under the illumination of the classroom lights, silvery white rays of light emanated from above, and the thin needle tip showed its sharpness. Immediately, all the students in the classroom couldn't help whispering. After trying just now, they knew how difficult this transformation technique was. That's why they were so shocked. How on earth did this little Slytherin wizard do it? This is what the Gryffindor wizard said. It's over. This big devil is not only arrogant, but also has such a strong magical talent. How can we stay in Slytherin in the future? This is what the little Slytherin wizard said. Damn, Dogecoin Lester, if you give me a brand new wand, I, Ron, will be as good as you. Ron said, Lester, your magic talent is really strong, but I, Malfoy, are not bad either. This was said by Draco Malfoy in the back row. Brother Draco is so handsome, even frowning. Pansy said without running away. Even Hermione, the best student in Gryffindor, cast a curious look like Lester. Lester must have come from a wizarding family. That's why he was able to complete the transformation so quickly. She hadn't spoken to Lester since the last time Lester had joined her to help Neville find Toad. It wasn't that she hated Lester, but that Lester was assigned to Slytherin House, which was not friendly to her muggle wizard. Mr. Bader, good transfiguration. Professor McGonagall picked up the steel needle in front of Lester and looked at it carefully. That's right. Not only can you turn matches into thin needles, but your head is also extremely sharp. You're the first little wizard who can do this in the first class. Even what you did is even more perfect than many second-year little wizards. Professor McGonagall pursed his lips, a flash of praise flashed his eyes, and said softly, Lester Bader, your outstanding performance will add 10 points to Slytherin. Lester was not surprised, still maintained a handsome posture, calmly said, "It's all taught by Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall was noncommittal. If Lester really used her teaching to cast this magic, then among the professors, Lester would not be the only one who succeeded in casting the spell. After praising Lester, Professor McGonagall was in a good mood. After all, it was a blessing to have a talented student under his command. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall's good mood didn't last long because she saw Neville from her own college. "Neville, what you have in your hand is a magic wand, not a magic wand in a fairy tale. No matter how hard you swing it, it will be useless if you don't spell it correctly." As soon as the words fell, many students in the classroom burst out and began to laugh at Neville. And Neville also blushed shyly, and he kept passing the wand in his hand, looking very at a loss. Hearing the sharp laughter of the students in the classroom, Professor McGonagall's face turned dark. She criticized Neville just to let him perform this magic better, not to let him be laughed at by his classmates. As a professional professor for 20 years, Professor McGonagall's professional ethics, the little wizards of Slytherin pointed at Neville without hesitation and laughed, sarcasm pouring out of their mouths. The little wizard of Gryffindor also had a sarcasm on his face, wondering why this idiot Neville came to Gryffindor. Neville has never been accompanied by his parents since he was a child, and he has always had low self-esteem. Now that he is ridiculed by so many people, tears start to roll in his eyes unconsciously. A few excessive Slytherin wizards, especially the descendants of Malfoy's Death Eaters. He even proudly shouted to the people around him, "Neville is just an idiot who grew up with his grandma. Without his grandma, he can't even eat." As soon as this remark came out, many Gryffindors laughed. Obviously, they also agreed with this statement. Neville's performance has been unsatisfactory since the start of school. Although they belong to the same academy, they all look down on Neville as an idiot. In the front row, many young wizards turned their heads, with sarcasm in their eyes and a contemptuous smile on their lips, watching Neville make a fool of himself happily. As Slytherins, it was their instinct to laugh at Gryffindor, and Jedi also put his hands together to mock Neville loudly. Before the words came out, Jedi suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Looking out of the corner of the eye, his elder brother Lester beside him, instead of laughing at Neville, had a serious expression on his face. Jedi instantly observed the situation and understood Lester's thoughts in seconds. Lego doesn't like to laugh at Neville. Thinking back carefully, although Lester was arrogant and domineering, the people he bullied were the same arrogant and domineering people. Kitty, Mitty, Pansy the Poodle, and Malfoy are all bullies among children, so Lester will bully them. But for a real weak like Neville, Lester never showed even the slightest bit of disdain. Due to his young age, Jedi didn't know why Lester did this, but as a boy, he only needed to know that his elder brother didn't like to do it. So, Jedi immediately changed the words that came to his mouth, exhausted all his energy, and shouted, "Everyone in Slytherin, please be quiet." As soon as the words fell, the students around Jedi were startled by the thunderous roar. The noisy voice in the classroom also stagnated, and all the Slytherin students subconsciously looked at Jedi in the front row and Lester beside him. When they saw Lester's expressionless face, most of the little Slytherin wizards who were born in noble families trembled. Especially Draco, who was born in the Malfoy family. Just now he was telling Neville's jokes in a serious manner. But when he saw Lester's contemptuous eyes, Malfoy suddenly felt that these jokes were meaningless. Many young Slytherin wizards from small or medium pureblood families shut their mouths rationally because of Lester's pressure. But Malfoy, who was born in a top pureblood family, seemed to understand something when he saw Lester's eyes. He remembered what his father taught him when he was a child. The coward is angry and draws his blade to the weaker. The brave is angry and draws his blade to the stronger. Although Lester was arrogant and domineering, he only bullied powerful people. Facing Lester's bullying, he didn't dare to resist. Instead, he could only brandish a butcher knife and walk towards Neville. "Father, if you see me now, you may be very disappointed." Before, he thought that Lester was just a little stronger, but now Malfoy knew that he was not as good as Lester. Ding! Convince Slytherin first year, Slytherin wizard, 4/20. Lester, who was expressionless, heard the system prompt sound in his head, which was a bit unclear, but he didn't care. He turned back when he saw that all the Slytherins had gone quiet. After Jedi yelled, the Slytherin students fell silent, and the Gryffindor students fell silent, although most of them didn't care. In the classroom, Professor McGonagall turned blue and purple. Laughing at the companions of one's own house, it still needs people from other houses to stop it. What happened to the Gryffindor students? Looking at Lester sitting in the front row with a complicated expression and the complacent Jedi beside him, Professor McGonagall didn't know what to think. Before, she was afraid that Lester, a talented child, would learn bad things in Slytherin, but now she felt relieved. No matter how the child behaves, at least Lester has no problem with his character. Professor McGonagall cleared his throat, and all the students in the classroom focused their attention on the professor. Jedi, who was still complacent before, also turned pale. He was very happy just now, but point deduction and scolding are inevitable. Jedi, stop the student from whispering in class. Slytherin plus 5 points. As soon as the words fell, many people froze in place. Damn, Jedi yelled so loud just now, you don't blame him, but give him extra points? The little wizards of Gryffindor also had a dumbfounded expression. I don't know why the dean gave them extra points. Professor McGonagall sighed in disappointment when he saw the little wizard in his academy looking at a loss. Glancing at Neville, who still had tears on his cheeks and had returned to normal, McGonagall sighed again. Neville is the child of his old partner. His parents were members of the Order of the Phoenix back then, unfortunately. Without the contribution of Neville's parents, there might not be a peaceful wizarding world today. Now that the wizarding world is at peace, the Gryffindors, instead of thanking Neville, laughed at Neville along with the Slytherins. This could not help but make Mag feel a burst of sadness. As for the little Slytherin wizard laughing at Neville, she didn't feel much. Because it was Neville's parents who chased their parents to beat them back then, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the two of them laughing at each other. Next, the classroom of the Transfiguration class returned to calm again. The other little wizards waved their wands diligently, racking their brains to turn matches into thin needles. Unfortunately, until the end of Get Out of Class, besides Lester, only a little Gryffindor girl named Granger made some changes to the matches. Lester looked, and Hermione was looking at him with a fighting spirit. Obviously, Hermione, a top student, has already regarded her as an opponent for her excellent performance in Transfiguration class. Lester gave a disdainful smile, turned his head, and whispered to Jedi, "Did you see that little girl in Gryffindor? After class, you and Kidamiti went to give me her book." Jedi. He thought that his elder brother had taken a fancy to this brunette girl, and just as he was about to try his best to help his elder brother catch her, Lester asked someone to lift her school bag. Lester kicked Jedi, who was still in a daze, and signaled him to act quickly. Jedi. So, when the professor had left for 10 minutes and the other students went out carrying their textbooks, the three of Jedi followed Hermione sneakily. "Student, do you want us to help you get the textbook?" Jedi looks like a very gentleman, and Mitty and Kitty behind him also look like dogs. Hermione first glanced at the three of Jedi vigilantly, then shook her head with the heavy textbook in her arms and said, "No, I can hold it by myself." Ron, who was also about to go out, saw this scene and said sarcastic remarks to Hermione. Oh, as expected of the know-it-all lady of Gryffindor, a Slytherin offered to help move the books after class. Hermione was a little overwhelmed and wanted to refute Ron. At this moment, Jedi and the others rushed up, quickly picked up the book Hermione was holding, and threw it vigorously into the sky. After throwing the ball, the three of Jedi left the battlefield immediately, and, at the same time, they did not forget to issue threats. "My elder brother," said the exact words. "You are looking at me, TM. From now on, I will praise you every day." It's not over yet. Jedi also made his own decision, and ran to Ron's side in the chaos, facing Ron with a big ear. Under the tremendous force, Ron was beaten so hard that his eyes couldn't stand still, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Harry, who was on the side, had quick eyesight and quick hands, and helped Ron, who was about to fall. Lester looked at the scene in front of him with a smile and nodded in satisfaction. As the godfather of Azkaban, Hermione actually had the will to fight against her just now, so she had to teach her a little lesson. As for Jedi slapping Ron in the face, Lester pretended he didn't see it at all. After returning to the lounge, the four of Lester laid down comfortably on the Slytherin sofa. Jedi vividly imitated Hermione's bewildered look, and Ron's angry, fire-breathing eyes vividly amused the three of Lester. At this moment, there was a sound of opening the door, and the air in the lounge stagnated. The male prefect of the 5th grade in Slytherin had a dark face and a letter from home in his hand. His face was frosty, like a raging beast. Ignoring the other people in the lounge, Thompson brought 2 horseboys with big horses and golden knives to the female prefect who had a relationship with Lester. At this time, the female prefect was laughing and playing with a few girls in the same grade. When they noticed Thompson's arrival, the girls stopped laughing and looked at Thompson thoughtfully. Thompson was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Due to lack of sleep, his eyeballs were bloodshot, and his thin face was extremely sick. Colleen McDaniel, does your family still have no news about Quirrell? Hearing the name Quirrell, Colleen also turned serious, shook her head, and said, Father told me that he only knew that Quirrell had gone to a foreign forest for an adventure before. As for the inferior medicine from him, we don't know. However, my father reminded me that the 4 big families in Nocturn Alley have gone too far recently, and the Ministry of Magic is very dissatisfied with your actions. Thompson burst out laughing and said with a sinister grin, We are going too far, you descendants of speculators. Don't be too arrogant. You are not even nobles, and you are trying to control the entire magic world. Don't order us like that. Without Dumbledore, you speculators wouldn't even be qualified to carry our shoes. Ignoring Colleen's ugly face, Thompson went on to say, Tell your father, people from the Ministry of Magic had better help us find Quirrell. Otherwise, I will let you speculators know our noble background. After finishing speaking, Thompson snorted coldly, turned around, and left with the boy behind him. Lester, who had been eavesdropping on the sidelines before, was thoughtful. He asked where Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts teacher Quirrell had gone and why he hadn't appeared yet. The trouble for a long time turned out to be my own credit. At this time, in the slums of Nocturn Alley, Quirrell hid under the bed, tremblingly communicating with his master. Master, there are more and more wizards coming for Nocturn Alley. Now there are rumors that the Aurors will also enter the arena. Who is going to kill us? Voldemort was also at a loss. TM, he didn't know who was free to frame Quirrell. How much compound potion do you have? Voldemort pondered for a moment, then asked Quirrell. Quirrell looked bitter and murmured, There are still more than 10 bottles. Voldemort was overjoyed and said coldly, Then why are you still standing there? Quickly pretend to be someone else. As long as you go to Hogwarts, those damn guys won't dare to trouble us. When he said these words, Voldemort felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's stronghold before, and it was the most dangerous place for him. But now, he still needs to go to Hogwarts for refuge. Trembling, Quirrell took out more than a dozen bottles of the same compound potion from the non-marking expansion bag, and Snape's name was engraved on the glass bottle of the potion. Master, I bought these compound potions at the potion market in Nocturn Alley. I dare not drink them. Quirrell almost burst into tears looking at this group of compound medicines that looked the same as the genuine compound medicines, but had outrageous effects. Now the market in Nocturn Alley is full of this compound potion with Snape's name engraved on it. On the surface, it seemed that there was no problem with these potions, but they didn't realize the seriousness of the problem until a few strange people who were neither human nor ghost appeared in Nocturn Alley. Especially as time went by, this kind of fake medicine gradually penetrated from the potion market in Nocturn Alley to the regular potion shop in Diagon Alley. Even the famous Diagon Alley potion store was forced to close for renovations. The Wizards' Hospital became even more overcrowded, and wizards who had taken inferior potions were seen everywhere crying and howling in the hospital. Therefore, these powerful forces in the magic world all focused their attention on one person. The suspected Lester was thoughtful. He always felt that the inferior potion in Nocturn Alley seemed to be related to the prisoners of Azkaban. I have allowed Scar to use the water of life to study potions. The inferior potions in Nocturn Alley cannot be made by them. Just kidding, although Scar's pharmaceutical level is sometimes outrageous, but Lester believes that it is all a matter of materials. If he does not cut corners, Scar will definitely be able to refine normal potions. After thinking for a while, Lester began to concentrate on his task. In Transfiguration class, Lester suddenly found himself captivated by a young Slytherin first-year wizard. Unfortunately, he has no idea who this person is. Looking across the lounge, many first-year wizards lowered their heads subconsciously, not daring to meet Lester's gaze. Only Draco Malfoy still suppressed his fear, raised a small head, and stared at Lester. 7 of them were dissatisfied, and 8 of them looked displeased. There are too many people in the lounge now, and there are many senior students. It is not easy for Lester to do it directly. Suddenly, Lester saw Malfoy next to him, and Pansy was holding a big yellow dog in his arms. "Jedi go, give that dog an ear." Jedi was taken aback when he heard the words, and he didn't understand what Lester meant. 60 is smooth to the ear. You idiot. How did you learn the language? Jedi suddenly realized, and without hesitation, the big horse came to Pansy and Malfoy. Pulling up the big yellow dog in Pansy's arms, he gave the big yellow dog a slap in the face. Malfoy originally wanted to stand up and scold Jedi angrily, but after seeing his outrageous operations and the screams of the big yellow dog, Malfoy hesitated. "Jedi, what do you want?" Malfoy glared at Jedi, wanting him to give him an explanation. Jedi held the big yellow dog by the back of the neck with one hand and slapped his ears with the other and said in a low voice, "My elder brother is not happy seeing it, and I want him to listen to it." Malfoy. Ding. Get Malfoy's fear value +6. Ding. Gain Pansy's fear value +3. Hogwarts had a long lunch break, and the class schedule was not full. There is usually one class in the morning and one class in the afternoon. After the Transfiguration class in the morning, Lester and the others rested in the lounge for a while before heading to the cafeteria. As soon as he arrived at the Slytherin table, Lester found that many people were paying attention to him. Apparently, the fact that I was able to turn a match into a thin needle in the first class was spread. As soon as the 4 of Lester arrived, 2 flattering Slytherin students immediately helped the 4 of them open their chairs. "Lego, sit down." It is human nature to follow others, no matter where they are, especially in Slytherin, a college that focuses on interests. Lester and the others sat up unceremoniously, grabbed the food in front of them, and started eating. In the past, Lester would be ridiculed by other Slytherins for eating like this, thinking that he did not have the etiquette of aristocrats. But now, no one dared to laugh at Lester. Even in order to cater to Lester, the 3 of Jedi gave up their etiquette and imitated Lester's appearance. Nonsense, it's very refreshing for my elder brother to drink and eat meat in a big bowl. As a result, the boys of my own are still pretending, no matter whether they intended or not. Isn't this just eye drops for the elder brother? Therefore, the 3 of Jedi were very sensible and immediately imitated Lester's appearance. They even learned how to use chopsticks. This is Slytherin, a place where the strong are respected. After eating and drinking, Lester stroked his stuffed stomach and stood up slowly. As he was walking out, he happened to see the Gryffindor first-year students. Among them, the 2 good friends, Harry and Ron, stayed together like glue as before. Lester didn't say hello to Harry as he passed them, because he saw Harry and Ron's rejection and isolation from him. Jedi took it upon himself to slap Ron across the face. A person like Ron would definitely speak ill of Harry to Harry, and Harry would even think that he had ordered Jedi. Not only that, Ron has been sarcastic to Lester in them since the beginning of class. Lester has a big heart and can ignore him, but Jedi is in the 2nd year of middle school, and it is normal to slap Ron after being ridiculed. Unfortunately, Harry couldn't understand this. He only knew that he was assigned to Slytherin House, and that his good friend Ron was beaten by his pony. So Harry considered himself an enemy. In this regard, Lester said that he will never get used to Harry Potter's problems. If it was someone else, they might have to explain it for the sake of Harry Potter's savior. But who is Lester? Azkaban is in charge, the head of the Azkaban Academy of Magic. Why explain it to a brat? If Harry is willing to be friends with him, then Lester will never be stingy with his friends, and when Harry encounters danger, Lester will also help him. But if Harry is obsessed with it and simply thinks he is his enemy, so sorry, Lester doesn't have the habit of putting a hot face on a cold ass. This time, based on a previous friendship, Jedi slapped Ron across the face, and Lester didn't care about him. If next time Ron dares to sneer in front of him, or to make trouble for himself, then sorry, Lester is not as simple as letting Jedi do it. Even when Hermione took a look at her, she was about to blow her book away. Ron is provoking him, and Lester won't keep his hand. After lunch, Lester returned to Slytherin's dormitory to rest for a while, and then took Jedi and the three to the History of Magic classroom in a swaggering manner. Slytherin and Gryffindor are indeed a pair of old enemies, and almost all courses are taken by these two colleges together. Not surprisingly, Lester saw Ron and Harry at the door. This time Ron was very sensible and didn't show anything in front of Lester. But from Harry's complicated eyes, it could be seen that Ron has brainwashed Harry a lot. Lester shook his head, not paying any attention to what Harry thought of him. Although he is the savior in his name, he is actually just a pawn of Dumbledore. Since he took the initiative to break with him, he will not care about him. Like Malfoy said to Harry, Harry should know who his real friends are. Just when Lester was about to enter the classroom, a faint voice stopped him. "Lester, thank you." A boy with black hair, long face, small mouth, and timid eyes grabbed Lester's sleeve. Lester looked behind and saw that this person was the future swordsman of Gryffindor College, Neville. "It's okay. I just don't like them bullying my friends." Lester knew that Neville must be thanking him for his Transfiguration class this morning. Neville was very flattered. He knew that Lester was putting on Slytherin's status now, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the leader of the first year. Such an influential figure would regard himself as a friend, which moved Neville very much. Even in his own academy, Neville was scorned and insulted. Even Hermione, who seemed to have a good relationship with him, just felt sorry for her because she saw her as weak. But here in Lester, Neville felt friendship and respect. "Have you forgotten? When I helped you find Leaf on the train, you said that we are friends." Lester looked kindly and said to Neville, "Don't you want to be friends with me just because I'm a Slytherin?" No, no, no. Neville quickly denied. Lester Tun pretended to be reproachful and blamed. "If this is the case, then why do you say thank you to me? Isn't it right for friends to help each other?" Neville was confused. "That's right. I and Lester have been friends for a long time, and friends still need to help each other, so why do I have nothing to do with Lester?" After thinking it over clearly, Neville immediately became open-minded. After saying goodbye to Lester, Neville walked into the classroom, bouncing around. I have to say that Neville is indeed a good partner. I just helped him find Toad on the train, and then helped him in the Transfiguration class, and he deeply remembered his friendship with him. But Harry, who helped him subdue Malfoy on the train, broke up with Ron because he was assigned to Slytherin, which is really unreasonable. Lester smiled faintly. Before that, he specially prepared a savior cultivation plan for Harry. Now it seems that this savior cultivation plan can be put on Neville's head. You know, there were two children who met the prophecy. One was Harry, and the other was Neville. Originally, I was planning to let my influence help Harry build momentum, and even if the two parties broke up in the future, there would still be a love affair. But now, Lester felt that he could completely abandon Harry and cultivate a savior by himself. In order to cultivate Harry, the savior, Dumbledore has tried his best. Then I have to do the opposite. If Dumbledore can cultivate a savior, then I, Lester, can also cultivate a savior myself. As long as he started training Neville himself from the first grade, then Neville would definitely be stronger than Harry. In that case, who is the savior in the wizarding world may not be sure. Moreover, there is another advantage of training Neville, that is, it is easy to control. Unlike Harry, who had no parents. Neville's parents were still alive, and they were still insane in the wizarding hospital. Parents are here, and if you don't travel far, parents are a good means of control. More importantly, Neville's current miserable situation is inseparable from Dumbledore's forces. Why can my parents be tortured insane by Death Eaters? Isn't it because Dumbledore put all his troops to protect the Potters? That was all for Dumbledore, why his parents were abandoned. Lester believed that as long as Neville knew the truth, he would definitely be blackened, and at that time, he would definitely have no chance with Dumbledore's faction. As for Voldemort's pureblood faction, get rid of them. They were the ones who made his parents crazy, and Neville had nothing to do with them. Therefore, Neville can only depend on himself. Of course, if possible, Lester hopes to remain friends with Neville. Push him to the front of the stage to discuss Dumbledore and Harry. In return, he would give Neville fame, fortune, and great strength. No matter how you look at it, Neville is not a loss. Go in. After thinking for a while at the door of the classroom, Lester came back to his senses and took the lead to enter the classroom. The three of Jedi behind him were also like young and dangerous boys, staggering behind Lester and filing in. With Lester's entry, the classroom became visibly deserted. There were quite a few little wizards whispering excitedly before, but after Lester came in, all the little wizards sat obediently on their seats, not daring to move, as if they were dead horses. At the same time, Lester also noticed a lot of hostile eyes. Looking up in the Gryffindor group, the Gryffindor students headed by Ron and Harry are all hostile to him. Even the little girl Hermione stubbornly raised her head and stared at herself fiercely, obviously holding a grudge. Jedi, write down these people for me. Lester glanced around and said to Jedi lightly. As soon as the words fell, most of the hostile gazes immediately disappeared, and many Gryffindor students lowered their heads subconsciously. In the crowd, Ron looked at his companions who bowed their heads and couldn't help being extremely angry. There are only 4 of them, and we have more than 10 people. What are you afraid of them doing? Many Gryffindors turned a deaf ear to Ron's words. Nonsense. UTM come from the Weasley family. Little wizards like Slytherin dare not touch you easily, but they're just muggle wizards or little purebloods. Where does Lester's feud with Slytherin really dare? Therefore, among the Gryffindor students present, only Harry, Ron, and Hermione were still staring at Lester, and the other students were all treated as cowards. As for Slytherin, in normal times, they would definitely take the opportunity to mock Gryffindor. But now they all have bitter faces and even feel a bit sad. If only Lester was a pure blood. Many little wizards of Slytherin looked at the little wizards of Gryffindor who fell in love, and their hearts were full of desolation. Gryffindor wizards just need to be careful in class, but they belong to the same house as Lester. As purebloods, they must be a hostile class to the Muggle wizard Lester. Unless they are willing to become the lackeys of the Muggle wizard Lester like the three of Jedi, their life at Hogwarts can be described as bleak. In fact, many young Slytherin wizards don't mind being Lester's henchmen. What's so bad about being a dog leg, and someone can beat him? However, who knows if Lester will need dog legs if he rashly goes up to lick it and Lester doesn't show face? Wouldn't he be embarrassed? Just as he was about to find a seat in the back row, Lester saw a platinum blonde head looking at him. Lester, you are very strong and capable. I think we can be friends. Malfoy pretended to be calm. His calf was obviously trembling, but on the surface it was still calm. Goyle and Crabbe behind him, the 2 regular horses of Malfoy, simply didn't come. Looking away from the corner of the eye, you can see that they are huddling behind the books with constipated faces, carefully looking at the situation here. Lester smiled knowingly. He knew that Goyle and Crabbe were unreliable at all, and now attached to Malfoy is just to see the strength of the Malfoy family. You want to make friends with me? Lester looked at Malfoy with great interest, with scrutiny in his eyes. Malfoy was a little nervous, and he pretended to be calm and said, I see that you and stupid Neville of Gryffindor can become friends. I'm not questioning your taste in making friends, but you're a Slytherin. You should know who is more suitable to be your friend. Malfoy became more confident as he spoke, and said, I'm the sole heir of the Malfoy family. As long as we become friends, You will gain the friendship of the Malfoy family in the future. As the largest family in the magic world, the Malfoy family's strength should not be underestimated. Lester looked at the appearance of the little adult. Malfoy, who was obviously already nervous, but pretended to be calm, said lightly, "I'm a muggle wizard." Malfoy heard that there was a battle between heaven and man in his heart. Although he had been prepared in his heart for a long time, but now that he really met, Malfoy was still a little distressed. His father told him since he was a child that muggle wizards are despicable. They are all descendants of idiots, and they are not worthy of learning magic with them. But Lester's various performances in the past few days told him that Lester, a muggle-born wizard, seemed to be more noble than purebloods like them. "It's okay." Malfoy gritted his teeth and said very coolly, "I never watch these things when I make friends." Lester took a deep look at Malfoy, and he only looked at Malfoy with horror. The sole heir of the famous Malfoy family said he made friends without knowing his background. Lester knew that this was just to find a step in front of him. But since Malfoy is giving face so much, he might not be able to bring the little Malfoy along. Although Malfoy is the villain in the original book, it has to be said that he is indeed a talent. Besides, the group of prisoners under my own hands and the 3 henchmen of Jedi now, isn't that the villain? Lester stretched out his hand, patted Malfoy on the shoulder, and said lightly, "In this case, we can indeed be friends." Malfoy was overjoyed. In fact, although Lester was extremely domineering, Malfoy had long wanted to do what he did. So becoming friends with Lester is not because he is afraid of being bullied by Lester in the future, but because Malfoy really wants to hang out with Lester. Jedi behind him also took a step forward and said, "Hi, Draco. My name is Jedi. His name is Kitty, and his name is Mitty." After Lester introduced his people, Malfoy also came to Goyle and Crabbe. Looking at the trembling Goyle and Crabbe, Malfoy felt extremely ashamed. His name is Goyle, and his name is Crabbe. After a brief introduction, Malfoy didn't say much. Obviously, the performance of Goyle and Crabbe made his big brother feel very embarrassed. After sitting directly next to Goyle and Crabbe, these two dumbass still couldn't react. It wasn't until Malfoy told them that they were with Lestat now that they became more cheerful. The proud look of hugging his thigh made Malfoy feel like he couldn't help but dig 3 rooms and 1 living room on the ground with his toes. Fortunately, at this time, the ghost professor of Hogwarts, Professor Binns, slowly floated in. As usual, Professor Binns kept a cold face, scanning the students in the classroom with unemotional eyes. However, Lester noticed that when Professor Binns saw him, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's not that Lester is sensitive. It's mainly a ghost who has been keeping one eye, and the eyes suddenly become surprised, which is simply too obvious. Not only Lester noticed something was wrong with Professor Binns, but even Malfoy noticed it. "Lester, why does Professor Binns look at you strangely?" Malfoy poked Lester's arm and whispered. Lester was thoughtful, and seemed to have been interfered by a certain boss when he was being sorted. Could it be that there is some mystery in it? Lester looked at Professor Binns, who was obviously different, and said indifferently, "You are confused. Professor Binns was looking at you just now." "Look at me." Malfoy was a little puzzled. Indeed, he was sitting next to Lester. Professor Binns may not know who to look at. Lester nodded thoughtfully and said seriously, "I have read the notes left by the seniors in the Slytherin lounge. It contains a lot of stories about Professor Binns and his students." Malfoy's eyes lit up immediately. Professor Binns and the students, it's exciting to think about it. Seeing that Malfoy's appetite was lifted, Lester began to talk slowly. The souls of all the other professors returned to heaven after death. Only Professor Binns became a ghost after death. Do you know why? As soon as it came out at this time, many nearby Slytherin students became interested and subconsciously raised their ears to listen. Malfoy scratched his head anxiously, wishing that Lester would tell the reason quickly. Lester didn't hold back his appetite and started to make up things. Professor Binns had a hobby when he was alive. This hobby was a bit difficult to talk about back then, but it's okay to say it now. That is, Professor Binns actually likes men. As soon as the words fell, Malfoy immediately froze and froze in place. Lester went on to say, At that time, Professor Binns had a roommate with platinum blonde hair, who was indeed the ancestor of your Malfoy family. The two eat together, sleep together, and play together in Slytherin. They're simply good friends. But your ancestors didn't know. This is not friendship, but love. Thousands of years have passed, but Professor Binns may have remembered the past when he saw your platinum blonde hair. Seeing Malfoy's disbelief, Lester went on to say, "If you don't believe me, you can raise your hand and ask Professor Binns to see his reaction to you." Malfoy was somewhat skeptical, but after seeing the expectant eyes of the other Slytherins, Malfoy still raised his hand resolutely. Damn, if you don't prove it, then the fact that Professor Binns likes him will spread throughout Hogwarts immediately, and he won't be able to fool you by then. Seeing Malfoy raise his hand, Lester immediately put on a straight face and at the same time activated the Boggett's transformation ability on himself, turning his eyes into emerald green. His own face also subtly changed into the appearance of Slytherin in his impression. Sure enough, when Professor Binns called Malfoy, he unsurprisingly glanced at Lester, whom he was focusing on. After seeing the change in Lester's face, his eyes changed again. The difference from last time was that this time Professor Binns' eyes were full of vigilance, as well as an imperceptible pity. Lester's heart skipped a beat. This ghost definitely knew something.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.